Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 8 of Namikaze's return. Following the devastating failure of the Sasuke Retrieval Mission, a fire is lit inside Naruto. When Jiraiya takes him away from the village for a 3-year training trip, Naruto drops the dead last act and gets serious. No more shortcuts, no more goofing off. Driven to protect his precious people and uncover the secrets Konoha actively denied him, Naruto dives deep into the true shinobi arts. Under Jiraiya's intense guidance, he doesn't just master his chakra, he masters the legendary Hiraishin, flying thunder god. When an overpowered, highly skilled Naruto finally returns to the Leaf Village, the Akatsuki and the rest of the shinobi world won't know what hit them. Lemon's warning. This story contains lemon scenes for mature audiences. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by the Engulfing silence, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 29. Naruto, Yugito, Koyuki, and the remaining survivors of Kumogakure no Sato needed to trek across the elemental nations. They would have taken Koyuki's zeppelins, but they had not brought enough to carry everyone. All of the injured were ferried away on zeppelins, while those who were uninjured, or at least capable of walking, began the long journey to Konoha on foot. They did not have any carriages to carry people, so everyone was forced to walk. Naruto cursed his own lack of foresight. The rescue operation had been hastily thrown together, so little thought had been given to what would happen if there were too many people to take on the zeppelins. Naturally, this meant they hadn't possessed the forethought to take any other modes of transportation with them either. Out of the 2,365 survivors, 1,300 had been grievously injured. Those people had been loaded in the zeppelins, which left 1,065 to trek across the elemental nations. Sadly, even if those people weren't wounded to the point of being incapable of walking, that didn't mean the journey would be easy. Kumogakure was home to some of the roughest terrain. Mountain passes with innumerable sheer drops, dark forests with little space to walk through, and a lot of deadly animals. Their current route took them down the mountain range that the now destroyed Kumogakure had been housed in. They had to pick their way carefully, constantly double and even triple checking their surroundings to make sure the area wasn't too dangerous for the dispirited Kumo refugees. Are you sure deciding to walk to Konoha with this was a good idea, Koyuki? Asked Yugito as she and Naruto helped Koyuki descend down the mountain. I wanted to be with you, Koyuki said. Are you saying I should have left with the zeppelins? Since Naruto was the one leading everyone to Konoha, he maintained his place at the head of the pack, securing safe routes for the people to travel. Yugito and Samui were with him. They knew the terrain far better than he did, which was a boon when it came to discovering unstable paths. The big surprise was Koyuki, who not only insisted on coming, but also demanded that she stay with him, Yugito, and Samui. Well, no, Yugito said after a moment's hesitation. But it would have been safer for you if you had gone on a zeppelin. Also, your clothing isn't really made for walking long distances in. Koyuki's clothing consisted of an extravagant kimono whose primary color was pale blue. Royal purple trimmings lined the edges and hem. The high collar flapped in the breeze. Her kimono was actually a furicid, so the sleeves were much longer, traveling all the way down to nearly her knees. In a similar manner, her obi had several layers of blue, purple, and gold. It tied in the back, with the golden layer looping through the bow and trailing down to her ankles. Looking at her clothing, Koyuki had to nod. Yes, I suppose you're right. This is a bit too extravagant for traveling on foot. A bit? Were the thoughts of Naruto and Yugito. Not only were those clothes long, they went down all the way to her ankles. The chances of her tripping, especially in this terrain, were beyond high. The only reason she hadn't yet was thanks to him and Yugito. In that case, SSSCCHHHT. A loud tearing sound echoed through the mountains as Koyuki, gripping her kimono, liberally ripped it off. "Ah, what are you doing?" Yugito shrieked. "Why are you stripping now?" Naruto also shrieked. "Hurry and cover yourself up." "But I am covered up," Koyuki said in a, "What are you two freaking out for?" kind of voice. Naruto and Yugito gave a simultaneous, "Huh?" before they realized that, true to her words, Koyuki was still decent. Black shorts that conformed to her bottom creased around her butt cheeks as she walked, but they didn't reveal anything either. And the white shirt that she wore, which stretched taut across her bust, also kept the goods from spilling out. Her clothing might have been a little skimpy, but it still covered everything that needed to be covered. "Still, aren't you cold in that?" asked Samui. "Kumo isn't the warmest nation, you know. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit chilly," Koyuki admitted. Naruto and Yugito's simultaneous facepalm echoed across the mountains. To reach Konoha, Naruto and company needed to travel through the land of frost and the land of hot springs. Contrary to its name, the land of frost was not, well, frosty. In fact, the climate was actually quite mild. The land of frost was a country dotted in forests. The temperature was fairly warm year-round, only growing mildly chilly in the winters. There were a few places where it snowed, but those were the peaks of tall mountains, which Naruto could only see in the distance. Their current travels took through them knotted glades, with trees that were thick and had branches wrapped around each other. It was a good thing there was a path for them to follow. It was 2 days into their journey. The sun had gone down, and while there weren't a lot of stars out yet, it wouldn't be long before the night sky was filled with twinkling lights. That was why they had decided to make camp. Their camp was set in a series of small clearings located within a forest. As good fortune it would have it, Koyuki had been smart enough to bring numerous extra tents. There were enough for all 1,065 to 1,155 if he counted the Kumo shinobi who came with them. That meant no one would be sleeping outside that night. Food was a bit of a problem, but fortunately for everyone there, Naruto was a master of the shadow clone jutsu. That technique made foraging for food a simple matter. While everyone else worked on setting up the tents, he was able to find plenty of edible plants, caught a lot of fish, and found captured rabbits to feed an army. Multiple fires sprang up around the clearings as people cooked the food that Naruto had caught. Naruto was sitting around a fire with Koyuki, Yugito, and Samui. While he and Koyuki did most of the cooking, Yugito helped comfort Samui, who was still coming to terms with the fact that her friends and brother were dead. "It's still pretty hard to believe," Samui admitted so quietly that Naruto, who was sitting right next to them, could only hear it thanks to his enhanced senses. "I mean, one minute we were all drinking in a tavern, and then the next our village was being destroyed and we were fighting against an unstoppable enemy. I could barely figure out what was going on before everything just seemed to end." Yugito wrapped an arm around Samui's shoulder, pulling the other girl close. "I'm sorry. I wish I had been there to help." Samui's short hair swayed as she shook her head. "No, had you been there, that bastard would have just gotten you as well. He not only defeated Kurabi-sensei, but he also took down Raikage-sama. That man, it's like he wasn't even human." Naruto wasn't sure why, but listening to Samui made him feel guilty. Perhaps it was because, as one of Jiraiya's students, he felt responsible for what one of his peers did. It could have also been something even more simple. The reason probably didn't matter as much as the feeling itself anyway. It didn't change that he wished he could have done something to prevent all this from happening. And now Konoha has been attacked as well. Konoha might have survived, but it had taken heavy damage. Naruto didn't delude himself into thinking that his presence could have made a difference. One person cannot be everywhere at once, not even someone with the Hiraishin, and from the sound of what happened, the problem had been one that strength alone couldn't have solved. Still, the fact that he hadn't been there, helping, was a blow to his sense of duty. Koyuki bumped against his shoulder. "Thinking heavy thoughts? Just thinking about how so many bad things have happened in such a short time." Naruto smiled, though it was more resigned than anything else. "There's a lot going on, and I feel a little helpless. I guess all this stuff that's happening is making me realize how small I am in the grand scheme of things, or something." Peeved, Koyuki snorted. "What are you doing, getting all mopey and sentimental? Where's the ninja who kept obnoxiously proclaiming that he was going to become Hokage every chance he gets? What happened to that guy?" "Oh, he's still here. You don't need to worry about that. Naruto jabbed a thumb into his chest. I'm going to become Hokage. I just know my limits now, is all. Is that so? Leaning back and looking at the sky, Koyuki's smile widened as though his words amused her. That doesn't sound like you at all. Aren't you the man who doesn't know the meaning of the word, limit? I could have sworn you were the kind of person who broke every limit placed on him. She has a point. Kyuubi, been a while since I've heard from you. I don't make it a habit to speak with hairless apes. Still as charming as ever, I see. What's what you were saying about her point? Just that you've always been the type who was overconfident to the point of being stupid. You never shut up about how you're going to become Hokage, or how you're going to make me tell you my name. Do you know how annoying that was? I pretty much told you my name because I hated the idea of you constantly annoying me. I can't tell if you're complimenting me or not. HMPH. I'm just saying that the Naruto who was always confident and never gave up, he's a lot better than the one who mopes. Naruto knew that he wasn't really being himself right then. He knew that, but there were times where even he didn't feel confident, where he felt helpless, powerless. As confident as he was, as strong as he acted, he couldn't stay that way all the time. He wasn't that strong. However, yeah, you're right. I need to be strong for the people here. Thanks, Kurama. TCH. What have I told you about calling me by my name? You never said I couldn't. Single quote ellipsis single quote. Naruto could barely stop from chuckling as Kyuubi fell silent. He didn't use Kyuubi's name often, mostly because he didn't think he had earned the right, but there were times when he just couldn't help it. In either event, the giant, nine-tailed ball of fuzz in his gut was right. He couldn't really afford to mope around. As the person in charge of this operation, he needed to remain strong and indomitable. Naruto? Koyuki asked when he didn't respond to her. He grinned. It's nothing. I was just thinking that you were right. I've been too mopey lately. I can't do anything if I'm depressed like this. Clapping his hands, Naruto grabbed one of the sticks with grilled fish on it. Okay, time to eat and regain my good cheer. Damn it, why didn't I think of bringing a scroll filled with ramen? Naruto grabbed his head in his hands and shook back and forth as he realized the severity of his personal problem. Thinking on it, he hadn't been able to eat a good bowl of ramen in so long. How long had it been anyway? Days? Weeks? Months? It felt like ages since his last good bowl of ramen. Not only that, but because of how much had been going on lately, he hadn't even thought about having a good bowl of ramen. While Naruto was going through mental ramen withdrawals, Samui leaned over to Yugito and whispered in the other woman's ear. Is your boyfriend having a mental breakdown? Just ignore him. Yugito grabbed 2 sticks of fish, one of which she handed to Samui. Here, eat up and regain your strength. As Samui took her first bite of fish, a loud scream pierced the night air. Naruto stopped putting on an act, Koyuki jumped at the sound, and Yugito and Samui both looked in the direction that the scream had come from. Dozens of meters out, in one of the other clearings, the fires had gone out. More screams filled the air. Naruto and Yugito looked at each other. Yugito stood up. Koyuki, Naruto said, no longer moping or acting dumb. His tone was sharp enough to cut through steel. I need you and Samui to stick with us. Don't leave our side for even a second. Okay. It was a testament to her faith in him that she didn't ask any questions. She and Samui stood up and followed him and Yugito as they rushed toward the source of the screams. The screams had come from several clearings over. However, by the time they were goaded into action, the chaos had spread to multiple other clearings. When they arrived in the next clearing, it was to discover several dozen ninjas wearing frost headbands wreaking havoc on the civilians. They leapt into the crowd, spilling blood as they slashed people's throats with kunai. Several performed a number of hand seals and called out their jutsu. Kaden. Gokyaku no Jutsu. Fire spewed from several mouths, and the civilians, innocent people who just lost their homes, lit up in a blazing torrent of flames. What the hell is going on here? Naruto couldn't let his shock stop him. Before his mind had a chance to fully understand what was happening, his body acted. He pushed off the ground, throwing himself at the people casting the jutsu. They were the larger threat. The first person he attacked was an older man with graying hair. Naruto appeared before him, a swirling sphere of chakra in his left hand. He shoved the Rasengan into the man's face. The shinobi's head exploded in a spray of blood, skull fragments, and gray matter. What the? Who the hell is this? Naruto ignored the surprised shouts from his enemies and, rushing toward the next person, he relieved them of their arm with a wind chakra-enhanced kunai. The kunoichi he attacked fell to the ground with a scream. They weren't a threat anymore, so he moved on. His next opponent was more prepared for him. It was another kunoichi, again, wearing the frost headband. She went through a series of hand seals and placed her hands on the ground. Tried to place her hands on the ground. Doden, eh? The woman stared at her now missing hands, which Naruto decided she no longer needed, for a full 5 seconds. Then the pain kicked in. She screamed, and she would have continued screaming, but Naruto kicked her in the head. Her head snapped back. She remained in that position for several seconds, back arched, and then she fell to the ground. Her eyes were glazed over. Naruto had broken her neck. Still close to Naruto, but far enough so they weren't in each other's way, Yugito attacked the frost shinobi with a series of vicious claw slashes. Her fingernails were encased in fire. Every attack sliced through and then cauterized. While this meant they wouldn't bleed out, the amount of pain one felt was double that of what they would normally feel. It also meant that any limbs they lost could not be reattached. What is this woman? She's a monster. Yugito must have been enraged. The Nibi's red chakra was already bubbling around her skin, creating a cloak with 2 wavering tails. She tore into the enemy shinobi with a vengeance. Arms flew off. People were dislegged. Naruto didn't think he'd ever seen so many people losing limbs at such a quick rate before. Someone tried to sneak up on him while he was observing Yugito, but Naruto sensed their movement and backhanded the shinobi away without looking. Naruto checked to make sure Koyuki and Samui were okay. Koyuki was behind Samui, who had a kunai in her left hand. There were no enemies near her, but Naruto created 6 clones to surround the pair anyway. Not that he didn't think Samui was incapable. She had just experienced something traumatic. That might affect her fighting ability. Since Yugito was tearing through the enemies attacking from outside, Naruto darted into the crowd of civilians. There were several ninja mixed among them. Naruto could see them slipping through the panicking people, slitting throats and breaking necks. Carmine fluids flew through the air, painted the ground, stained the people. A threnody of terrified wails made Naruto grit his teeth as he slipped around a civilian. Swish! Naruto shuffled behind an enemy shinobi. Their kunai glinted in the moonlight as it moved toward another innocent person. Naruto grabbed the arm that held the kunai, twisted it around, broke it, and then, while the person was screaming, he grabbed their head between his hands and, with a loud crack, snapped their neck. Naruto couldn't count the number of people he had killed. A red haze fell over his vision, blocking out the atrocities he committed. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air, acrid and overpowering, causing his nose to wrinkle. He moved swiftly through crashing bodies. It was fortunate that he was not alone. Yugito was quick to dispatch all of their attackers, who had been acting to hem the group in. Not long after she had killed everyone surrounding them, did the group of civilians properly disperse. Naruto-sama. Several snow shinobi appeared before him. All of them had some form of injury, from simple cuts to more life-threatening wounds. Status report. Naruto ordered. Sir, all of our camps were ambushed by shinobi from several different villages. It seems they knew that we were coming down this way. They had cut off each camp with several dozen shinobi, and then attacked while we were distracted. In theory, it was a sound plan. By surrounding each camp and sending people into a crowd of innocent civilians, it was easy to indiscriminately kill without worry. The protectors would be too afraid to attack without fear of hurting their own people. However, while strategically a sound plan, it was morally reprehensible. What's our casualties? The snow shinobi hesitated. We didn't lose many shinobi. We had 10 casualties and 5 fatalities. However, we've confirmed 200 civilian deaths. Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, held it, and then released it all in one go. He allowed his rage to dissipate, let his anger leave him. He was still upset, but he couldn't afford to let his anger cloud his judgment, and he couldn't allow himself to blame his enemies. Do we know where their base is located? The snow shinobi shook his head. Negative. We had several people try to follow them, but we lost them several kilometers out. They know this terrain too well. We'll not try to track them. Then, Naruto decided. Burn down all of the foliage within a 2-kilometer radius of us and establish a defensive position. I'll create some clones to help. Yes, Naruto-sama. The shinobi offered a salute before disappearing. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed, trying to stem the flowing tide of emotional exhaustion that washed over him. He had so many questions. Why were he and the others being attacked? It was clear that something had changed, but Naruto couldn't for the life of him figure out what. Naruto arrived with the group of Kumo refugees several days later. There had been no attacks during the rest of their journey, which Naruto was grateful for. At the same time, he knew they were being watched. While not much of a censor, Naruto had been able to occasionally see the shinobi tracking them. He would have attacked, but his priority had been the safe deliverance of the refugees to Konoha. That was far more important than capturing and interrogating a potential enemy, for now. When Naruto arrived at Konoha with the refugees, it was to see the extent of damage done to Konoha. Even standing in front of the gates, he could see the demolished buildings in the distance. Roofs had collapsed, walls were reduced to rubble. The sight made him clench his hands into fists. Naruto. Kotetsu greeted with some enthusiasm. As always, he and Izumo were guarding the gate. Man, am I glad to see you, though I wish circumstances were different. You should go on ahead, Izumo added. Hokage-sama wants to see you right now. Don't worry about the refugees. Several temporary buildings have been prepared for them in one of our training grounds while we repair Konoha. Right. Naruto sighed and turned to Koyuki, Yugito, and Samui. Koyuki, you should probably come with me. Yugi, Samui? I think you two should help the refugees settle in. You got it, Naruto. Yugito kissed him on the lips. We'll help out here. Yuki-chan? Naruto held out his arm. Koyuki hooked her arm around his and walked into the village. As they walked through, Naruto finally had a closer glimpse of the destruction. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. Even so, seeing the collapsed buildings, the rubble strewn about the roads, and the disheartened expression of the people, caused a pain to appear in his chest. He didn't regret going to help Kumo's refugees, but he wished he could have done something to help his own people, too. Try not to recriminate yourself, Koyuki said suddenly. Nothing good will come of it. I know. Naruto leaned his head down and kissed her lips. They tasted sweet, like strawberries and vanilla. Thank you. Anytime. Several people were already inside of the Hokage's office when he and Koyuki arrived. Kakashi and Guy stood side by side, and with them was Genma, whose arm was in a sling. Jiraiya, Sakura, and Shizune were also there, of course, and so was Hiashi Hyuga and Danzo, a surprise. Naruto didn't think Tsunade would let him stick around, but he guessed it was to appease the elders. Naruto. One other person who was inside of the office was Konan. The moment he entered, she was walking over to him. She didn't kiss him. There was a hesitance in her movements, which he guessed was because they weren't alone. Their relationship wasn't a secret, but given what happened, she probably didn't want to draw too much attention to herself. Konan, I'm glad you're okay, he said, taking her hand. She smiled at him. Me too. I was worried after we got word of those shinobi ambushing you. That ambush is actually part of the reason we're holding this meeting, Tsunade said, using Konan's words to lead into the topic she wanted to discuss. Naruto and Koyuki walked further into the room. Danzo frowned, but he didn't say anything as Naruto, Konan, and Koyuki stopped next to Jiraiya. Good to see you, brat. Nice to see you too, Ero Sennin. Jiraiya clicked his tongue at the dreaded nickname, though he didn't say anything. He didn't get the chance. Tsunade began speaking soon after. We've learned through Jiraiya's spy network that Pain, aka Nagato, has created alliance between Akatsuki and all of the minor hidden villages. Furthermore, the minor villages have officially declared war on the major villages. No one was surprised by this announcement, but a noticeable tension now filled the air, a sort of resigned tension, as though everyone had been expecting this but were hoping it wouldn't happen. The only one who didn't seem bothered was Danzo. This also didn't surprise Naruto. Warmonger that he was, going to war could only be a good thing in Danzo's mind. We have several contingencies put in place in the event that war broke out, Kakashi said. But I don't know if any of them will work now. Considering our enemy is Nagato, a prolonged war is the last thing we want, Jiraiya added. Danzo tapped his cane against the ground. Considering you're the reason we're in this mess in the first place, I do not believe you have any room to speak, Jiraiya-san. While Jiraiya clenched his hands into fists, he did not reveal anything else about his emotional state. It must have been galling to be called out on something like this. This was especially true since Jiraiya still didn't think he'd done anything wrong when it came to training Nagato. Naruto looked at Konan, who stood beside him with gritted teeth, and then looked back at Danzo. On any other occasion, he might have remained silent. Maybe. However, he had no intention of letting a slight like this go, not when the true fault lied not with Jiraiya, but with the man who was doing the accusing. If there is anyone who has no room to talk, it's you, Danzo, Naruto said. After all, it was you who teamed up with Hanzo Hattori to kill Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko. If you hadn't intervened in Omegacure's problems, none of this would have happened. Danzo's hands tightened on his cane. I did what I did for the safety of Konoha. And look at how safe Konoha is now, Naruto shot back. We were attacked by the man who you tried to kill. It sounds to me like your attempt at protecting our village has backfired spectacularly. Tension filled the air once more. Danzo glared at Naruto, who had no trouble glaring right back. He could practically feel the sparks flying between them. Everyone else watched on, so silent, barely breathing, as if they were afraid that letting out the slightest noise would bring negative attention onto them. Who is to blame for our current situation is not important right now, Tsunade said. What's important is how we deal with this situation. She paused, sighed, and then continued. I have sent letters to all of the remaining cages, asking for a conference together, so we can decide what to do about our current situation. Given that Pain has declared war on all of the major villages, this isn't just something that affects only us. When is the meeting? Asked Guy. The meeting is 1 week from now in the Land of Iron, Tsunade said. In 1 week, I will travel there and meet with the other cages. The meeting lasted for half an hour longer as they discussed who would be on bodyguard detail. Naruto and Kakashi were a given. They made a good team, and they were two of the strongest shinobi on the current roster. Jiraiya would also be going. Even with one arm, he was still an excellent ninja, and he had clout in the ninja world. Other than those three, it was decided that Konan, Yugito, and Maida Guy would be traveling with Tsunade. Naruto and Jiraiya would be Tsunade's primary guards, while Yugito went to represent the displaced people of Kumo. Kakashi and Guy were back up. Naruto, if you could stay behind for a moment, Tsunade said as everyone began to leave. Konan and Koyuki looked at him, but he waved them off with a smile. Why don't you two go out and have some fun together? Yuki-chan, Konan's been feeling down recently, so I'm counting on you to show her a good time. The beaming smile on Koyuki's face told him all he needed to know. The shocked look on Konan's also told him what he needed to know. Leave it to me. Koyuki gave Naruto a silly salute before she grabbed Konan's hand and dragged her out of the room. Come on, Konan, let's do something fun. But wait, I don't, Konan tried to say, but she was overpowered by the less physically powerful woman. There's no need to hesitate. Let's go out and have some fun. Konan was soon pulled out of the door, which closed behind them, leaving Naruto and Tsunade alone. The fifth Hokage, sitting behind her desk, reached down and pulled out a bottle of sake and 2 saucers. She filled one saucer. Then she filled the other. Naruto took the hint, grabbed one of the saucers, and sat down on the couch that he knew Tsunade sometimes slept on when she was pulling an all-nighter. Things are heading in a way that I don't think any of us could have foreseen, Tsunade said. She paused here, then took a swig of her drink. Things are going to get a lot harder from here on out. For everyone. Granny, not to put a rain on your parade or anything, but did you ask me to stay so you could speak in cryptic sentences? Asked Naruto, taking a sip of his sake. Don't be rude, brat. Tsunade took another sip of sake. I called you here for a number of reasons. First, we need to talk about Konan. Do you still not trust her? Asked Naruto. That's not it. Tsunade shook her head, took another sip of sake, and then sighed. I trust her just fine. The problem is Danzo and the 2 elders, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane. Danzo is the one that I'm really worried about. I have a feeling that he'll try something soon, though I don't know what. I have a feeling they might try to assassinate her. Danzo is a patriot, Naruto said, swirling the sake in his saucer. If you want to kill him off before he can cause harm to Konoha, you should send him on a suicide mission. I'm surprised to hear something like that come out of your mouth. Naruto remained silent for a moment, getting his thoughts in order. Truth be told, he was kind of surprised to hear those words himself, but at the same time, a lot of today's problems could be laid solely at Danzo's feet. His warlike policies had created more problems than solutions. Naruto turned his head and looked over at the wall upon which a portrait of the Hokage's past and present were hanging. The first and second hung side by side, and the third was on the left of the second. Right next to the third was the fourth, and then Tsunade. He wondered what the previous Hokages would do in this situation. I'm generally not a fan of suicide missions, Naruto said. Or of sending people on them because you want them to be killed. However, for a man like Danzo, I recognize that we may not have much choice. Maybe, Tsunade agreed, though she still sounded shocked that he would suggest doing such a thing. What else did you want to talk to me about? Naruto asked. Tsunade coughed into her hand, and a sudden hesitant look came over her face. Naruto sensed a shift in her emotions. Whatever she wanted to talk about now, it was clearly a serious issue, perhaps even more so than Danzo and his cohorts. Even though he was curious to know what she wanted to discuss, he didn't rush her. It was better for her to speak on her own time. We need to talk about the Kumo refugees, Tsunade admitted at last. Thanks to the recent attack on Konoha, we no longer have the means to support so many new people. Are you saying that you can't accept the Kumo refugees? Asked Naruto. The long pause that followed his question was answer enough. Naruto stood up. No, Tsunade-sama. I know that we're in a tight spot thanks to the attack, but Kumo was destroyed. Its people have nowhere to go, and we were the ones who instigated the rescue mission. Are you telling me that we can no longer accept them after already agreeing to? Taking a deep breath, Tsunade looked up and stared into his eyes. Her expression was stern, unwavering, the face of a leader who was being forced to make a difficult choice. Right now, our village doesn't have the means to support them, she said. It's not a matter of not wanting to. It's a matter of not being able to. With all the repairs we need, with the money we're going to be spending, and with war on the horizon, our infrastructure can no longer support that many refugees. From a purely logical standpoint, her words were not incorrect. If their village couldn't afford to sustain more people, then that meant its infrastructure would probably break if they accepted the refugees. At the very least, Konoha would experience a time of drastic economic hardship. They couldn't accept the refugees and repair the village at the same time. Then what if we only accept a few refugees and ask Water, Sand, and Spring Country to accept the rest? Naruto suggested. If we share the burden of accepting refugees, the cost it takes to allow them in will be lessened. That is true, Tsunade admitted. Can you guarantee that the other nations will agree to help? Of course I can. Naruto grinned. Gaara is my best friend, and Koyuki and Mei are both with me. I'm sure if we ask them, they would all be happy to help. I'll send out the letters then, Tsunade sighed. Since this is an official request from the Hokage, I can't afford to leave it to you. I'll talk to Koyuki about it as well, since she's currently here, Naruto said. That's fine. Was there anything else you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, there was one more thing I wanted to tell you. The expression on Tsunade's face, which had already been quite stern, suddenly appeared sharper than any blade. Sasuke has gone missing from his cell. We have no idea as to what happened, but it appears he escaped during the chaos. Danzo stood in the center of a dark, subterranean room with very little light. The gray floor was all that could be seen. Lights from overhead did a poor job of illuminating the space around them, leaving only a single center of illumination. With him were his two colleagues, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane, the two elders who were supposed to have an advisor role to the Hokage. Or the two people who were on the advisory role before Tsunade had forced them into retirement. What do you want with us, Danzo? Asked Kaharu. If you called to ask for our support, then you know that we no longer have any support to give, Mitokado added. Our political power has been all but taken from us thanks to Naruto Namikaze. I am aware of the struggles that you two are facing right now, Danzo said. However, it is because of these struggles that I believe we need to strike soon. Konoha has become weak. The Akatsuki's attack on our village has proven that we no longer have the strength we once did. What's more, the minor villages have decided to rise up against the major villages. An alliance between all of the minor villages would be a huge problem, Mitokado said. While there were only 5 major villages, for now, there were numerous smaller villages. Each minor country had its own village, and there were around 40 minor countries. Of course, minor hidden villages were generally small, consisting of anywhere between 1,000 and 10,000 ninja at any given time. Even so, Konoha didn't boast any more than 30,000 ninja themselves. What's more, most of their ninja were genin and chunin. The number of ninja who became elite jonin was small, barely 5% of the overall ninja population. If we are going to defeat our enemies, then we need to become strong, Danzo continued. We cannot grow under Tsunade's reign. I agree, Kaharu said. Mitokado adjusted his glasses. I assume you have a plan? In 1 week, Tsunade will be going to meet with the other cages. Furthermore, she is taking several of her most powerful ninja with her. Danzo tapped his cane against that ground. That is when we will strike. Koyuki tugged Konan along with her as she walked through one of Konoha's shopping district. While a remarkable amount of damage had been done, and several buildings had been ruined, reduced to rubble, the shopping district was relatively intact. There were still numerous stores that were open for business. Vendors still stood on either side of the street, and a lot of people were still shopping around and chatting like nothing was wrong. People living in ninja villages are quite hardy, aren't they? Koyuki asked as they stopped in front of a store that sold dresses. It comes with the territory, Konan replied in sullen voice. Since they live with ninja every day, they have accepted the fact that their lives could be endangered at any moment. I guess so. Come on. What? Wait. Koyuki didn't wait. Still holding Konan by the hand, she pulled the reluctant woman into the store with her. She spoke to the store clerk, asking if she could see the dress in the front display. When she asked what size, Koyuki needed to glance at Konan for a moment to give an accurate estimation of the other woman's proportions. After being assured that the dress would be right out, the clerk left the two of them in the shop and went into the back. Koyuki-sama, Konan started to say. You can just call me Yuki, Koyuki said. Since you and I are practically family, I would like it if you didn't stand on ceremony with me. Konan hesitated. Yuki. Much better. The store clerk came out from the back room moments later with a box in hand. She apologized for making them wait as she handed Koyuki the box, and then recommended that she try it on. Of course, the box wasn't for her. It was for the one with her. Here you go. Koyuki placed the box in the confused Konan's hand. Let's go to the dressing room so you can try it on. What? Wait, hold on. Konan was somehow helpless against Koyuki as the daimyo placed a hand on each of the woman's shoulders and pushed her to the back. There were a number of dressing rooms in the back. They were small, just a little section blocked off by 3 walls and a curtain. Koyuki pushed Konan into one of those rooms, and then closed the curtain. Go ahead and get change. I'd like to see how you look in that, Koyuki said. There were several moments of silence. Koyuki waited patiently until, with a glacial slowness that made her feel like Konan was doing this reluctantly, the ruffling of clothes reached her from behind the curtain. I don't see why I have to change into this, Konan muttered as something thumped to the floor. Her cloak, Koyuki guessed. Because you need more clothes to wear than just your cloak. I have other clothes. I just prefer the cloak. Then we're shopping to cheer you up. The rustling of fabric stopped. You're doing this to cheer me up? Of course. Naruto noticed right away that you weren't yourself. That's why he asked me to take care of you, and I figured you and I could do something fun to bond while helping bring your mood back. You don't even know what's bothering me, Konan countered. Not yet, Koyuki corrected. Just you wait. We're going to have a blast, enjoy some female bonding, and then you're going to unload all your problems onto me so I can help you out. After all, it's a lot easier to talk to another girl about your problems than it is a guy, even if that guy happens to be someone like Naruto. There was another pause. Koyuki inferred from the strange hesitance in Konan's countenance that she was not used to sharing things with others, and she was even less used to having a fellow female to bond with. However, in Koyuki's mind, that was all the more reason to break down the walls surrounding Konan. They were going to be sister wives. It wouldn't be good if she kept everything that was troubling her to herself. Have you finished changing? Koyuki asked. I have, but. Then let's see it. Grabbing the curtain, Koyuki pulled it back and received her first look at Konan. She whistled. You look good in that. The dress that she had gotten Konan to change into was simple, a black dress that stopped just above her knees. Small straps hung over her slender shoulders. It was tight around her bust, which made it look like her chest might spill out at the slightest provocation, but Koyuki felt it added a sensual touch. She looked down and frowned at the plain blue ninja sandals. We need to find you a decent pair of shoes. Koyuki spent nearly 10 minutes finding a good pair of shoes that Konan could wear. She eventually decided on a pair of simple red slip-ons. She wanted to go with something more exotic and sexy, but Konan wasn't the type who wore shoes like that, so she decided against it. Konan, bless her heart, put up with Koyuki's antics and let herself be dressed up. "So, we've got the dress, and we've got the shoes," Konan said, trying her best not to squirm. Koyuki, even at a glance, could tell that Konan was embarrassed. "Are we done yet?" "Done?" Koyuki smiled. "What are you talking about? This is just the beginning." Konan's horrified expression couldn't have been more amusing. What followed was a shopping extravaganza. Koyuki took Konan everywhere she could think of. They didn't just go to clothing stores. They also visited vendors and grabbed some tasty treats, went to toy stores and played like children. While Konoha might have experienced a serious attack, that didn't mean the village or its residents stopped doing what they had always done. The wreckage could be seen wherever one walked, but the people still went about their business. At some point during their shopping excursion, Konan had began to smile. It wasn't a very big smile. Even so, Koyuki counted it as a victory on her part. She and Konan had never really spoken much because of their duties. She was a daimyo and Konan had been Naruto's informant about Akatsuki's movements. That she could make the former Akatsuki ninja smile was something that she considered worthwhile. By the time Koyuki was satisfied with their shopping, they ended up buying 4 bags worth of clothing. She thought about going to the Namikaze's estate, but Naruto probably wasn't there yet. That was why Koyuki decided they should find a nice place to have a drink. Besides, they still hadn't talked about the most important topic. That looks like a good place to relax. Koyuki pointed to a small bar named the Rusty Kanai. It was a nondescript building with little in the way of embellishments. Only the sign overhead told them about what kind of place it was. "Shall we go in and have a drink before heading home?" Konan tilted her head for a moment, her eyes peering into the distance. Then she came back into herself and nodded. "I don't mind getting something to drink." "Great." They walked arm in arm into the bar. The dirt street shifted to wooden tiles, and the natural sunlight was replaced with the low lighting of oil lamps. Clunk clunk. Their sandals thudded along the floor as they walked past several booths that were already full. It looked like a number of off-duty shinobi were in the process of drinking. The booth they eventually sat in was located near the back, in the corner, which gave them a clear view of everyone else. There were no windows in this bar. A small oil lamp sat on the wooden surface of the table, along with a set of drink menus. When someone came up to take their order, they unilaterally decided on warm sake. "So," Koyuki set her elbows on the table and leaned forward. "Did you have fun?" "I did," Konan admitted, gracing Koyuki with a grateful smile. "I had no idea shopping could be fun." "Never underestimate the appeal for shopping," Koyuki said. "Shopping is a woman's best friend. Whenever you're feeling down, you can just grab one of your girlfriends and ask them to go shopping with you. That always makes me feel better." "I don't really have any girlfriends," Konan said slowly. "You have me," Koyuki replied. "And I'm sure Yugito and Mei would be happy to become your friends as well." Yes, I suppose you are right," Konan said, probably remembering one of the times that all of the Namikaze girls had met. There hadn't been many moments like that. Since one of them was a kage, the other a daimyo, and the last one a spy. Yugito was the only one who didn't have major role in their society, and she was a jinchuriki, so she could hardly be called normal. The waiter soon came up, set 2 saucers down on the table, and placed a jar of warm sake in between them. He asked if they needed anything else. Both of them replied in the negative, and the waiter left soon after. Koyuki grabbed the jar of sake and poured some for herself and Konan. Taking her own saucer in hand, she swirled the liquid around, and then took a sip. "This isn't bad. It's nothing like Naruto's firebrand sake, though. Ah, what I wouldn't give for some of that sake. But I'm digressing. Why don't you tell me what's eating you?" The table fell silent. As though she was reluctant to answer, Konan took several sips of her sake. Koyuki also drank from her saucer. She waited patiently. "I just feel like I should have done more to help when we were attacked," Konan said at last. "So many people died, but they didn't have to. If I had taken a more proactive role, if I'd done my job as Naruto's informant and properly gathered all the information on Zetsu, Konoha could have avoided a lot of casualties." "Are you really going to blame yourself for not gathering enough information?" Koyuki asked. No one is perfect, and no one expects perfection out of you. I'm sure no one blames you for what happened here. Tsunade-sama does, Konan mumbled. Are you sure you aren't projecting your own sense of failure onto Tsunade? Koyuki shot back. I'll be the first to admit that I don't know everything, but I also know that Tsunade isn't the type to blame someone for not being perfect. And how do you know that? Because Naruto would never follow such a woman. Konan jerked her head back as though she'd been slapped, her eyes blinking rapidly several times. She stared at Koyuki. It was like she was just now seeing her for the first time. You are right. Konan relaxed and looked down at her drink. I am probably imposing my feelings of guilt onto Tsunade-sama. She never once said that she blames me. I merely made the assumption that she did because I was once part of Akatsuki. A tint of red sprang to Konan's cheeks, which she hid behind her hands. I've gone and done something foolish, haven't I? Just a bit foolish, Koyuki said, pinching her thumb and forefinger together in emphasis. She then grabbed the saucer again and filled Konan's saucer. Now, how about we drink some more and forget about all of our troubles? It had been a long time since Koyuki really drank. She hadn't gotten wasted since before Naruto had saved her kingdom. It was partly because she was now the ruler of a country, but the other reason was because she didn't want Naruto to see her bad side. However, just this once, she could make an exception. Konan's answer was to down her saucer in one go and gesture for Koyuki to refill her glass. I think this is going to be the start of a beautiful friendship, Koyuki said, grinning as she poured more sake into Konan's saucer. After his meeting with Tsunade, Naruto wandered to Training Ground 38, the place where several wooden houses had been set up for the displaced people of Kumo. Even before he stepped onto the training ground, it was easy to locate. Several large buildings jutted from the ground. They were houses, well built and elegant. Yamato's work, no doubt. All of Koyuki's zeppelins were also at the training ground, their floating forms attached to the ground with thick steel cables. A lot of the civilians were standing around the buildings. Some were walking into and out of them, boxes and blankets and other necessities in their hands. A few were working on the yards, building fences and so on. While a lot of faces were still despondent, a natural expression considering everything that had happened to them, it seemed more than few had accepted what had happened and were trying to make the best out of their situation. It made what he came here to do all the more difficult. Yugito and Samui were in the thick of things, doing their part to help everyone get settled in. Samui was helping a small family set up their house. She seemed to be doing a little better than before. If nothing else, there was a light in her eyes that had not been present during the trip to Konoha. Meanwhile, Yugito was giving out orders to the few ninja who had survived Pain's attack on Kumo. Ma'am, it looks like there's not enough houses to fit everyone, a shinobi that Naruto didn't recognize was saying to Yugito. Clicking her tongue as though disappointed, Yugito spent a moment thinking to herself before coming to a decision. In that case, let's put the smaller families together for now. With luck, more houses will be built, though it could be a while, given that Konoha is currently undergoing repairs. Ma'am, the shinobi, who looked quite young, saluted and hurried off to follow through with her orders. Yugito, he greeted. Oh, Naruto. Yugito greeted him with a smile and a kiss. Naruto allowed the kiss to linger several seconds longer than was probably necessary, even though part of him felt guilty for doing so, considering what he was here for. How did your meeting with Tsunade go? Not as well as I had hoped, Naruto admitted. Do you have some time? There's something important that I want to talk to you about. Yugito must have sensed that he had something important to say because her entire countenance became more serious, from the way her shoulders stiffened to how her smile disappeared. She nodded once. There's a place not far from here where you and I can talk in private. Follow me. The place where Yugito led him to was a small glade several kilometers away from the main area of the training ground. Trees and plants surrounded them. Animals made their music, which echoed around the pair, growing louder and softer as though every animal was part of a symphony. There were a lot of hiding places around here, which made it easy for people to sneak up on them. That said, he didn't think there was anyone here. Naruto might not have been a great sensor without Sage Mode, but it wasn't like he couldn't tell when someone was spying on them. Naruto and Yugito stood facing each other. As he peered at her expression, he noticed the tenseness in Yugito's shoulders. It was like she was preparing for the worst. Had she already deduced that what he had to say was about the refugees? Well, naturally, it would be about them. However, could she have figured out what, exactly, he was going to discuss with her? This is about the people of Kumo, isn't it? Naruto nodded. It seems a lot more has been going on while we were looking for survivors. Akatsuki has declared war on the remaining major villages, and Pain has gathered all of the minor villages under his banner. They've currently blocked off our trade routes, which, on top of the damage done to our village, is putting stress on our economy. Sighing as if trying to release all of his pent-up emotions, Naruto ran a hand through his hair and continued. Tsunade said we can afford to keep everyone from Kumo here for no more than a month. After that, our economy won't allow us to let them all stay. I see. Yugito looked at the ground as a mirthless smile tugged at her lips. I guess I should have expected something like this. Tilting her head back up, she stared at him with pleading eyes. Please tell me there's something we can do? I don't want my people to suffer any more than they already have. There is something we can do, Naruto assured her. I'm going to speak with Koyuki while Tsunade sends letters to Gaara and Mei. Our plan is to have each nation take a number of refugees. If each of us takes on a fourth of the people rescued from Kumo, it will lessen the strain all of us have to take considerably. Yugito remained silent. Naruto assumed she was studying the plan inside of her head, searching it for potential flaws. While she was more the attack first and never ask questions type, when it came to her people, Yugito did not allow her normal impetuousness to get the better of her. That was, in fact, the reason she hadn't chased after the shinobi who had ambushed them on their way to Konoha. It is a sound plan, she admitted at last. Though I don't like the idea of splitting my people up. During hardships like this, it's important for everyone to come together as a people and help each other. We can't do that if we're separated. I know, and I agree, Naruto said. I wish there was something we could do, but unless the war that's coming on the horizon ends quickly, we won't be able to support that many new people. This is an unenviable situation, huh? She said. Yeah? Silence passed through the clearing as Naruto and Yugito went into their own thoughts. None of what was happening was something that either of them wanted. They were just doing their best to deal with several bad hands. Despite all that, Naruto wanted to offer Yugito's people whatever help he could. There has to be something I can do to help everyone. Yugito wants her people together, but that's clearly impossible with the limited amount of resources we have right now. The problem wasn't necessarily that they lacked resources, but that they would soon. A lot of their money came from two areas, missions and trade. Big paying missions were often requested by people outside of Konoha, which meant that in order for a mission to be made, someone had to travel here and request the mission, or they could send a scroll via carrier bird. However, with their trade routes blocked, no one who didn't already live in Konoha could enter the village. What's more, it was easy to intercept a carrier bird if you knew what routes they took. If only we could somehow bypass the roads and instantly appear wherever we want, that would solve a lot of. Naruto paused in that thought. He rewound his thoughts several times. Could the Hiraishin be the solution to this problem? Would it be possible? Theoretically speaking, it was perfectly possible to do mass transportation via Hiraishin. The issue was a combination of chakra consumption, distance, and knowing how to use it. Hiraishin took a lot of chakra, more than even most Jonin. In fact, only someone with reserves that were on par with the cage could use it the way he and his father did. However, maybe if he set up a method of drawing chakra from nature. Yugi, I'm going to build Hiraishin pads. Huh? The expression on Yugito's face, which could have been described as, "What the fuck are you talking about?" adequately expressed the woman's feelings. Shaking his head, Naruto smiled. I'm just thinking out loud. There might be a way to keep everyone connected, even if they live in different nations, but it'll probably be a while before I can make it happen. Yugito continued to stare at him like he was an unknown entity. He guessed he couldn't blame her. Finally, she smiled and said, well, let me know when you have it figured out. Naruto grinned. Will do. There wasn't much left for them to discuss, and Yugito still needed to help everyone get settled in, so Naruto left her and returned to his estate. He wanted to get there quickly. However, he didn't want to merely Hiraishin there. The presence of strong shinobi had a positive effect on the people, and so Naruto walked through the village, greeting the people who smiled and waved at him, speaking with the children as they ran up to him. Despite not being present during the battle, it seemed everyone still thought highly of him. I should have been here. It was useless regretting the past. There was no way he could change it. Jutsu could do many things, but they could not send one back in time. Even the most complicated space-time ninjutsu was not capable of changing the past. All he could do was move forward. That didn't mean he had to like it. Naruto returned to the Namikaze estate, entered through the front door, and took off his sandals. 2 pairs of shoes were already present. A pair of blue shinobi sandals and high heels. They probably belonged to Koyuki and Konan. He wondered if their talk went well. Naruto had left Konan to Koyuki because he felt a female would have better luck understanding the mind of another woman. After removing his shoes, Naruto went in search of Koyuki and Konan. He went through much of the house but found no trace of them. They weren't in the kitchen, the living room, the training room, the backyard, or even their individual bedrooms. That left. Naruto opened the door to his bedroom. He paused. Konan and Koyuki were lying on the bed. Well, Konan was lying on the bed. Koyuki was straddling Konan's waist. Their limbs were locked in a passionate embrace, matched only by their equally impassioned, open-mouthed kiss. Naruto stood there as Koyuki's tongue danced and coiled with Konan's. The moans they produced were a thing of music, a symphony that blessed the ear, sweeping through him like the silken caress of a lover. Koyuki wasn't wearing anything except a pair of cotton white panties. Konan still had her chest wrap, which kept her breasts from jiggling during combat, but outside of that and her underwear, a lace G-string, she wore nothing else. From the way Koyuki was cupping Konan's breast, it appeared as though she had tried to remove it at some point without success. It took Naruto a second to reboot his mind, and in fact, it didn't happen until a loud cry from Konan echoed around the room. Koyuki had slipped one of her hands into the other woman's underwear. Even with Konan's long, lean legs, toned from decades of being a kunoichi, he could still see how the daimyo's hand teased the S-ranked ninja's entrance. Naruto ignored the way his pants tightened for a moment and took a deep breath. "What are you two doing on my bed?" The pair did not stop kissing, but their heads did turn partially toward him. Of course, all this did was give him a better glimpse of their tongues as they danced together, dripping with saliva. Konan's cheeks were a vibrant red, her face flushed and sweaty. Koyuki wasn't much better, but unlike her partner, she was at least capable of speech. Once she managed to pry her mouth from the other woman's. "Oh, Naru, hick, Kian," she said, grinning. "We were waiting for you to get back, hick, but we got too horny to wait." What? Come, hick, join us." Koyuki patted the spot beside her. Naruto thought this through in a logical manner, as logically as he could. Konan and Koyuki had been waiting for them, but they got horny and decided to start playing with each other. So, that meant they had been planning on tackling him together, or just that they had been waiting for him to return home. Also, that scent hanging in the air. It was. "You two are drunk," he declared as the slight sting of alcohol hit his olfactory senses. "Drunker than SK. Hick, Koyuki agreed. "Now get over, hick, here." Naruto debated on what to do for one full second. However, regardless of any arguments he had against having a threesome, they were drunk. He didn't want to take advantage of their drunkenness, etc. None of them sounded that good. It probably had something to do with there being 2 nearly naked women making out on his bed. He didn't know any hot-blooded male who would be able to resist that allure. Discarding his haori, shirt, and pants, Naruto crawled onto the bed and moved until he was behind Koyuki. He pressed his chest into her front. His erection ground into her backside, causing Koyuki to release a heavenly moan and wiggle her butt against him. Naruto leaned over. He took one of her ears in his mouth and nibbled on it. Wait. I have a better idea," Koyuki said suddenly. Naruto frowned as he was pushed off her. That changed to intrigued when Koyuki slid Konan's G-string down her legs and threw the article to the floor. "Let me prepare her for you," was all she said before leaning down between Konan's legs. Naruto only had a moment to realize what was happening before Konan's entire body tensed. Her legs closed around Koyuki's head, which made him worry about how she would survive. Kunoichi had strong legs. However, she didn't seem bothered, so maybe he had nothing to worry about. Not wanting to be left out, Naruto decided to help Koyuki. It had nothing to do with the fact that he was still behind her and had a perfectly clear view of her perfect ass. Nothing at all. Hooking his fingers into the waistband of her panties, Naruto pulled the object down, sliding it across her legs, though he had to stop halfway because Koyuki wouldn't lift her legs. That was fine. He had perfect access like this. He leaned forward and pressed his face against Koyuki's butt. He gave her an experimental lick. When her muffled cries reached him, he grinned and began pleasing her in earnest. Her hips shook as he teased her entrance with his tongue, but he placed his hands on either side of her butt and kept her from squirming. It was difficult reaching her clit from this angle. His tongue didn't extend that long. However, he quickly decided to extend his reach using chakra, which resulted in the woman's juices exploding in his face. Maybe using chakra is too much. Koyuki's hips, no longer able to stay in the air, collapsed onto the bed, which allowed Naruto a glimpse of Konan. She had lost her chest wrap. The S-ranked kunoichi was fondling her own breasts, pinching her nipples between her fingers as Koyuki teased her. The sight made him even more aroused, especially when he saw Koyuki's nose resting against the small patch of blue hair above the V of Konan's crotch. Grabbing Koyuki's hips again, Naruto lined himself up and entered her in a single, smooth motion. Koyuki's cries of ecstasy grew louder, even while muffled. This also had the effect of making Konan come, which he saw in the way her body shook. He moved at a steady pace, thrusting and retracting. Koyuki was no longer able to keep going down on Konan the way she had been. She somehow managed to crawl up Konan's body, and the two women shared another passionate kiss, loud slurping and smacking noises that he could hear over the slapping of his hips as the thrust into Koyuki from behind. At some point, Koyuki's body was unable to stay upright, and her hips fell down until they met Konan's. Naruto decided to change things up. He withdrew from Koyuki, who groaned in complaint, and thrust himself inside of Konan. A muffled cry reverberated through Koyuki's mouth. He put on a steady pace before, quite suddenly, changing the pace and tempo of his thrusts. Konan's muffled moaning intensified. Naruto reached down and cupped Koyuki. He quickly found what he was looking for and began to stimulate her with a strong but gentle rubdown. Her hips twitched and bucked. From his position, Naruto could see nothing but her back. However, hers and Konan's breasts spilled out the sides, pushed together as they were. Because he wanted them both to get off, Naruto continued to switch between them. He changed from one to the other, never letting either one of them rest for too long. This kept them in a heightened state of ecstasy. Over and over he pushed, increasing the pace, changing his rhythm. At some point while he was inside of Konan, her muscles tightened around him and her insides suddenly became well lubricated. Her body spasmed several times, legs twitching, toes clenching against the bedsheet. Then she went completely slack. Koyuki lifted her face. "She's out cold," came the announcement. "I guess she had a little too much to drink. Dare I ask how much you two drank?" "Not much. I suspect Konan isn't used to drinking." Knowing how much Koyuki could drink, he determined that they must have had upwards of 15 jars of sake. That was enough to put anyone but someone with Tsunade's drinking caliber down for the count. He should be glad she had simply passed out. "Naruto?" Koyuki placed her head on Konan's breasts and wiggled her butt in the air. "Make me feel good too." Naruto knew better than to deny her. He pushed into her once more and thrust his hips. As Koyuki's loud moans resounded throughout the room, Naruto had but a single thought. There are certainly worse ways to spend my days. A week passed in what Naruto could only consider relative peace. There was so much work that needed to be done before Tsunade, along with himself and some of Konoha's other elite jonin, left for the land the Iron. Repairs were still being made to Konoha, the people of Kumo had barely settled in, and a relocation effort was being planned, so only about a fourth of those from Kumo would even be staying. He had spoken with Koyuki about the relocation, and she had been on board with the idea. Unlike Konoha, whose trade routes were blocked off by all of the minor nations, the Land of Spring was an island nation and currently quite prosperous, thanks in no small part to their technology. She had even offered to take all of the refugees. Naruto had considered it, but he knew that taking over 2,000 people would be difficult, even for her. Integrating immigrants always put a strain on a nation's economy. It cost time and money to process them through customs, register them as citizens, and do a background check to make sure they weren't harmful to society. This didn't include finding them housing, helping them get jobs, or how the original citizens would feel. Those were separate issues entirely. That was why Naruto had suggested they split the refugees 4 ways between the nations of sand, spring, water, and fire. Each nation could easily sustain around 500 new citizens without putting a serious strain on their economy. While it would mean that some people might end up being separated, it would also mean their lives would be more comfortable because they weren't having one nation stretch themselves thin to help. Of course, this topic was one of many that would be brought up by Tsunade during the conference, which Koyuki would also take part in as the daimyo of the Land of Spring. The entire entourage had officially been chosen. Naruto, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Maida Guy were traveling as Tsunade's guards. However, Koyuki and Yugito were also coming along with them, as was Konan. Yugito was going as a representative of the displaced people of Kumo. She was the strongest shinobi in their ranks now, so it was only natural. Konan had been added at the last minute to act as Koyuki's bodyguard. Naruto personally just thought Konan was coming along so Koyuki could have more fun. She had apparently enjoyed their threesome last week. It had been the first of 3, and the only reason they hadn't done it more was because Naruto also spent a lot of time with Yugito. Even then, Naruto was certain that Koyuki had been getting Konan drunk and sleeping with her when he wasn't around. Several times he had discovered them exiting the same room together, hungover, and they even took baths together now. He did think it was nice that Koyuki and Konan were getting along so well. At the same time, it seemed kind of weird to him, though he certainly wouldn't judge them for it. The journey to the Land of Iron took 5 days. Fortunately, the Land of Iron was connected to the Land of Fire. There was no need to travel through another nation, which should, at least in theory, keep them from being attacked. Tsunade's reason for choosing the Land of Iron for the Cage Summit was a simple one. The Land of Iron, known across the elemental nations for its powerful samurai, was a completely neutral nation. This meant there was no chance of them working for the benefit one nation over another. Of course, had it just been sand, water, fire, and spring, this wouldn't have mattered. However, the Tsuchikage from the Land of Earth, more specifically Iwagakure, had also been invited to this conference. Since the war between the major and minor villages affected everyone, they couldn't afford to not send the Tsuchikage an invitation. Snow crunched under their feet as Naruto walked alongside everyone else. They hadn't been able to take a carriage, since the snow was so thick it prevented any form of wheeled transportation from moving. There weren't any trains that traveled through this way either. Also, the Land of Iron didn't have Spring Country's technology. The vehicles that were famous in Spring had barely begun to trickle down to other nations. Only the wealthy could afford them right now. It's pretty cold, isn't it? Yugito asked as she walked on Naruto's left. Koyuki and Konan were walking on his other side. Behind them were Maida Guy and Kakashi, and up ahead, Tsunade and Jiraiya were trading barbs. This is the Land of Iron, Koyuki said. They're well known for their icy climate. That said, she looked around and shivered, wrapping her arms around herself as though to keep warm. This type of freezing temperature reminds me of how the Land of Snow used to be before we discovered my father's heat generators. Was it this cold? Naruto asked. I honestly can't remember. Koyuki gave him a dry look. Stop talking. You don't even look cold, or are you trying to act tough by wearing that? Naruto looked down at his attire. Black long-sleeved shirt with dark orange trim. Black pants. A white haori with more dark orange trim and an orange Uzumaki spiral on the back. It was basically the clothing that he always wore. He looked back at Koyuki. As a Jinchuriki, I don't really feel the cold anymore. Yugito is wearing her normal attire as well. Once a Jinchuriki masters using their Biju's chakra to a certain degree, elements like cold no longer affect them, Yugito said when everyone looked at her. There you go. Naruto nodded as if everything was solved. Is it just me, or is Naruto getting a little cocky because he has a bunch of beautiful women around him? Asked Kakashi. Maida Guy looked at the copy ninja, who continued to flip through the pages of his book. What are you talking about, my eternal rival? Oh, nothing, Kakashi muttered. You know I can hear you, right sensei? Naruto asked. Can you? Kakashi's eyes smiled at Naruto. How surprising. Then he went back to reading. Oi, shouldn't you guys be a little more quiet? Asked Tsunade, turning her head to look back at them. There was a bit of glare on her face. A bright red vein pulsed on her forehead. This isn't a vacation, people. Stay alert. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi, Guy, and Yugito said at the same time. The Land of Iron was marked by a massive landmark known as 3 Wolves. It was a giant mountain range that branched in 3 separate directions, with each mountain reminding Naruto of a head. Massive stalactites hung down from the mountain's giant overhang. They formed what could have easily been a set of gnarly teeth. Even the smaller mountains that branched out from the larger 3 were eerily reminiscent of a trio of tongues. Before they could reach 3 wolves, several people walked out from behind a set of thick trees covered in snow. They were wreathed in segmented armor, which clacked together, steel ringing against steel, as they walked. Silver helms with oni horns jutted from their heads. The rest of their faces were covered in masks. Underneath the armor, a black bodysuit covered them, creaking as they moved. Each person carried 2 katanas, though only the one in the center wore a large fur cape. He must have been this patrol's leader. "You are the group hailing from Konoha?" the leader asked in a rough voice muffled by his mask. "That's right," Tsunade said. "I am Tsunade Senju, Godem Hokage. With me are my bodyguards, plus a representative from Kumo, and Koyuki Kazuhana, the daimyo of the Land of Spring, along with her bodyguard." The man nodded. "We have been expecting you. Follow us. We shall take you to the meeting place." The armored man and his group of 3 turned and walked off, clearly expecting them to follow. Tsunade nodded to them and began following alongside Jiraiya, who appeared completely at ease with the situation. Kakashi and Guy also started walking. Since no one seemed to be wary, Naruto and his group started walking as well. "So, who are those people?" asked Naruto. "I'm not surprised you don't know them, since you've never been here before." Jiraiya turned around and, walking backwards, grinned at Naruto. "Those people are the Land of Iron Samurai, a group of swordsmen so fierce that all of the ninja villages have decided to leave them alone. Trust me when I say you don't want to get on their bad side." Naruto didn't really know anything about the Land of Iron Samurai, though he had heard rumors about their strength. It was thanks to their samurai that this nation had been able to maintain its neutrality for so long. I wonder how long they'll be able to keep it, though. The grim thought followed Naruto all the way to the meeting place. The meeting place for the Cage Summit was located inside of 3 wolves, the strange mountains that were like 3 giant mouths taking chunks out of the earth. Naruto and the others were led through a ravine between one of the mountain ranges that acted as a tongue for one of the mouths. "Did you know there's a legend about these ravines?" asked Kakashi. "Decades ago, a shinobi army of 20,000 strong tried to invade the Land of Iron. They attempted to subjugate the samurai here by entering the ravine to attack the samurai stronghold. However, they were defeated and run out of the country by a force of only 1,000 men." "I didn't know that," Naruto said. "Neither did I," Guy admitted. Kakashi, still reading his book, shrugged. "It's not taught at the academy. I only know about it because my father told me that story." "I also know about that story," Jiraiya added. "The Sandaime was fond of it. He would always use it in his lectures." "Hey, you got that right," Tsunade said with a grin. The ravine was deep, the walk treacherous. There was no worry about them being killed. Even so, the ground was covered in a thick sleet of slippery ice like snow. Koyuki, who had no chakra abilities to speak of, needed to hold onto Konan's arm to keep from falling. At the end of their path, a solitary door stood, which they all walked through. As snow shifted into hard stone floor, Naruto took a look around. The ceiling over their head was high, probably around 50 or 60 meters, and several dozen columns with simple designs stood as support pillars. Naruto looked at one of the columns, noticing the lines running through it. Those lines formed a pattern that he didn't recognize. There was a geometry to it, but he felt they were more for decoration than some form of functionality. As they walked further into the large interior, they were met by an entourage of samurai. At the helm of the group was an older man. Long gray hair that almost reached his waist swayed as if caught in a breeze, and several bandages wrapped around his head kept the hair trapped behind him. Black eyes stared out from beneath the bandages. There were wrinkles below his eyes, making him truly look his age, which contrasted with his strong bearing. His outfit, a simple purple kimono with sandals, seemed somehow out of place on him. Naruto felt like he would have looked more at home in armor. "Welcome, Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya of the Leaf," the old man greeted. "Mifune," Jiraiya said with a grin. "It's been a long time. You've aged well." "Time tests us all," Mifune said, staring at Jiraiya's missing arm. "I see you have faced your share of hardships." Some stuff happened. Jiraiya shrugged as though losing an arm was no big deal. It's not like losing an arm means I've lost any of my strength. I'm still as powerful as I've ever been. Is that so? Mifune said. I'm pleased to hear that. Now then, allow me to show you to the meeting room. Mifune turned around and walked off. Jiraiya and Tsunade followed him, but not before Tsunade gave Kakashi and Guy some orders. You two patrol with the samurai. Don't get in their way, but try to be supportive of their efforts while remaining conscious of your own. Yes, Hokage-sama, the two said at the same time. Naruto, Yugito, Koyuki, and Konan followed Tsunade and Jiraiya to the meeting place. They walked through another set of doors, which lead to an area that was outside. No, not quite outside. Naruto looked up at the blue sky, at the snow falling, and then looked at the walls surrounding them. This place appeared to be located in a sort of crater inside of three wolves. A building stood in the center of this crater. Majestic. A monolith of ancient architecture that reminded Naruto of the many palaces he had visited. 6 walls blocked off the main building, a pyramidal structure sitting on a square of frozen water. The only way to reach the pyramid was from a single walkway. As he and the others crossed, Naruto looked down at the ice, wondering if there was a lake beneath all of this. The meeting took place on the top floor, which forced Naruto and the others to ascend half a dozen floors before the narrow stairway opened into a small room. Simple decorations lined the interior. Tassels hung from the walls. A purple tapestry with kanji written on it hung between 2 columns embedded into the wall. Someone else was already present. He sat in a chair on one side of the table, which was shaped like a horseshoe, his red hair short and ruffled. Pale skin stood out starkly against his black and auburn cloak. Thick black rings formed around pale green eyes. The kanji for love was written on the left side of his forehead, just above his brow ridge, in blood-red ink. 2 people stood with him, a woman with teal eyes and blonde hair gathered into 4 ponytails. Gaara's other companion was a man wearing white makeup and a catsuit. Naruto easily recognized the Sabaku siblings, Gaara's older brother and sister. Gaara. Naruto grinned as he bounded up to the cage without ceremony. Gaara smiled. Naruto. It's good to see you. I see you are doing well. I heard about what happened to Konoha. He paused upon seeing Yugito, and then nodded to her. You both have my sympathies. Had I known what was happening, we would have sent our shinobi to help. I know, Naruto said. Thanks for that. His eyes brightened. So, how've you been? How's the cage life treating you? It has been difficult, Gaara admitted, but that has more to do with the current state that the elemental nations are in. Despite the hard times we're now facing, I have been enjoying life. Matsuri is going to have a kid soon. Matsuri? Naruto scrunched up his face. Who was Matsuri? Matsuri, that's, the girl who had been one of your genin, right? That's right, Gaara said, nodding. So she's having a kid, huh? Nice. Who's the father? I am. Naruto needed a moment. You are? Really? Wow, congrats. Wait, you're going to be a father? Frowning, Gaara asked. Why do you seem so shocked? Because I don't remember hearing anything about this, Naruto shot back. Does this mean you're also married? Why wasn't I invited to your wedding? I didn't even get to give you a pre-wedding prank. Gaara stared at Naruto for several seconds. His face was so blank that, for a moment, Naruto almost wondered if he had reverted back to how he used to be. There hasn't been a wedding yet, Gaara told him at last. Matsuri and I have been engaged for about 3 months now. Wedding preparations were underway, but given the current crisis we're facing, we decided to hold off on actually having a wedding. Gaara paused. I was actually hoping you would be my best man. Really? Yes. While he and Gaara were definitely friends, they hadn't spent all that much time around each other. Hearing that Gaara wanted him to be the best man at his wedding was shocking. At the same time, a warmth spread through his chest. This, right here, this was proof that there were people who acknowledged him, not his title, but him, Naruto. That meant a lot more than simple words could say. I thought I was going to be your best man. Kankuro interrupted. Naruto, Gaara, and Temari all looked at Kankuro. Kankuro, your makeup is so thick most people would mistake you for a geisha, Temari said. Naruto nodded. Exactly. The position is best man, not best man in makeup. You people keep insulting my war paint. How many times am I going to have to tell you this? I don't wear makeup. As Naruto and Temari teased Kankuro, Mifune and a pair of bald samurais stood before the purple tapestry. Tsunade and Koyuki had sat down in their seats, which were next to each other. Konan and Jiraiya stood by them, watching Naruto as he spoke with the Sabaku siblings. Yugito was also sitting down. Her place was where the Raikage would have been sitting were he still alive. Since there was no Raikage anymore, the seat had been delegated to her. Minutes passed and two other groups soon entered. The first was an old man who walked with a noticeable stoop. He was short, coming up to only Naruto's waist. A large mustache sat under his big red nose, and a triangular bear wiggled as he moved his mouth. Black eyes made contact with Naruto for all of 2 seconds, but then the older man was walking over to his seat. The Tsuchikage. A while back, the Tsuchikage had tried to kidnap Koyuki, tried being the keyword. It had ended in failure. Since then, Iwagakure had been quiet. Naruto hadn't heard a thing come out of them, which may or may not have been a good thing, seeing how Iwagakure was the only nation that he was wary of. 2 people were with him. Naruto thought he recognized one of them as Kuritsuchi, the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. Short black hair, purple eyes. She wore the standard attire of a Iwa Jonin. Her brown armored vest fit neatly over her reddish shirt. A black half-skirt swished as she walked, and her heeled shinobi sandals clacked against the floor. She also saw Naruto. Unlike the Tsuchikage, who remained cool, her face paled. The other person was large like an Akamichi, had dark eyes that seemed unusually jovial, and wore a red bandana-style headband. Plump nose and large cheeks made up his most prominent facial features. Like his partner, Kuritsuchi, he wore the standard Iwa garb of a Jonin. However, he also had a yellow scarf wrapped around his shoulders. I don't have any information on that one. Naruto looked at his mentor. Jiraiya's face was blank, a mask that revealed nothing, a perfect poker face. He wondered what the man was thinking, though I'm sure Jiraiya does. While the Tsuchikage sat down, Kuritsuchi and the larger ninja took up guard positions on either side of him. Knowing that he needed to once more play the role of Namikaze, he bid goodbye to the Sabaku siblings, got a promise from Gaara to let him know when the wedding was going to happen, and walked over to Tsunade. Arriving only a few seconds after the Tsuchikage was the last of the 4 cages, maid Terumi, whose resplendent red hair trailed down to her ankles. With her were her 2 attendants, Chojiro and Ao. She wore an amiable smile as she walked in. While she didn't greet him and Yugito with words, the smile she tossed them both was enough to let them know that she planned on greeting them properly when this meeting was over. When everyone sat down, Mifune, who was now sitting behind a desk that allowed everyone to face him, coughed into his hand. Hats off, everyone. Those who had not already taken their hat off, Oanoki and Mei, did so immediately. When they set their hats on the table in front of them, Mifune continued. In response to the Godem Hokage's request, the 4 remaining cages have assembled here. I am Mifune, and I will be your moderator. The Cage Summit is officially called to order. Those who were not part of the meeting, in other words, the bodyguards, were immediately sent away. Naruto and Konan stood on a small platform above the meeting room. The platform circumvented the entire room below. A curtain hid them from view, though they were able to peer at the meeting between a crack that was purposefully left there for them. They did not know where Jiraiya had gone. However, Naruto knew that the perverted old man was somewhere, probably hidden behind one of his toad ninjutsu. So, what exactly did you call this meeting for, Hokage? The Tsuchikage, Oanoki, asked in a raspy, slightly high-pitched voice. Tsunade steepled her fingers together. Since they were behind her, neither of them could see her face, but Naruto easily pictured her expression, a steely gaze that could cut through anything. That woman could put on a frightening countenance when she wanted to. I'm sure everyone knows this already, but Kumogakure is gone. Tsunade began with this grave proclamation. It was destroyed by a man known as Pain, who, wielding the power of the Rinnegan, was able to destroy an entire hidden village on his own. To make matters worse, Pain has managed to rally the minor nations and has declared war on the remaining 4 major nations. This is a grave matter, which is why I have requested this summit. Oanoki snorted. HMPH. I do not see what's so grave about this. So one of the 5 major villages has been wiped out. It just means they let themselves become lax in the growing years of peace. And who cares if the minor villages have declared war? They are weak. It's not like they have the strength to fight against the 5 great nations. I believe you are seriously underestimating what the minor nations can do if they band together, Gaara said. Oh, do tell me, Cage, what can a group of small nations do? Oenoki all but demanded. Gaara did not rise to Oenoki's taunts. With a face that epitomized the term, cool as a cucumber, he laid out his argument. There are 5 times the number of minor nations as there are major nations. We only number of 4, now that Kumo is gone. While individually, each minor nation is small and can't do much, together, they outnumber us by a 5 to 1 factor. What's more, the minor nations surround the 4 major nations, essentially cutting us off from each other. It's easy for them to disrupt trade between us. They can isolate us. They have isolated us. I'm not sure I understand the importance of all this. Oenoki shrugged. Iwa doesn't trade with the major nations all that much anyway. Your village might not, but your nation does, Mei interrupted. The daimyos of the Land of Water and the Land of Earth have a trade contract for silkworms. Now that the minor hidden villages have gone to war with us, we can't afford to trade with you, since doing so would mean crossing through enemy territory. Still hiding behind the curtain, Naruto was nodding along with Mei and Gaara's argument. But even as he listened in, he kept a watch on his surroundings. He would not be surprised if something happened, if Pain or perhaps the one calling himself Madara tried to disrupt this meeting. There was also the possibility that Oenoki or his bodyguards might do that. Then again, maybe I'm just being paranoid. Naruto didn't like that he knew so little about what was happening in Iwa. Since he had no information about them, he couldn't accurately predict what decisions they would make. Of course, he did recognize that Oenoki was a belligerent old man, but he was also a Kage, and one did not earn that title without being both strong and intelligent. Do you think the Tsuchikage truly believes what he's saying? Asked Konan. It's hard to say. Naruto peered at Oenoki, who seemed almost uncaring and even irritated by this meeting. He could merely be acting like a belligerent old man because that's how he is, or there could be another reason behind his actions. Perhaps he knows something that we don't, or maybe he made a deal with Pain. Without having any information on him, there's no way for me to tell you. It's probably a mixture of both, a voice said behind the pair. Naruto and Konan both jumped in shock. Instincts kicked in, however, and like the S-ranked ninja they were, both of them whirled around. Naruto already had a Rasengan in both hands, and paper was peeling from Konan's skin. 13 different attack strategies came to Naruto in that split second. All of them disappeared when he saw who was standing behind him. Whoa, you two. Jiraiya held up his hands. No need to get violent on me. Arrow Sennin. Naruto blinked. He took a deep breath through his nose, and then slowly released it through his mouth. You shouldn't sneak up on people like that. Konan and I were this close to wasting your amputated ass. Jiraiya laughed his words off. The day a pair of brats can beat me is still a long way off. Calming down, his expression slowly grew less jovial, becoming more serious. In any case, I know Oenoki a lot better than either of you. He's a stubborn old goat who's set in his ways. At the same time, he's not the kind of person who would do something to harm his village. If he's not agreeing with Tsunade, then there's a reason for it. Naruto looked back at Oenoki, who was still arguing with the other 3. In fact, he was acting even more irritable than before. Regardless of what all of you might think, the threat of the minor nations does not concern us, Oenoki continued. Iwagakure has remained strong for generations, we will continue to remain strong for generations, and we will do so without the interference of other hidden villages. And what will happen when your country is attacked? Asked Gaara. You might think this doesn't concern you, but Pain has declared war on all of us. He has the power to wipe out a hidden village as powerful as Kumogakure on his own. Now that he has so many nations allying with him, do you really think you can stand against him by yourself? Of course we can. Oenoki sneered. Kumo might have been weak enough to be destroyed, but my village isn't so pathetic. How dare you? Yugito's voice was but a whisper. Even so, it resounded clearly to everyone, no matter where they were. Naruto peered at her to see the woman's shoulders shaking with barely restrained emotions. She was, like Tsunade, sitting with her back mostly to him. He could only make out the barest hint of her face, but what he saw was enough to frighten him. She looks like she's about to rip Oenoki a new asshole. I hope she does rip him a new asshole. At least that would be entertaining. You know nothing of Kumo. Yugito raised her head, glaring at Oanoki. Naruto could practically feel her hatred wafting from her in waves. Kumogakure was the most militarized of all 5 major hidden villages. While Konoha was preaching peace, we were gathering and training our shinobi. While Kiri was in the middle of a civil war, we were trying to increase our power. While Iwa's military declined, and while Suna was suffering from economical issues and friction with Konoha, we were making our village strong. We had more shinobi than any other village, and we had trained them extensively not about how to make peace, but how to fight in a war. Yugito paused. Her shoulders heaved. As he watched her, Naruto longed to go down and hold her in his arms, but he knew that he couldn't move from that spot. Besides, Yugito was strong. She didn't need him. Perhaps later, when they were alone, she would seek comfort in his arms. However, it would not come until she wanted, not needed, to be comforted. Our village was strong, our people were strong, yet they still lost. It wasn't because Kumogakure was weak, but because pain is just that powerful. Yugito's voice, despite the emotions she must have surely been feeling, remained calm. You are simply wallowing in self-indulgent ignorance, because you haven't seen that power for yourself. Are you done? Asked Oanoki after Yugito had finished speaking. Because if so, then we're leaving. What? Tsunade asked, her tone denoting how startled she was. I said we're leaving. Oanoki stood up, grabbed his cage hat, and placed it back on his head. Kuritsuchi and the large man appeared behind him. It's become clear to me that this meeting is a waste of my time. I can't believe I left my village for this. Everyone remained silent as, without even giving them a backwards glance, Oanoki and his entourage left the room. It wasn't even the silence of a grave. It was more profound than that. Not only had Oanoki been beyond rude, but he had ignored all of the facts being pointed out to him, and then left in a fit like some kind of child. Jiraiya could claim that man was smart, but Naruto didn't know how a man like that had become the Tsuchikage. Well, Mei crossed her arms and huffed, that was incredibly rude. Gaara steepled his fingers. True, but now that Oanoki is gone, perhaps we can have a civilized discussion. I was hoping to have the remaining 4 major hidden villages together on this. Tsunade leaned back in her seat and sighed. But I guess that wasn't going to happen. Does this mean you plan on continuing this summit, even though one of the cages has left? Asked Mifune. Tsunade looked at each cage, receiving a nod in turn. She then looked at Yugito, not a cage, but a representative to her now displaced people. The young woman, her blonde hair swaying, straightened her spine and nodded. We do, Tsunade said, looking toward Mifune. Very well. Mifune nodded. This summit will continue after a short break. Given how heated this discussion became, I believe we could do with a short interlude. Everyone, please use this time to relax. At the announcement of a break, everyone in the room breathed a visible sigh of relief. It seemed that no one wanted to continue after such a heavy debate. Fortunately, Oanoki wouldn't be present once the summit resumed. It wasn't much, but Naruto would take whatever silver lining he could get. Since their presence in the balconies was no longer required, Naruto and Konan, along with Jiraiya and the ninja from the other 3 nations, returned to the first level. Tsunade was leaning back in her seat, appearing beyond exhausted. Even from just standing next to her, Naruto could tell how much the Hokage was craving a drink. Neither Mei nor Gaara looked particularly concerned with what happened. However, Naruto was sure they felt a similar stress. All this excitement has made me stiff, Mei said, suddenly standing to her feet. I think I'll take a walk. In that case, we'll go with you, Ao said. No need. Mei strolled over to Yugito, grabbed her by the arm, and hauled her to her feet. She then dragged Yugito over to Naruto, latched onto his arm, turned to face everyone present, and smiled. I already have 2 perfectly able bodyguards to accompany me. Without another word, and with a stunned audience following them, Mei all but dragged Yugito and Naruto out of the summit room. I sense a threesome in our future, Naruto thought to himself as the door behind the meeting room closed. Somehow, he couldn't find it in himself to complain. Chapter 30. The meeting started half an hour later. Naruto, Mei, and Yugito returned with barely any time to spare. Each of them wore vastly differing expression. While slightly exhausted, with a somewhat sore pelvis to boot, Naruto glanced at Mei and Yugito. If the redhead looked like the cat that ate the canary, then Yugito was definitely the canary that got eaten. Her face, red enough that it put a fireball jutsu to shame, reminded him of this time when he had gotten a really bad sunburn. You three look awfully flustered. Tsunade stared at Mei with frown and satisfied. What exactly were you doing? Nothing that you need to worry about. Mei's smile, which had already been quite prominent, grew several decibels wider. We were just enjoying a nice time as a couple, s? Pausing halfway in her seat, Mei's face suddenly scrunched up as if she had just realized something important. Wait, what do you call it when someone is in a polygamous relationship? Would the couple's part still be singular, or would it be plural? The silence in that moment was so profound that a pin could have dropped, and it would have been loud enough to shatter glass. Everyone present stared at Mei like she'd sprouted tails from her ass. Their expression varied, but pretty much everyone there was reflecting some kind of shock, except for Koyuki, Konan, Yugito, and Jiraiya. Koyuki was nodding in understanding. Yugito and Konan had faces that were both inflamed and somehow resigned. As for Jiraiya, well, he was giggling and writing in his notepad. This is gold. Pure gold. While Jiraiya giggled to himself like a perverted schoolgirl, Tsunade dragged a hand over her face, hiding her no doubt resigned expression. I'm not even going to deign that with a response. Let's get this meeting started before I lose too many brain cells. With Oenoki no longer taking part in the meeting, there was no more need for Tsunade to try and convince everyone about the dangers of pain, since everyone present already agreed with her. Their focus shifted to other matters. The first among these issues was the Kumo refugees. Thanks to the minor nations cutting off trade and blocking our borders, we no longer have the resources available to sustain an extra 2,000 people for a prolonged period of time, Tsunade said. We might be able to survive in the long run, but it'll be harder on everyone, which is why we were hoping to get help with the refugees. I've been thinking about that issue a lot, Koyuki said. Basically, the issue is a matter of resources, right? Partly, yes. I would say that's the biggest issue, Tsunade said. However, there are other problems. When such a large influx of people enter a nation, it causes that nation's economy to rapidly fluctuate, which in turn causes a lot of economic turmoil. The fact that our trade routes have been cut off is simply widening the problem that was already created by the other issue. Of course, it doesn't help that our village is currently undergoing repairs due to Akatsuki's attack on our village. Another moment of silence passed. Naruto, once again standing behind Tsunade, wondered what sort of solution the leaders here would come up with. This was an issue that he knew little about. He understood it. Jiraiya had grilled economics and trade into his head, claiming that it was something a Hokage needed to know, but he had never been faced with a problem like this. After giving a thoughtful hum, Koyuki raised a single hand and traced circles in the air, as though indicating her point. You all know that the Land of Spring has become the leading founder in new technology. Since the creation of the heat generator, our scientists have been working non-stop on improving the daily lives of our citizens. Not only that, but we're working on creating methods of expanding trade with other nations that don't rely on standard means of transportations. Ships take a long time to deliver goods. Crossing the sea takes at least 2 weeks, never mind how long it takes carriages and wagons to transport goods across nations. There was a poignant pause. Koyuki took several deep breaths, as though speaking so much had somehow tired her. Naruto knew better. This woman was a daimyo, a ruler, and an actress all in one. She knew how to play to the crowd. You all know that my country has been creating zeppelins, Koyuki continued after a prolonged pause to heighten the effects of her words. Currently, our fleet is small. We have no more than 10 zeppelins at our disposal right now. However, each zeppelin is capable of carrying 200 passengers and 100 tons worth of cargo. That's a good amount of people and cargo, Tsunade admitted, her eyes wide. I remember seeing the 5 zeppelins you came to Konoha with. They're a little larger than a standard ship, but it sounds to me like they can carry a lot more. It's because of how zeppelins work. Koyuki grinned and puffed out her chest. Don't ask me the details because I don't know, but basically, despite being the same size as a standard cargo ship, they can carry several times more thanks to how they're built. Of course, right now the zeppelins are still kind of small. Eventually, I plan on making a fleet of zeppelins that can ferry tens of thousands of people and 10 times as much cargo. However, for our goals right now, those zeppelins that you do have could prove quite handy, Mei said. The only thing I'm concerned about is that you don't have a lot at the moment. May I ask how long it takes for you to build one of these zeppelins? Koyuki tilted her head and thought. We recently constructed a manufacturing warehouse specifically for the creation of zeppelins. Our assembly line hasn't been perfected yet, but it's getting to the point where it only takes about 4 months to build a single zeppelin. 4 months is still too long, Gaara said. Wars can end in 4 months. True, but right now, our primary concern is the refugees, right? Koyuki spread her arms as though saying the two issues were mutually exclusive. While her words sounded like a question, she did not give anyone a chance to respond. Right now, I have 10 zeppelins, each of which is capable of carrying 200 people. It takes 15 people to pilot a zeppelin, which means we can ferry a total of 1,850 people to any given destination, provided we have enough fuel. I see where you are going with this. Gaara crossed his arms, furrowed his brow, and nodded several times. We can use the zeppelins right now to move the refugees without forcing them to travel through the minor nations. Technically, they would still be traveling through the minor nations. They'd just be going over it. Koyuki raised one hand above the other, as though imitating how a zeppelin would work. Naruto placed a hand over his mouth to keep from laughing at how silly she looked. The point remains the same, however. Tsunade placed her hands on the table. By flying over the elemental nations, we can avoid any unnecessary battles that might result in civilian and shinobi casualties. Ninja battles were always done in a specific range. While there were a number of ninja who had long-range ninjutsu, very few ninjutsu could extend beyond 100 meters. Naruto had several himself, but he had also mastered the wind, water, lightning, and storm elements. Many of his jutsu were S-ranked, and some were only considered S-rank because there was no rank above that. Only another S-ranked ninja such as Pain, Gaara, Jiraiya, Mei, Konan, and maybe that man who called himself Madara, had that kind of potential. It is a good idea, Gaara said. A magnificent plan, Mei agreed. Koyuki clapped her hands together and smiled. I'm glad you all think so. Yugito raised her hand, suddenly breaking into the conversation, though she appeared uncertain. I don't want to say no, but I'm not too sure I like the idea of separating my people. Is there no way we can avoid this? I'd like us to stay together, if at all possible. The four leaders glanced at each other, as though deciding who would be the one to speak first. Eventually, Gaara, Koyuki, and Mei turned to Tsunade. She leaned back upon being placed under the figurative spotlight, but then she sighed and accepted her fate. There is one way, but it isn't very practical, Tsunade admitted. Our economies cannot sustain such a large influx of people, but if we constantly moved them around from village to village, it would be possible to keep them for a time of 6 months before they had to move again. However, not only would this make you essentially nomads, it would mean those zeppelins couldn't be used for anything but ferrying all of you to your next location. I guess it's not very good idea, huh? Yugito sighed and leaned back in her chair. Her shoulders slumped. Naruto really felt for her. This situation couldn't have been easy. It wasn't easy. However, for Yugito, charged with protecting a displaced people, it was likely harder on her than anyone else. I'm sorry, Yugi, Mei said. In a display that probably would have gotten ridicule from Oanoki, she stood up from her seat, walked up behind Yugito, leaned down, and wrapped her arms around the woman's neck. I know this isn't easy. I wish we could do more, but there are some things that even we can't do. Yugito leaned back into Mei's embrace. I know. It's just hard to accept. While Jiraiya looked like he was going to shit bricks of pure joy, Tsunade and everyone else sans Koyuki and Konan, shifted in their seats. An uncomfortable atmosphere followed the display of affection. Naruto wondered why. He knew many kunoichi who sought comfort with each other instead of a man. Was it because of who they were, or because it was common knowledge that he was sleeping with them both? I guess it doesn't really matter. Tsunade coughed into her hand, and, clearing her throat, said, perhaps in the future, we can work toward the restoration of Kumo. That would certainly solve this problem. However, that is something for the future. For now, let us do what we can. I agree, Gaara said. The gears shifted once again. Mei went back to her seat as the topic changed from what they should do with the displaced people of Kumo to what they should do about the upcoming war. Sadly, nothing really came from this. It wasn't that they didn't want to do something, but that they couldn't. The biggest problems as I see them are these. Gaara held up a hand. We don't know where any of their hidden villages are located, we can't predict when or how they will attack, and we have no idea where Pain will strike next. I think our biggest issue is pain, Mei added. If we could find and eliminate him, it might stop this war before it can really get started. The problem with that is we have no means of tracking him down, Tsunade said. Naruto glanced at Konan as she clenched her hands, arms shaking with raw emotion. Pain had once been her friend, they had grown up together, and she still cherished him as the man once known as Nagato. He couldn't imagine what she must have been feeling. The man she had followed and fought for was now someone she barely recognized. In which case, all we can do is be reactive, Gaara said with a sigh. The minor nations are too spread out for us to fight against them on a united front, and they have no base of operations. That means we can only fight them in separate engagements as each battle happens. This war is going to be a slow one. Is there no method of pursuing a peaceful resolution? Asked Naruto. Everyone turned to him. I know I'm speaking out of turn, but if we sent a letter to the leaders of each hidden village, could we not talk it over with them? We could try that, Mei said. However, there is a strong possibility that none of them will accept, or they will, but it will just be a pretense for them to get close enough to kill us. There's also the fact that we don't even know where their villages are. We can't send letters to a village we can't locate. For now, I think we should begin preparing for war, Tsunade said. I believe our nations should combine our efforts and learn how to work as a team instead of fighting separately. With your permission, Koyuki, once all of the refugees have been divided among our nations, I would like to use your zeppelins to transport our shinobi to each village, so we can learn how to work together. Consider it done, Koyuki said. Good. Tsunade nodded and addressed everyone once more. Then let us further discuss how we can win this war before too many lives are lost on either side. Oanoki and his two bodyguards, Kuritsuchi and Akatsuki, were already far from the Three Wolves mountain range. That said, they hadn't come close to leaving the Land of Iron. It was a pain, but they had traveled there on foot, which took a total of 1 week. In order to reach the Land of Earth, where Iwagakure was located, they needed to travel through the Land of Waterfalls, the next nation over. Are you sure we should leave like this? Asked Akatsuki, his large footsteps creating a resounding crunch. On the snow-covered ground. I feel like we should have at least stayed for the whole meeting. Don't be ridiculous, Akatsuki, Kuritsuchi rebutted. Why should we stick around and listen to those people, when they clearly want to take advantage of us? I'm not sure that was their reason for calling a summit meeting, Akatsuki mumbled. Regardless of their reasons, siding with them would not benefit Iwa one bit, Oanoki said. There are things at work here that neither you, nor they, understand. I have my own reasons for not getting involved in this war. Madara, or the man calling himself Madara Uchiha, had appeared before him and told him not to get involved with the other major villages. Of course, just that wouldn't have been enough to convince Oanoki to do or not do something. It was the logic behind those actions that helped him make a decision. War would drastically weaken the 3 remaining major villages. Even if Oanoki believed they would be successful in the end, war always took its toll. Perhaps 1 or 2 of the villages would be destroyed, perhaps none of them would, but even if they weren't, just fighting in a war of this nature would make them vulnerable when the dust settled. Then Iwagakure could move in and conquer the other nations with ease. His 2 bodyguards looked at each other, clearly having no idea what he was talking about. That was fine. They didn't need to know. All they needed to do was follow. The back of his neck tingled. It warned him of danger. Gramps, Kuritsuchi suddenly shouted, but Oanoki was already moving. He leapt backward as several spears shot up from the ground like stakes. Clicking his tongue, Oanoki landed on the ground several meters away. They're using earth ninjutsu against us? Kuritsuchi scoffed. Having leapt into the air to avoid the earth spikes, she soared high above the ground, already in the process of performing a variety of hand seals. What a bunch of idiots. Doden. Doryuso. As she landed on the ground, Kuritsuchi placed her hands against the earth, fingers splayed. Immediately thereafter, a large spike composed of solid rock shot from the ground several meters away. They struck the trees, from which several figures leapt out from. The people who had avoided impalement landed on the ground and began creating more hand seals. Doden. Dosakidake. The earth and stone bamboo shoot technique generally involved 4 spears shooting from the ground to skewer an opponent in 4 different directions. There were 4 figures. Each one had cast the same jutsu, which meant that instead of 4 stakes, it was 16. Not that 16 spears made much of a difference. Kuritsuchi, who was their target this time, leapt into the air and avoided the attack entirely. While she was airborne, Akatsuki went through numerous hand seals, slammed his hands on the ground, and shouted, "Doden! Goremu no Jutsu!" Almost instantly, a large golem formed out of the earth. First a head appeared, then a neck, followed by a pair of arms. Inch by inch the golem swiftly pulled itself from the ground, until it stood fully formed and more than ready to kill. The golem charged forward. Its target was the man on the far left side of the group. Shinra Tensei. Before the golem could get even close to its intended target, something invisible slammed into it with enough force that the entire creation was blown apart. Oenoki had no idea where the attack came from. He hadn't even been able to sense it. 5 seconds after that attack had been called, the same voice rang out again. Bansho Tenin. In that moment, Akatsuki suddenly went flying in one direction. It was different from when someone was hit so hard they flew. For one thing, he was moving forward, not backward. His spine arched as he flew toward a figure standing in front of a tree. Oenoki didn't even have time to warn Akatsuki before a large hand went straight through his bodyguard's back. Blood spurt from the wound, covering the hand in dark crimson. Much of that blood stained the snow. Akatsuki gasped and tried to get out from his predicament, but at that moment, the hand spearing through his back retracted. Akatsuki's feet hit the ground and he stumbled forward. Shinra Tensei. Right into his opponent's technique. There was so much power put into this strange technique that Akatsuki, who was a mountain of muscle and fat, was sent flying away like he weighed less than a feather. He slammed into a large boulder. The boulder shattered under the force, but Akatsuki's flight didn't end there. He kept going. He hit the ground hard, rolled several times, and then tumbled to a stop. Clouds of snow were kicked up in his wake. Akatsuki. Kuritsuchi shouted. When her partner didn't get up, she turned to glare on the figure. "Damn you! Wait, Kuritsuchi!" Oenoki shouted as his granddaughter rushed at the figure. "That's not a person you can kill on your own. Damn it!" He started a chain of hand seals as Kuritsuchi rushed toward the man, who merely raised his hand as though by doing so, he could call upon powers greater than anything conceived by man. Shinra Tens. Jinten. Genkei Hikari no Jutsu. Before the man had a chance to activate his technique, Oenoki fired off one of his own. Using Dust Release, a powerful Kekkei Tota ability that combined fire, earth, and wind-based chakra to create a pulverizing force, Oenoki prepared a hasty spherical structure with a small sphere of chakra at its center. He didn't bother checking for deformities or mistakes. There was no time. The moment the sphere was formed, he launched it at the man who had slain Akatsuki. He didn't expect to hit the man. Therefore, he wasn't surprised when the person leapt backward, avoiding both his and Kuritsuchi's attack. What did surprise him was when the man, rather than landing on the ground, hovered several meters above them. A lull in the battle allowed Oenoki to gather his wits. The people who had ambushed them were all gone, leading him to believe that their purpose had been to allow this man to finish them. Now that he was getting a good look at him, the man floating in the air appeared strange. Spiky orange hair, numerous piercings along his ears, lips, and nose. His cloak was that of Akatsuki, who Oenoki had hired on several occasions. Madara had also worn Akatsuki clothing. The only other thing that stood out were those eyes. Oenoki had never before seen the legendary Samsara eyes. However, as he gazed at those purple orbs with their concentric rings expanding outward, he could only believe that these were the eyes of legend. The Rinnegan. A shiver ran down his spine. "You had better have a good reason for attacking us," Oenoki said. "I am here to bring you pain," the man said. "I am the god who has come to punish you, one of the 5 leaders who has allowed those in the minor villages to suffer." Oenoki glared. "I don't know what kind of crap you're spewing, but your boss Madara promised my village immunity." The man, who must have been Pain, pointed both of his hands at Oenoki and Kuritsuchi. "That is not my concern." Shinra Tensei. Oenoki didn't know what sort of attack this was, though it clearly had the ability to push things away. He had no idea how powerful the attack was, what its range was, or even what sort of area effect it had. That was why he ran through a set of hand seals instead of trying to defend. Doden. Koka Jutsu. Doden. Mogorakure no Jutsu. While Oenoki's body quickly hardened into the same density as stone, Kuretsuchi used the hiding like a mole technique to change the earth into a fine sand and bury herself underneath it. However, there was no guarantee that would protect her. That was why Oenoki rushed over to where she had buried herself, crossed his arms, and braced for impact. He was not prepared for how powerful the technique was. His bones broke with a loud crunch, despite being the same density and hardness as rocks. His insides felt squishy, as though they were being ground into a fine mulch. It didn't matter how much chakra he shoved through his body. The body could only be reinforced so much before it reached its limit, and this Shinra Tensei clearly had more power than the Koka Jutsu. Oenoki groaned as he endured the attack to the best of his ability, even as he secretly marveled at the ridiculous power this person possessed. Truly, the Rinnegan was an ability far beyond that of most humans. The attack ended, but Oenoki knew he couldn't relax. He was already performing several hand seals and molding his chakra. He wouldn't let this battle end here. Combining 3 elements was normally difficult. It often took a Kekkei Genkei just to combine 2. However, Oenoki had a natural aptitude for dust release, the Kekkei Toda that only he and his master, the former Tsuchikage, could use. The 3 different chakras mixed inside of him, congealing together before expanding outward through his palms. A thin, transparent structure appeared between his hands, a cylinder with a small orb inside. Oenoki had never attempted to use this attack before, but here, now, he would do it. Jinten. Genkei Hikari. Hashira. Dust release. Detachment of a primitive world. Pillar. It was a technique that the previous Tsuchikage had used. Spinning around, Oenoki thrust out his hands, and the cylinder suddenly widened to several times its original size before extending at a rate so quick that even a space-time ninjutsu would have had trouble keeping up with it. It blazed toward the one known as Pain, who floated in the air even now. Before his jutsu could actually hit, someone else appeared in front of Pain. It was another figure wearing the Akatsuki cloak. He held out his hands as though seeking to push the technique away. Oenoki snorted. How foolish. This was one of the strongest dust release attacks known to man. There was no way. What? Oenoki could only gape as his jutsu was absorbed. The cylinder that he had created distorted at the end, bending inward as if a black hole had appeared and was sucking everything into it. It was not long before his technique, the jutsu he had spent so much time and chakra and injury preparing, was gone. This shouldn't be. An intense pain speared through Oenoki's back, which would have made him stumble, except for the fact that he couldn't move. Something was holding him. He looked down as his vision blurred out of focus. Red. It was the first thing he saw. Crimson flowed down a metal rod that had come out of his chest. He blinked several times as he tried to come to terms with what his eyes were telling him. Looking behind him, Oenoki discovered that there was a person standing there. Like the one calling himself Pain, this man had orange hair, pale skin, and numerous piercings. Also like Pain, this man had Rinnegan eyes gazing at him with an impassive expression. What is going on here? Was what he wanted to ask, but blood welled up in his lungs, leaving him incapable of even that much. Another figure appeared in front of him. Like the other two, this one had a face full of piercings and Rinnegan eyes. Before Oenoki even had a chance to open his mouth, the man in front of him placed a hand on his head, and all of his muscles suddenly seized up. Oenoki knew no more after that. It all started years ago when that demon brat, Naruto, somehow learned an A-rank ninjutsu without any training. Since that day, the day where he had been defeated and humiliated by that little shit, Mizuki had wallowed in the Konoha strict correctional facility. His days had been spent laboring away, getting into fights, and trying not to let himself be killed. This facility, which contained only Konoha's most vicious criminals and enemies, didn't allow the weak to live. Every day had been a struggle for him. All that would end today. Mizuki sat in the cafeteria with the rest of the inmates. It was a sea of orange, a most obnoxious color if there ever was one. With him were his 2 subordinates, Fujin and Reijin, a pair of large twins whose brains were only about 1/millionth the size of their overly massive bodies. They were dumber than a box of rocks. However, what they lacked in brain they made up for in brawn. 2 years ago, during an inspection of the facilities by Special Ops Director and Council Elder, Danzo, Mizuki had been approached and given a choice. Join him and get revenge or remain in prison. Naturally, he had chosen revenge. Danzo had promised to help him get even with that demon brat. In return, Mizuki would help him take over Konoha. It was a win-win situation. For these past 2 years, Mizuki had been slowly gathering allies. That wasn't as hard as it sounded. None of the inmates wanted to be there. They were there because Konoha had captured, found them guilty, and sentenced them to spend the rest of their lives in this sweltering hellhole. Everyone wanted to escape, and once he had established himself as the leader, convincing them to follow him was easy. He already had several of their men positioned for the takeover. Danzo had been helping them prepare for this day. They had a large number of sealing scrolls filled with weapons, and they also had their secret weapon. Mizuki didn't think they would need it. Except for the warden, all of the ninja guarding this prison were chunin. The only thing that protected these guards from being killed was the fact that this prison was isolated on an island that could be completely separated at the push of a button. That was actually what Mizuki was waiting for. One of his men had gone to dispose of the warden. Once that happened, he would sound the alarm, which would signify their time to strike. Hey, Mizuki boss, when are we gonna get out of here? Asked Raijin. I want to eat food in the outside world, Fujin agreed. Patience, Mizuki said. We need to wait until. Just then, a loud alarm blared through a series of speakers, resounding across the cafeteria. All of the guards stationed by the doors looked up. From the nonplussed expression they wore, confusion was the most prominent emotion they were feeling, which made sense. The alarm was only supposed to be used in the event of a breakout attempt. While the guards were confused, none of the inmates were. They stood as one, they moved as one, they attacked as one. The guards didn't even have a chance to realize the danger until it was too late. The breakout had begun. Despite their surprise, the Konoha ninja were quick to respond to the threat. Hand seals were made, fireballs spewed from mouths, incinerating some of the weaker inmates. Earth spikes shot from the ground and impaled several other inmates. Water slammed inmates into walls, breaking bones and damaging organs. Yet while many inmates died, their bodies mangled and grotesque, the stronger ones survived, and they had a secret weapon. The first to change was an inmate on Mizuki's left. He released a shout and clenched his hands, skin becoming blistering red, muscles bulging as blood cells pumped through it. An intense aura engulfed him. Fur sprouted from his body. Black with white, jagged stripes. Feet shifted, transforming into U-shaped horseshoes, while his legs gained an extra joint. His ears moved from the sides of his head to the top, and his face elongated to become more akin to a muzzle. With a strange sound that was half human roar and half neigh, the man galloped toward Akunoichi performing the hand seals for a fire jutsu. Her body broke when the man rammed her into and then through a wall. Another inmate, a buff woman who had transformed into a tigress, tore one of the shinobi near her apart with sharpened claws. Blood gushed from the 5 cuts, which were deep enough that they had torn through muscle and bone like a knife cutting through wet tissues. The man's body literally peeled backwards like the layers of an onion as he fell to the ground with a wet thump. Mizuki didn't bother fighting any of the ninja inside of the cafeteria. Grunts like this were supposed to be disposed of by other grunts like the ninja under his command. He traveled outside with Raijin and Fujin. As his feet crunched against the ground, Mizuki looked around to see that he wasn't the only one who had thought of going outside. Several other inmates seemed to have had the same idea as him. To his left, up on the wall, a shinobi dressed in the outfit of a guard was being torn apart by a woman who had transformed into a strange mammal with claws. She wasn't the only one. Shinobi whose bodies had transformed into various vicious animals had leapt onto the wall and were attacking the guard forces. The Konoha ninja were being torn apart. Blood was raining through the air. Miyuki ignored the carnage and headed for the entrance. The bridge that connected this triangle-shaped island had yet to extend. There was a small booth located right next to the currently defunct gate. No one was there when he looked into it, except for the dead head warden, who lay on the floor, face down, with a kunai buried in his back. After climbing into the booth, Mizuki pressed a button on one of the consoles. The button flashed into a bright green. There was a noise not unlike 2 large sheets of steel grinding together. Outside of the booth, near the entrance, a large bridge extended at a slow and steady pace. Mizuki went back outside and watched the bridge extend with a satisfied grin. What do we do now, Mizuki boss? Asked Fujin. Now? Mizuki's grin widened. Now we let Danzo know that we've secured the prison. He'll take care of the rest. Danzo was sitting in his darkened office when one of his root ninja appeared before him, kneeling on the floor, head bowed. This sort of deference was what all ninja should strive to show. It was too bad so many Konoha ninja did not show this sort of respect, but that would change in the next few days. Speak, he commanded. The ninja kneeling on the ground did so. We have received a message from Mizuki in the correctional facility. He says they have successfully secured the prison and are now getting ready to invade Konoha. Excellent. You may go now. The shinobi kneeling on the ground disappeared. Torun, Fu, two figures appeared on the floor before him. Both looked like regular Anbu Black Ops, with their tan cloaks and animal face masks, but they were actually ninja who Danzo had personally selected to be his bodyguards for their exceptional abilities. Danzo stood up and moved around his desk as he gave them orders. Fu, inform Homura and Kaharu that they are to meet me in the Hokage's office. Torun, send out the letters that I have prepared for all of the clans and important shinobi. His cane tapped against the floor, the sound echoing around him, as he walked down the hall. His base of operations was located underneath Konoha. He had taken the many networks, which had once been a bunker in case Konoha was attacked, and converted them into a large base filled with over 1,000 members of Root, the organization that had been founded by the Nidaime Hokage. He walked past large support pillars and traveled up several flights of stairs. He didn't walk with a glacial slowness, but he didn't allow himself to hurry. There was still time before Mizuki's forces inside of the prison came this way. Also, there was nothing he could do until the prisoners attacked Konoha. He needed them to wreak havoc on the village. It would lend credence to his reason for calling a meeting. It took almost 30 minutes to reach the Hokage Tower, and by the time he arrived, he could see the beginnings of a fire spreading from the north gate. It looked like Mizuki's forces had actually been faster than he thought. They must have been using the seals that he had given them. Fools! Those seals would only serve to shorten their lifespan. It would also leave them exhausted, though that was none of his concern. They were just pawns in the grand scheme of things. Arriving at the tower, Danzo went straight up to the Hokage's office. Homura and Kaharu were already there. They greeted him with a respectful bow, which he returned with a nod. Although they were compatriots, Danzo did not see them as his equal, so there was no need to show them the same respect they gave him. He didn't sit in the Hokage chair. He wanted to. However, now was not the right time. Once his plan went through and he became the new Hokage, then, and only then, would he sit in that chair. One by one ninja trickled into the office. Some of them were from prominent ninja clans such as Hiyashi Hyuga and Sume Inuzuka. But there were others who did not belong to any clan. Genma and Anko, Asuma and Kurenai. All of the top Junin currently inside of Konoha had assembled alongside the clan heads. There were even the Anbu captains like Usagi, aka Yugao Izuki. This situation couldn't have been more perfect. Danzo, what the hell is going on? Asked Sume. What makes you think you can call us all here? You aren't a part of Konoha's military anymore. That is true, Danzo conceded. However, considering the situation, I thought it best to bring everyone together and inform you about what is happening. We already know what's happening, said Shikaku Nara. He was the head of the Nara clan, and a member of the Ino Shika Cho trio. He had 2 scars running along the right side of his face, and his black hair had the same pineapple shape as his son's. The normally lazy appearance in his eyes was gone. Someone is attacking our village. Indeed, but do you know who? Shikaku fell silent at his question and Danzo tapped his cane on the ground. I just received a report that the Konoha Correctional Facility was taken over by the prisoners locked away there. What? Sume barked out in surprise. How is that even possible? The correctional facility is one of the most secure locations in Konoha, I know. Danzo feigned a grave voice, as if this was every bit as surprising to him. I have no idea how they managed to take over the prison, or what they are doing here. What I do know is that we cannot let them harm Konoha. You're right, Chosa Akamichi said. Now isn't the time for us to be fighting amongst ourselves. If you called us here, does that mean you have a plan to deal with this situation? Asked Hiyashi. I do. Danzo reached up and slowly removed the bandages covering his face. He wouldn't normally reveal his trump card like this, but he couldn't afford to do this one at a time. All present needed to be trapped with the first jutsu. His plan would fail otherwise. Everyone watched him in shock. They didn't seem to know what he was doing, or even think that he might be preparing something for them. By the time he had unwound all of the bandages and revealed his Sharingan eye, it was too late. I'm going to have to ask all of you to become my pawns. Koto Amatsukami. Mizuki had been separated from Fujin and Reijin, which didn't bother him one bit. Those two were pretty incompetent the best of times. Fujin often mistook people for food, and Reijin had once tried to eat a rock. That was pretty indicative of their intelligence. His task was simple. Located around Konoha were several Hiraishin seals. These seals were what allowed the demon brat to instantly teleport to any location in Konoha. Before he and Tsunade caught wind of what was happening here, Mizuki was supposed to disrupt the seals, ensuring that Naruto couldn't just Hiraishin in to save the day. It still galled Mizuki that the demon brat had mastered the Hiraishin, which was a legendary jutsu. Not only had it been created by the Nidaime Hokage, but the Yondaime had mastered it to the point where he near single-handedly won the Third Shinobi War. It was a jutsu that people like Mizuki only dreamt of mastering. There were over 50 Hiraishin seals set up all throughout the village. Fortunately, Danzo and his root ninja had spared no effort when it came to locating the seals. It helped that Naruto wasn't allowed to place seals somewhere without express permission from the Hokage. Mizuki wandered through the village, checking each spot designated on the map given to him by Danzo a few months back. Chaos reigned all around him. Meters away, a man and a woman were butchered by one of the inmates, a lithe female who tore into them like a cat. Considering she was covered in fur and had cat-like ears thanks to the transformation seals, it was an apt descriptor. She wasn't the only one. Up ahead, a man whose body was covered in scales was terrorizing the woman of a small shop, and even further down, more transformed inmates were slaughtering people. It won't be long before Konoha's forces mobilize. The plan that Danzo had laid out to him was a rather simple one. The inmates would destroy the Konoha Correctional Facility and make their way to Konoha, where they would attack and terrorize the citizens. Then Konoha's ninja would mobilize. Their forces would kill all of the inmates before they had a chance to escape, and he would make his way to the root headquarters. None of the inmates had known about that last part. Naturally, they wouldn't have gone along with this plan if they had. Only Mizuki knew the truth. That was because only he was worthy of becoming a member of Root. Danzo had recognized his talents. The man had praised him on his desire to rid Konoha of the demon brat, telling him that he shared the same desire. That was why, once Danzo took over Konoha and became Hokage, they would kill Naruto Uzumaki. It took almost an hour to locate all of the seals. By that time, Konoha had already begun their counterattack. Even as he snuck around, Mizuki watched as several Chunin, Jonin, and Anbu fought against the seal-enhanced inmates. Fire spewed from the mouth of a ninja on the roof, small pellets that attacked a cat-like inmate. The inmate's fur was lit ablaze. While they were screaming, two more ninja came in and attacked simultaneously, one going for the chest and the other going straight for the jugular. Despite being enhanced by the seal, the inmate was cut open like a wood being split apart by a katana. Mizuki didn't let this bother him and proceeded to his next destination, the Namikaze estate. That was where the last seal was located. The Namikaze estate was the residence where the Yondaime Hokage had resided with his wife. During the Kyuubi attack, the estate had been destroyed, but the Sandaime Hokage had it rebuilt to honor the fallen Hokage, or so everyone was led to believe. Mizuki now believed it had been rebuilt for the demon brat. Mizuki quickly rushed up to the estate. It was quiet. All of the fighting was happening in the village proper, not the so-called noble district. In fact, it was oddly quiet here. While Mizuki hadn't expected there to be any battling, he thought there should have been more people. Where were all the Hyuga that should have been guarding their estate? The place seemed practically empty. He reached the Namikaze estate and walked through the front gate. Just like Danzo had told him, there were no seals this far in. However, there was supposedly one on the front door, which could be deactivated with a slip of sealing paper that Danzo had given him. Peering at the door, he couldn't detect anything that might suggest this door was trapped with a powerful seal, but he knew better than to just assume. Assumptions had been what had gotten him into this mess to begin with. He reached into his ninja pouch, which he had stolen from the head warden, and pulled out a slip of paper. It was slightly crumpled, but the seal on it was clearly visible, a large circle with various kanji written along the sides, followed by another, smaller circle that had even more kanji. There was a T-shaped symbol inside of the smaller circle. It was also made up of kanji. Mizuki didn't know anything about seals. However, a person didn't need to be an expert to know how to use one. Kai, he shouted, channeling chakra into the seal and pressing it against the door. A momentary flash of light nearly blinded him, but then a large seal spread across the door. It wasn't the one that he had placed on it. This one was far more complicated, an intricate carving of lines that obeyed no form of geometry. What is this? Mizuki wouldn't get an answer to his question, because in that instant, every nerve ending in his body came alive. Pain slammed into him without mercy. His body felt like it was being boiled from the inside out, like his insides were being fried by lightning. It hurt. It hurt so much. He opened his mouth to scream, but nothing came out. His trachea had already been burnt to the point where he could no longer breathe. He couldn't see anymore. It felt like his eyes had been boiled and were now gushing down his face as ooze. He could practically feel smoke rising from them as his eyeballs were cooked from the inside out. With one final plea inside of his mind, a desperate cry for help, Mizuki died. Steam wafted from the cooling corpse. A disgusting scent drifted off it, the insidious of burnt flesh and hair follicles. It was an acrid scent that made even Torun wrinkle his nose as he used Shunshin to appear in front of the Namikaze estate, along with 3 other rude Anbu. One of the Anbu with him, a young kunoichi whose face was, like his own, hidden behind a mask, went up to the door. She was their sealing expert. While Naruto Namikaze's ability in sealing was far beyond anything she could accomplish, she at least had enough knowledge and talent to spot traps. "It's clear," she said. "It looks like our assumption was correct. This was a one-time use seal. We're also lucky that the seal Mizuki used destroyed the alarm seal. Otherwise, Naruto Namikaze would have been alerted to what's happening." Mizuki had been led to believe that he was going to become a member of Root, but the truth was that Danzo would never allow a traitor like him into their ranks. He had simply been a pawn. His entire purpose in this had been breaking the inmates out of prison and deactivating the seal being used on this door. Are there any other seals? Negative. With nothing holding them back, Torun ordered his squadron inside. A narrow passage greeted them, a small hallway that soon opened into a large living space. Torun glanced at the comfortable sofas and other amenities. Everything was nice and tidy. However, there were a few areas that seemed, not out unkept, but more like a purposeful mess. An article of clothing here, a picture frame there, and... is that a piece of lingerie hanging from the ceiling? He stared at the ceiling fan for several long seconds before realizing that, yes, there was a racy piece of black lingerie hanging from the ceiling. He shook his head and ordered everyone to split up. Their goal was to find anything they could that might help them learn to either control Naruto Namikaze or, should that not happen, destroy him. Torun could only hypothesize that Naruto presented a threat to Danzo, or perhaps Konoha as a whole. He had nothing personal against the Namikaze heir, but it was his duty to see this through. They all split up and searched the area. Torun went specifically to Naruto's bedroom. However, other than finding several different sets of women's clothing, including underwear, lingerie, and a variety of sex toys hidden inside one of the drawers beneath a rather risque nightie, he didn't find anything. "Captain," the female Root member saluted. "We've found something. Show me," he said without much inflection. The Root member, whose name was Haro, led him to a door. It didn't look any different from any other door. Black wood, lightly polished, well maintained. Its basic characteristics were the same as every other door they passed. "However, there are seals all over this door," Haro said. "I've only been able to find 12, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were even more." "Can you break them?" Haro shook her head. "If it was each of these seals on their own, I'm confident that I could. But these seals are so intricately entwined that I would have to break all of them within a specific sequence. It also looks like there's a timer that activates once an attempt has been made. If you can't undo every seal within the time limit, all of the remaining seals activate. I'm not sure what they do, but my instincts tell me they're deadly." Torun took this information in, his face passive. While someone else might have gotten angry, Torun merely thought about this situation logically. That was how members of Root were trained. "It looks like there is nothing we can do about this," he said. "Leave it alone for now. We'll have Danzo-sama give us orders in regards to this later." "Yes, sir." Torun searched the house for a little while longer, but neither he nor his subordinates found anything. Whatever was hidden in this estate, it was clearly only going to be found behind that door. The summit meeting was winding to a close. They had conversed about most of the main topics that Tsunade had called this meeting to discuss. Now it was just a matter of bringing everything to a close. It had been decided that Yugito would be in charge of helping the refugees staying in Konoha settle down. This was done mostly because of her relationship with Naruto. Since she and Naruto were dating, and it was an accepted fact that she would marry him at some point, it was considered the best solution possible. Mei did not like that idea. She had tried to convince Yugito to stay in Kiri with her. However, Yugito wouldn't be swayed. So, Samui will be traveling to Kiri with the refugees to help everyone settle down there. Meanwhile, Ichia and Kazuyuri will go to the Land of Spring and Suna respectively. Koyuki coughed into her hand. I'll split up my current zeppelins and have them ferry everyone all at once. We're going to need them for the war, so we should transport the refugees as quickly as possible. It sounds like we have a plan in place, then, Tsunade said. We'll also transport ninja from Konoha to each nation, and when the zeppelins return, a battalion of ninja from each of our nations will be transported back, Mei said, wearing the kind of devious smirk that generally spoke of trouble. Don't worry, we know, right? Tsunade nodded. I suppose you do. In that case, everyone stopped talking as it crashed into them, a killing intent that flooded the room, that choked those who were unused to being subjected to it. Naruto reacted immediately to shield Koyuki from the effects. She was the only one who couldn't resist this intent. He placed a hand on her shoulder and flooded her body with chakra. During that time, all of the cages and their bodyguards also stood up and readied themselves for combat. They didn't have to wait long. It came down from above, a black flame that raged like hellfire. It slammed into the table without mercy, raging like a beast, incinerating all it touched. Naruto grabbed Koyuki and leapt out of the way, while the others all jumped back. Jiraiya reached into his pouch as he moved. Pulling out a scroll, one that Naruto himself had created, he set it on the floor and slammed his hand into it. Fuin, seals spread out from the scroll. They expanded, growing and snaking out, snatching the flames before they could burn anything else. The black flames fought against this attempt to ensnare them, but the seal was more powerful. More chakra had been poured into it. Thus, with a final shriek as though cursing the one who sealed it away, the flames vanished into the scroll. That was merely a prelude. Naruto had already sensed the movement behind him. The burst of killing intent was precise this time, unlike the indiscriminate attack from before. This attack was clearly aimed at taking him out. Naruto replaced himself and Koyuki with a log. At that moment, Sasuke Uchiha descended from the ceiling, his body wreathed in black flames. He slammed into the log before realizing what had happened. In that time, Naruto got Koyuki to safety, and then he activated Kurama's power. No red chakra bubbled out from his body, however. Instead, what happened was a giant golden fist erupted from Naruto's back and slammed into Sasuke, who barely had time to cross his arms before the attack struck. Seize shut. Sasuke slammed into the wall on the opposite end of the room with a sound not unlike someone banging on a drum. It echoed around the room as splinters spread from the point of impact. Naruto reared the fist back once more, and then he slammed it back into Sasuke again, harder this time. The wall exploded. Sasuke disappeared through the hole as he was sent flying. Naruto, without waiting for orders, chased after him. Hey, Naruto, wait! He heard Tsunade's shout, but Naruto was already on the move. He couldn't let Sasuke get away. I don't know what's going on here, but he used Koyuki to attack me. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Sasuke, today might be the day I kill you. Tsunade growled as Naruto disappeared. What did that brat think he was doing, running off like this again? Hadn't she already scolded him for doing that before when Yugao had been kidnapped? She had, and this jerk was, once again, going off and doing his own thing without awaiting orders. She was 2 steps toward the massive hole that Naruto had made in the wall when, without warning, something appeared in front of her. Swirling black miasma gathered in front of the hole. Tsunade stopped in her tracks as someone appeared from within it. Black cloak with red clouds. Orange mask with a swirl pattern. It was Madara, Uchiha? Konan whispered in shock. Konan, Madara said in a cheery voice. It's so good to see you. I see you've been doing well. What do you want? Asked Tsunade. She was already preparing to fight. It didn't matter if this person was Madara Uchiha. There was no way he could fight against several cage-level opponents at the same time. I didn't come here to fight, Madara said, and Tsunade thought she could hear the grin in his voice. I merely came to talk and see if perhaps you and I could come to an accord. Naruto frowned as he burst through the hole and followed the destruction his attack had made. Another hole had been made in the last wall, which led to the outside world. Naruto rushed over to the hole and peered outside. He didn't see any sign of Sasuke. Did that mean he had run? A shift in the atmosphere behind him made Naruto spin around. Sasuke was there, in front of him, and he was covered in a strange purple ribcage made of chakra. Before Naruto knew what was happening, something powerful struck him with enough force that he was launched clear outside of the building. The air around him whistled as Naruto twisted his body around, flipping over so he would land on his feet. He would hit the nearest roof and use the built-up energy in his legs to push himself back toward the building. As if sensing his intent, Sasuke leapt out of the wall and charged at him. Black flames leapt from his right eye. Naruto clicked his tongue. Since he was in midair, he couldn't dodge, and there was nothing out here that he could replace himself with. In that case, a kunai appeared in his left hand with a flick of his wrist. Tri-pronged, covered in seals, it was his Hiraishin kunai, which he tossed into the air. Seconds before the black flames could hit him, he Hiraishined to his kunai, and then tossed it again, at Sasuke this time. His goal was to pulverize Sasuke with a Rasengan before the boy had a chance to do anything. He wasn't expecting Sasuke to turn around immediately after he appeared. What? Naruto grimaced as he blocked a kick from Sasuke. The attack normally wouldn't have hurt, but that strange ribcage seemed to be giving his attacks extra power. What's more, his eyes were different than what Naruto remembered. No longer did they have three tomo. It looked like a black three-bladed shuriken inside of a six-pointed star. Black lines ran through the red star, connecting the 6 inner points and intersecting with the shuriken. It was, what the fuck sort of Sharingan is that? Asked Naruto as he leapt back. He landed on the wall of the summit building and went through several hand seals. He molded his chakra into his palm, and then spread his hands in front of him. Rantan. Sen. A bright beam of white chakra shot from his hands, fizzling and crackling with repressed energy and power. The wall beneath his feet cracked as he was pushed into it. Naruto clicked his tongue as he realized that his jutsu was too powerful to be used unless it was on solid ground. I won't be able to make as powerful as I want. Susanoo, Sasuke's shout preluded the rib cage around him becoming more solidified. The once ethereal purple became a more solid color. Naruto frowned as his attack slammed into it and was nullified. Sasuke has become a lot more powerful. It looked like he had gained the Mangekyo Sharingan, though the variation was different from what he remembered of that Madara impersonator. It also didn't seem to have the same abilities. Did that mean every Mangekyo Sharingan was different? Naruto didn't know, and he had a feeling that he would find out the hard way. Since his attack wasn't doing any damage, Naruto stopped. He then leapt to the side as black fire encased the spot where he had been standing. Grimacing as he realized that their battle was damaging the Land of Iron's property, Naruto tried to think of a way he could win without using any of his more powerful techniques. Do I have anything that won't destroy this entire building? No, oh oi. What kind of answer is that? The only kind. Your powers are too destructive to use here, and it looks like that Uchiha brat isn't going to be beaten by your weaker attacks. Then what should I do? Why are you asking me? I'm just a mass of chakra. You're no help at all. Naruto, Tsked, when several smaller pellets of black fire flew from Sasuke's eyes. It was a tad creepy seeing fire come from someone's eyeballs, but that was neither here nor there. Reaching into his pouch, Naruto pulled out a large scroll, which he unfurled with a flourish. Unlike Jiraiya, who set his on the ground, Naruto kept it in the air. He made a one-handed hand seal, and then slammed his hand into the scroll. Fuin, Kai. A mass of chains shot out from the scroll, though if one actually looked closely enough, they would have seen that these weren't true chains. Composed entirely of golden chakra, each chain was created by several million seals combined together into a solid form. The chains wrapped around the black fire and pulled it into the scroll, sealing it. During the time Naruto was putting out the fire, Sasuke had descended toward him like an avenging angel. Sparks emitted from his right hand. The sound of 1,000 chirping birds filled the air. Chidori, Sasuke thrust his hand forward, but he only hit the wall. Naruto used the Hiraishin to once more teleport away from his attacker. The wall that Sasuke stood on was decimated. It caved inward, exploding and sending shards of cement in all directions. Naruto frowned even more. If they kept this up, that building wouldn't survive. We need to get away from here. Oi, Sasuke. Your attacks are pretty pathetic, aren't they? Sasuke twitched. Naruto grinned. You're gonna have to do better than that if you want to kill me. With that, Naruto leapt away from the building and took off, leaping over the walls as he traveled out of the three wolves. He turned his head to look behind him. Sasuke was on his tail. Good. Once they were safely away from this place, he could go all out. Sasuke wasn't going to know what hit him. Tsunade couldn't tell if she had heard this bastard right. You want us to come to an accord? What? Like, you want to make a deal with us? That's right, came the simple response. And why should we do that? Asked Mei. Her long hair swished as she stepped forward and glared at Madara. Her face was set in a grim mask, and her eyes seemed to hold more vitriol than Tsunade thought possible. Madara spread his arms wide. Because I'm offering you a chance to end this war before it starts, of course. Everyone stilled. None of them knew what to make of this. Was he being serious? Was he lying? What sort of tricks did this man have up his sleeve? What do you mean when you say, end the war before it starts? Asked Jiraiya. I mean that pain has become a problem for me, Madara remarked. He's too rebellious now. I can no longer control his actions. That is why I'm offering you this chance. I will help you kill him. No deal. Tsunade didn't even need to think about it. We have no reason to trust you, and even if we did agree to help you, I'm sure it would only benefit you in the end. That's really too bad, Madara said, though he didn't seem to beat up about her refusal. I guess I'll be leaving then. Almost as if to contradict those words, a large wall of sand flew around Madara. Gaara, standing exactly where he had been this whole time, glared daggers at the man in the cloak. His left hand was extended, fingers splayed wide. He wasn't the only one who was blocking Madara's retreat. Mei had fixed the hole in the wall with her lava ninjutsu, and even Yugito and Jiraiya were preparing their respective attacks. While Yugito had her two-tailed cloak on, Jiraiya had spread a sealing scroll along the ground. Did you really think we would let you get away? Asked Gaara, though he didn't give Madara any time to respond. Sabaku Soso. The jutsu was uttered. Gaara clenched his hand into a fist. The sand around Madara enclosed on him, squeezing him, crushing him, or that was the plan. Nothing of the sort happened. There was no blood or cry of anguish, almost as if the person who had been trapped wasn't even there. Are you quite finished? Madara asked as he walked through Gaara's jutsu like a ghost. Because if so, then I'd really appreciate you letting me leave. There's no way we're going to do that, Jiraiya said. Fuinjutsu. Jiken Kinkaku Fuin. The seal lit up for a brief moment, and then the light faded. Nothing seemed to happen. Tsunade knew better, however, as Jiraiya wouldn't have used a seal in such a flagrant manner if it didn't do anything. Her suspicions were confirmed with Madara's next words. I see. That seal blocks me from using my time-space ninjutsu to leave this place. That's right, Jiraiya said, grinning. Naruto developed it after you and he faced off. He analyzed your space-time ninjutsu and created a seal that would counter it. But it's not perfect, is it? Madara responded. As if to emphasize this point, a massive glob of lava spat from Mei's mouth traveled right through him. I can still use space-time ninjutsu. I just can't leave. So? Jiraiya shrugged. Konan has already told us the weakness of your space-time defense. It's only a matter of time before you die. Madara looked around at everyone present. Tsunade cracked her knuckles. Mei smiled beatifically. Gaara and his siblings were already prepared to attack, and Yugito, Konan, and the two bodyguards from Kiri had readied themselves as well. Only the samurai, Mifune and his two bodyguards, were not preparing to fight. He took all this in. Though she couldn't see his mask, Tsunade believed he must have been feeling stressed. Well, it does look like I'm in trouble. As he spoke, several creatures shifted out of the ground, phasing through it as though they were intangible. White monsters shaped like a man. Deformed, plant-like protrusions jutting from their bodies. These were those Zetsu clones that had been mentioned in the reports that covered the attack on Konoha. There must have been several dozen of them. Just kidding, Murata said seconds before the Zetas attacked. I think this is far enough. Naruto sensed danger behind him and, spinning around to confront it, he swerved along in the snow, zigzagging to avoid the black fireballs launched his way. There was no heat emitted from those flames, but that didn't surprise him. The black flames of Amaterasu were not normal. They didn't burn like normal flames, though they consumed everything in their path. Not one to let any sort of fire attack defeat him, Naruto tossed his kunai and Hiraishin several meters above the ground. He tossed it again, at Sasuke this time, and created several hand seals. Kunai Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. 1 kunai became 21 kunai. As the mass of projectile weaponry hurtled toward his foe, Naruto took out another kunai and tossed it at the ground a meter behind his enemy. Sasuke didn't even bother dodging. His right eye blazed and a massive wall of fire appeared before the kunai, incinerating all of them. Naruto Hiraishined to the kunai behind Sasuke, and then rushed forward, snow spraying everywhere. He created 2 Risengans, 1 in each hand, and charged at the Uchiha with the intent of finishing him. All it would take was a single Rasengan to the head. Chidori Senbon. Dozens upon dozens of small electric Senbon needles flew from Sasuke's left hand. Clicking his tongue, Naruto let his Rasengans disperse and went through a set of hand seals. The hairs on his arms stood on end as he channeled more chakra through them. Sweden. Tatsumaki. Naruto slammed his hands on the ground and, before the Senbon could get close to him, the earth split apart and a massive tornado of water erupted from the large cracks. The Senbon struck the water, but they didn't go through it. Rather, the lightning nature chakra was absorbed into the water. Sparks emitted from it, skittering across the surface in a serpentine manner. Keeping one hand on the ground, Naruto performed several one-handed hand seals. Ranten. Rai Tatsumaki. The tornado moved forward, traveling swiftly over the ground, destroying everything around it. Chunks of earth were ripped from the ground. Snow swirled around the tornado, increasing its size as the lightning melted it. Before too long, the entire thing nearly tripled in size. It was a towering mass of barely constrained energy, and it was heading right for Sasuke. It engulfed the former Konoha ninja, or at least, that was how it appeared. Naruto narrowed his eyes when his jutsu dispersed, revealing that nothing was there. There wasn't even a destroyed log, which meant Sasuke hadn't replaced himself. Then what? An illusion? Naruto stopped all the chakra traveling through his body. Then he opened the floodgates and allowed his chakra to surge forth much like the tornado had before. The moment he did, Sasuke appeared right in front of him, a crackling blade of electricity in his hands. Chidori. Naruto leapt back to avoid the attack, but then Sasuke shouted, "Iso," and the attack in his hand elongated. Fortunately, Naruto was quick to react. He tossed another Hiraishin kunai and used it to get out of the way. Sadly, the Chidori variation followed him, forcing him to Hiraishin again and again and again. How is he tracking me? It can't be with his Sharingan. Not even a Mangekyo can track my movements. I proved that during my fight with Madara. Since Hiraishin wasn't working, Naruto decided to just take the attack head-on. He channeled wind chakra into his fist and punched the lightning jutsu. Senpuken. The Chidori Iso dispersed. It disappeared like leaves flung away by a fierce gale. "I see you've gotten a lot stronger," Naruto said as he and Sasuke stood meters apart, glaring at each other. "What sort of Deus Ex Machina power-up allowed you to gain so much power, huh?" An ugly smirk appeared on Sasuke's face. "Do you really think I'd tell you that? You're already dead." Naruto frowned. "That's an awfully arrogant state." His danger senses blared. Naruto leapt to the side as a massive sword that he recognized, the Kabikuri Hucho, nearly cut him in half. The attack was so close that he could feel the wind being cut. Holding onto the weapon was a boy with white hair and shark-like teeth. His left arm, the one holding the Kabikuri, was grotesquely larger than the right. "Hey, looks like I missed," the boy said. "Well, I guess it doesn't matter." Naruto would never get the chance to ask what the boy meant because something slammed into his back a second later, or tried to. Naruto felt the attack before it hit. He spun around and shoved a Rasengan into what looked like a massive axe formed out of a person's arm. He expected his Rasengan to drill right through the axe, which was why he became surprised when nothing of the sort happened. Sparks emitted from the arm as both he and his opponent were launched backward. Amaterasu, Naruto was forced to use Hiraishin again when Sasuke's black flames tried to consume him. Yet that didn't solve his problem. Sasuke and the sword wielder, who Naruto now recognized as Suigetsu, attacked him in tandem, one with Kabikiri Hucho and the other with the Kusanagi. The Kabikiri came in high, the Kusanagi low. It was a perfectly timed two-prong attack. Not just anyone could dodge it. Good thing he wasn't just anyone. Vanishing as he used Hiraishin once again, Naruto was confronted by an insanely laughing man with orange hair. This must have been Jugo. The young man's arm had transformed from an axe into what appeared to be a massive pillar with strange protrusions running lengthwise along it. Naruto didn't know what they were, but he soon realized what they did when gusts of air blasted from them and increased the speed and power of Jugo's punch. There was no way Naruto could compete with that attack head-on. That was why he didn't take it head-on. He used Shunshin to move away, though he didn't move far. Sasuke and Suigetsu would have attacked him if he did. He instead stuck close to Jugo. Placing a hand on his opponent's shoulder, Naruto tagged him with a Hiraishin seal. Then, without warning, he channeled wind chakra through his other hand and slammed it into the man's back. His attack normally would have gone right through. Normally. What the? Naruto scowled when his wind blade didn't pierce Jugo's back all the way to his chest. Sure, it went through a little, enough that a trail of blood was leaking out, but nothing more than that. Just what the hell is his skin made of? Jugo screamed as he spun around and tried to backhand Naruto. The attack missed when Naruto leapt away from him, mostly missed. A gust of wind from the force of Jugo's attack struck Naruto in the face and made him stumble. Suigetsu tried to take advantage of his stumble and, coming in hot, he swung Kabikiri Hucho as though it weighed less than a feather. Naruto turned his stumble into a roll. That allowed him to avoid the attack, though he still felt the sword swish overhead. Before it could fully pass, he touched it with 2 fingers, also tagging it with a seal. Then he placed both hands on the ground and kicked Suigetsu in the chest. Ow! Suigetsu rubbed his sore chest as he, Sasuke, and Jugo surrounded Naruto on 3 sides. That really hurt. Hey, I had no idea you were so strong. Guess I should have expected that from a Namikaze. Team Taka, Naruto said, scowling. I hadn't realized Sasuke was so afraid to fight me that he'd rely on you. Don't think your taunts will work on me, Sasuke said. I'm not the same person that I was a few months ago. I've changed. I've grown stronger now, smarter, and I'm willing to use whatever is at my disposal to kill you. Sasuke's lips twisted into a sickening grin. And then I'll destroy Konoha too. Naruto clicked his tongue, flicked his wrists, and, as 2 kunai were ejected from the sleeves of his haori, he caught them in his hand before taking a stance. If you think you have what it takes to defeat me, then you are sorely mistaken, Naruto declared. I'll prove to you that even when surrounded, you're still no match for me. Yugito growled as she stood side by side with Mei Terumi, while they both defended Koyuki from harm. Her claws sliced into white Zetsu clones left and right. Blue fire had extended from her nails to create long, sharp claws that lit everything they touched ablaze. A head fell off here. An arm was lopped off there. She dislegged another clone with a vertical swipe of her left hand, and then gouged 4 bloody furrows deep within the chest of another. Mei was to her left and slightly behind her. While the woman had some fierce fighting prowess, proven by when she literally kicked a Zetsu clone's head off, her true strength lay in her ninjutsu. She performed a variety of hand seals to launch incredible attacks with her Gekkei Genkei. Yoden. Shikugaryugen no Jutsu. Her cheeks bulging slightly as though stuffed full of food, Mei released several balls of lava from her mouth. Each one was about twice the size of a human head. Each one quickly solidified as the lava cooled. And each one slammed into a Zetsu clone with all the mercy of an angry god. Despite being a solid object, the lava boulders were so hot that they swiftly melted through the white Zetsu clones, leaving nothing but molten puddles behind. Yugito really had to marvel at the woman's control. Before the lava could damage the floor or surrounding walls, Mei would quickly deactivate the jutsu. The lava would harden and grow cold in seconds. Each ball harmlessly struck in the surface of the building without doing too much damage. High above them, Konan was doing what she could to keep several white Zetsu clones at bay. While Mei had a lot of power, she was a mid-range fighter at best. Since lava couldn't travel far before cooling, she didn't have the attack range that Konan did, who tossed paper shuriken like they were going out of style. The woman was deadly accurate. Every shuriken hit their mark. They penetrated the white Zetsu clones, and then went off like a paper bomb, detonating and causing the white Zetsus to explode. It was too bad more white Zetsu clones would come to take their place, appearing from the floor like mirages. They weren't the only ones dealing with the white Zetsus. Temari, Kankuro, Ao, and Chojiro were also fighting. However, their job was to protect Jiraiya, who couldn't move from his spot. They used sword and fan and puppets and ninjutsu to do their job. While Temari and Kankuro took one side, Ao and Chojiro defended the other. It was a sound plan since they didn't know how to work as a team. While everyone else was dealing with the Zetsus, the real battle was happening several meters away. The fight of Gaara and Tsunade versus Madara. Gaara played defense, using his sand to block all of Madara's attempts to kill Tsunade. Meanwhile, Tsunade was doing her damnedest to destroy Madara with her fists. "Hold still, you little turd." Tsunade roared as she tried to pound Madara's face in. It didn't do any good. Madara slipped around her attack like an eel. "Oh, so scary," he cried out in a timid-sounding voice. "Toby is scared. Mock me, will you?" Growling like a fierce lioness, Tsunade once more attacked, this time with a powerful heel kick that shook the atmosphere. Toby dodged it. He then tried to pierce her through the heart with a kunai hidden up his sleeve. Gaara tried to stop him, but Madara chose that moment to use his time-space ability. The mass amounts of sand passed through Madara's body. This allowed him to continue his attack unabated. It was a good thing that Tsunade excelled in close combat. She leaned back, avoiding the slash attack that would have slit her throat, and then came back in with a roaring punch. The air exploded around her fist, the punch producing a loud whistling sound, as though it was literally cutting through the atmosphere. Her fist phased through Madara's head. Tsunade roared in frustration. While everyone was fighting or defending, only Yugito noticed the figure appearing behind Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sama, behind you," she called out. Jiraiya turned his head, but he couldn't do anything as the white Zetsu clone bore down on him. Luckily, Chojiro also heard the scream and smashed the clone flat by charging his sword with chakra and creating an ethereal hammer. Sadly, because Jiraiya was distracted, he didn't see the hand appearing from within the floor until it had already stabbed through the scroll. There was a fizzling of chakra, followed by a brief sputter, and then Madara cackled. "It's been fun playing with you all, but I really do need to leave." He waved a hand down his body, which slowly disappeared. "We'll meet again." As if Madara's disappearing was their cue to get the hell out of Dodge, all of the white Zetsu clones also retreated. Yugito stood her ground, breathing heavily, wondering what they should do now. In almost ominous silence, Mifune, who Yugito had pretty much forgotten was there, spoke. "Well, my meeting room is ruined. I wonder who is going to pay for all this?" No one had an answer to that. Since Naruto couldn't deal with 3 opponents at the same time like this, he had no choice but to use Kurama's chakra. He called upon the fox's power. Energy rushed through his body, starting from his stomach and engulfing him. His entire body was then covered in a bright golden cloak with black lines running up and down his body. "The fuck kind of power is this?" asked Suigetsu. Jugo didn't even ask that much, he rushed forward while screaming, "Die! Die! 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 Wait, Jugo!" Suigetsu shouted, but it was too late. Jugo was already in front of Naruto, and he looked a lot different than before. His skin had turned a grayish-brown, the same color as the earth, and his eyes had become black, while his sclera were yellow. Horny protrusions jutted from his back like thorns. His hair, even spikier than before, formed the beginnings of what looked like a helmet, his brow ridges were shooting from his face, and a strange outcropping went down either ridge to frame his face. He threw a punch at Naruto, his hand becoming long and sharp like a spear. Naruto wasn't there. He had already moved. Appearing behind Jugo, Naruto created several large claws that sprouted from his back. Each one had a Rasengan on it. They hurtled toward Jugo, slamming into him, sending him skidding back, but they didn't break him. Naruto frowned when he saw that Jugo's skin was only singe. He didn't know what the hell was up with this guy's body, but he did know one thing. I'm going to need a more powerful jutsu. Jugo's not the only one you need to worry about, pal. Suigetsu shouted as he rushed at Naruto and swung the Kabikiri Hucho. Naruto clicked his tongue, grabbed Kabikiri Hucho by the blade, pulled Suigetsu forward, and speared his hand through the white-haired ninja's chest. His hand went through with a splash. What was this? Water? Ha! Your attacks have no effect on me. Suigetsu said proudly. I can change my body to water, so annoying. Naruto molded his chakra into lightning-natured chakra and channeled it through his hand. He didn't know how much power he had put into it because he wasn't used to using this chakra cloak, but it must have been a lot. Suigetsu's screams were actually being drowned out by the electric discharge. His body lit up like a firefly. Smoke and steam poured off of his body, and Naruto soon realized that his hand no longer felt like it was in water. He stopped channeling lightning chakra. He and Suigetsu stood there. His hand was still impaled in the missing ninja's chest, but this time, it wasn't water that poured from the wound. It was blood, crimson-red ichor that flowed from the hole, drenching Suigetsu's shirt. Naruto pulled his hand from the wet hole that he had made in Suigetsu's chest with a wet slllcchh. And watched as the other boy fell backwards and hit the floor with a thump. Die, 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 Chidori Senbon. Two shouts came at the same time, one the sound of insane laughing and the other a jutsu name. He looked behind him to see Sasuke launching a hailstorm of lightning Senbon. Then he looked in front of him, where Jugo was charging forward with maniacal glee. Naruto had already placed a Hiraishin seal on Jugo. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and reappeared in front of the large murderous man. Since his Rasengan wasn't enough to get the job done, Naruto needed to use a more powerful jutsu. Wind or lightning. He created a Rasengan in his left hand, and then added lightning chakra. A loud crackling filled the air as Naruto's Rasengan turned a bright, pure white. Raiden. Rasengan. A loud crackling like thunder filled the air as Naruto thrust his Rasengan into Jugo's chest. Lightning chakra was a piercing chakra. It could easily stab through just about any substance, and Jugo's tough skin was no different. The thousands of spinning strings of chakra inside of the Rasengan, imbued with the piercing power of lightning, easily plunged through Jugo's chest and destroyed his heart. Jugo blinked several times. He looked down as Naruto pulled his hand back and stepped a soda. Falling onto his knees, Jugo pitched forward, his body reverting back into the one he had before his transformation. A pool of blood spread out from underneath him. Naruto turned to Sasuke. It looks like you're the only one left. Were you hoping that by leading me into an ambush, you would be able to make up the difference in our abilities? Sasuke, you really haven't grown at all. Sasuke gritted his teeth. You don't know what you're talking about. I've gained power. Real power. The power to crush Konoha and avenge my clan. Wasn't that what killing Itachi was supposed to do? Naruto asked with a sigh. Shut up. You don't know anything, Naruto. Konoha is the reason my clan is gone. They're the reason Itachi became a missing ninja. I'm going to destroy Konoha to exonerate my family. Naruto could see it clearly now. He had always known that Sasuke was beyond saving, but seeing him like this, cackling like a lunatic, Naruto felt like he could truly see how broken Sasuke was. While some small part of him felt sympathy, the rest didn't care. If Sasuke was going to be this foolish, if he was going to keep pinning the blame for what happened on others, then Naruto wasn't going to let what pity he had stop him from doing his job as a Konoha ninja. I think it's time we ended this, Sasuke. Sasuke's grin was psychotic, the kind that Naruto would have expected on a serial killer. I was thinking the same thing. It looked like this was going to go down the same way it did during their first battle. A Chidori crackled to life in Sasuke's left hand. It was then encased in black fire from Amaterasu. Naruto saw this, sighed, and created a Rasengan with wind chakra in his right hand. The two charged at each other. Sasuke roared and charged forward. He was fast, Naruto would admit, probably as fast as Rock Lee when he wasn't using his gates. It was impressive. Too bad Naruto had no intention of fighting a head-on battle. Using the speed granted to him by Kurama, Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke, who thrust out his hand and plunged it into Naruto's chest. Sasuke's crow of triumph was cut short when the Naruto before him disappeared. What? Sasuke, behind you, a voice shouted. Sasuke turned around, but by then it was already too late. Naruto slammed his Rasengan into the other boy's back. His attack drilled straight through Sasuke, who couldn't do anything as the wind chakra tore his back apart. Seconds later, Sasuke went flying through the air, slammed into the ground, and tumbled across the surface. No, Sasuke. Naruto turned at the sound of the scream. A young woman with red hair was rushing toward them, tears in her eyes. She ran past Naruto and toward Sasuke, knelt down, and picked the boy up. He watched silently as she held him and rolled up her sleeves, revealing the numerous bite marks on her arm. She held the arm to Sasuke's mouth. Come on, Sasuke. You need to heal up. Sasuke. Come on, bite me so you can feel better. Sasuke did nothing of the sort. He was already dead. The girl, who Naruto believed was named Karen, became even more hysterical when Sasuke didn't do anything. Sasuke. 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 Naruto felt bad for killing the person this girl obviously loved, though why she'd love someone like Sasuke was beyond him. He decided to leave. He would let this girl grieve in peace. The girl's growl stopped him. You killed him. You killed my Sasuke. I'm going to kill you. Naruto turned back just as the girl released her hold on him. She charged at him, and he shifted into a fighting stance. He wasn't going to kill her. She posed no threat. The plan was to just knock her out and leave. Before she could get too far, Madara appeared within a vortex, chopped her on the back of the neck. The girl collapsed forward. Madara caught her before she could fall and hauled her over his shoulder. He took a look at the scene, spotted Sasuke, and picked him up as well. It seems you have ruined even more of my plans, he said, his voice calm and collected. Naruto sensed the rage bubbling beneath the surface. If you didn't want your plans ruined, you should have never let him come after me. Naruto shrugged. True, I suppose this is my fault. Madara sighed as his body became intangible. Well, I would love to kill you for this, but I'm nearly out of chakra, so we'll leave things like this for today. While he couldn't see past that mask, Naruto was sure that Madara was glaring at him. The next time you and I meet, I'll end you. And then he was gone. Naruto stared at the spot where Madara had been standing. An eerie silence filled the clearing, broken only by the howling wind. I should be the one saying that. Naruto looked up as snow fell from the sky. Next time you and I meet, I'll be sure to end you. Chapter 31. With the conclusion of the summit meeting, Naruto parted ways with Mei and Gaara and returned home with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Yugito, Konan, Koyuki, Kakashi, and Guy. While Kakashi remained as unflappable as ever, Guy had been incredibly disappointed upon realizing that he had missed out on such an intense battle. Apparently, he and Kakashi had been attacked by white Zetsu clones as well, which had kept them from coming to the aid of everyone else. They stepped up to the gates of Konoha. As Jiraiya dealt with Izumo and Kotetsu, Naruto looked at the village. Despite having only been gone for a few days, it felt more like months. Nothing seemed to have changed about the village, nothing on the outside, at least. However, maybe it's just me, but it seems like there's more damage to the village rather than less. What happened to the repairs? Kakashi stepped up beside him, also looking at the village with a calm yet sharp gaze in his lazy eyes. He noticed Naruto looking his way and eyes smiled. That was some adventure, wasn't it? Yeah, Naruto agreed as Yugito, Konan, and Koyuki stepped up to stand beside him as well. It was a pretty messed up adventure. Hokage-sama, Izumo said suddenly, drawing Naruto's attention away from the village. The elders have said they would like to speak with you when you came back. Tsunade frowned, as did just about everyone else. There was something not quite right in Izumo's words. It created an ominous stirring within Naruto's chest, though he couldn't figure out why. Oh, so they want to talk to me, do they? Tsunade said, dark shadows appearing over her eyes, while a large vein throbbed on her forehead. I see. So they think they can just call me whenever they want. Do they really think they can give the Hokage orders? Kotetsu looked like he wanted to say something, but he wasn't sure how to say it. Naruto thought he was probably just scared of invoking Tsunade's legendary anger. Well, whatever. Tsunade waved her hand airily as though warding off a bug. I'll go and see them now. Brat, you and everyone else should head home. You've gone through a lot, so I want you to get some rest. If it's an order from my Hokage, then I have no choice but to obey, Naruto said with a theatrical sigh. Oh, shut up, brat, Tsunade shot back, a good-natured smile on her lips. Since you all have something to be doing, I think I'm going to take a dip in the hot springs, Jiraiya said. If I hear that you've been peeping, Tsunade began in a warning tone. Ha ha ha, do you really think I would peep like some lecherous old man? The deadpan expression on Tsunade's face, on all of the women's faces, told Naruto everything he needed to know. Do I really have to answer that question? So harsh, Tsunade. They split up after entering the village. While Tsunade made a beeline for the Hokage Tower and Jiraiya leapt onto the nearest roof and rushed in the direction of the hot springs, Naruto, Koyuki, and Yugito went home. Naruto didn't know where Kakashi and Guy were going. Guy had screamed out something about youth and ran off, while Kakashi had taken out his book and walked away at a leisurely pace. They journeyed through Konoha toward the Namikaze estate, and as they did, Naruto looked more closely at the village. A sense of despair hung over everyone. The people seemed ill at ease. A woman walked alongside her child, head hung low, face epitomizing despair as she clutched the young boy's hand. Meters to his left, an old man sat on the ground, eyes glossy and dull, as though he were a corpse. Many people around them had similar expressions. Likewise, the village seemed to have taken a lot more damage since they had left for the summit meeting. The damage wasn't extensive, but he did notice that some of the buildings, which had been repaired previously, were now in ruins. Glass fragments littered the street and inside of stores, walls were decimated, and numerous buildings had either scorch marks, claw marks, or both marking what parts of their structure remained. It looks like something happened here, Konan murmured. Do you think it was an attack? Asked Koyuki. She and Konan walked side by side, their shoulders close enough to almost touch. Naruto was glad that he had introduced them to each other. It seems as if they had formed a close bond with each other. How Koyuki had gotten Konan to open up in so little time, when it had taken Naruto himself several weeks just to convince her that they shouldn't be enemies, was beyond him. That said, he couldn't complain about the results. He was just glad they had become friends. It doesn't look like a serious attack, Yugito murmured. These markings and the amount of destruction tells me that a smaller task force attacked Konoha. But I can't imagine anyone who would be stupid enough to attack a powerful village like Konoha with less than at least 10,000 ninja. This damage also doesn't look like the kind that ninja usually inflict, Naruto added. I see some marks that were clearly done by ninjutsu, but most of the damage appears to have been done by an animal or something. Do you think it could have been summoned beasts? Asked Konan. I don't know. Naruto shrugged. There's no way to tell that without having been here when it happened, but I don't think so. They arrived home moments later. Naruto frowned upon reaching the front door. There were no signs of the seals he had placed there, but there were signs that told him someone had attempted to tamper with the seals. He could see the scorch marks, which someone had tried to cover up with another, fake seal. It was a decent impersonation. However, Naruto was a seal master, and the seal he had created on this door was more complex than most. The seal had been layered in two parts, an inner and outer layer. The outer layer, the part that was being displayed here, was simply a genjutsu seal. It hid the inner layer, which was the defense seal that killed any intruder trying to break in. Whoever had attempted to create this seal had only remade the outer layer and neglected the inner layer. Is something wrong, Naruto? Asked Konan. No. He shook his head. Nothing is wrong. They entered the estate and walked into the main living room. No one seemed to be home, but then Naruto heard humming from the kitchen. When he entered, he discovered the source, Yugao, the Anbu operative known as Usagi, a woman who had protected him when he was younger, and another of his girlfriends. She stood in front of the stove. A loud sizzling accompanied the gentle melody that issued from her lips. Yugao-chan, Naruto said, beaming as he wrapped the woman in a hug from squeaked and nearly dropped the spatula that she was holding. Naruto. She shouted in surprise. Don't sneak up on me like that. I didn't sneak up on you, he said. I was being pretty loud, you know. Didn't you hear the door open? At his admonishment, Yugao could only blush. I didn't hear it. I guess I was too caught up in what I was doing. Speaking of what you were doing, Koyuki began as she walked into the kitchen with Yugito and Konan. It looks like your food is burning. What? Yugao said, blinking before a thick cloud of smoke wafted in front of her face. She looked down at the pan that she had been cooking on. Her eyes widened in horror. Oh, no, my grilled cheese sandwich. Tsunade was none too pleased when she entered the Hokage Tower and discovered who was inside of her office. It wasn't just the two elders, Kaharu and Homura. Danzo was also there, and judging from how the other two were standing on either side of him, he was currently calling the shots. I have a bad feeling now. Danzo, what makes you think you can call the Hokage as if I was your personal summon? I hope you have a good explanation for this. I do actually, Danzo said, tapping his cane on the ground once. But first, there is something important that I would like to tell you. Oh, yeah? And what is that? Tsunade hadn't noticed it before, but Danzo didn't have those bandages around his head, revealing the ugly scar tissue surrounding his eye. The bad feeling that she had increased several-fold. Just this. He opened his eye to reveal a perfect Sharingan situated within his socket. Koto Amatsukami. In the end, Yugo's sandwich could not be saved. While Konan, Yugito, and Koyuki tried to console the crying woman, Naruto made them all ham sandwiches, along with several other types that he cut up into finger food and served on a platter. Here you go, eat up. Thanks for making this, Koyuki said as she grabbed a chicken salad sandwich. I'm starving. I feel like it's been days since I've eaten. That's because you've been walking so much. You probably aren't used to it, Yugito said as she, too, plucked a sandwich from the platter. They weren't sitting at the table, which Koyuki had said was too formal for their family, so instead they had elected to sit in the living room. All of them were piled on the couch. There was very little room. Naruto was shoulder and thigh to Konan and Yugao as he sat between them. They were practically on his lap, which he didn't necessarily mind, but it made eating difficult because he couldn't move his arms very well. I'll have you know that I am in great physical shape, Koyuki interjected. I might not have the might of a ninja like you, but that doesn't mean I've slacked off on my exercise. Maybe, but walking for several days and exercising an hour each day are two different things, Konan interjected. She's right, Yugao said. Walking across long distances with varied terrain requires a different sort of fitness than most actresses have. Whatever. Stop killing my delusions. Koyuki pouted as she picked up another sandwich, ham this time, and began munching on it. Naruto idly picked up a sandwich himself and began eating. Yet he couldn't taste much of it, which might have been caused by being sandwiched between four gorgeous women. It was quite distracting. All he could focus on was the scent of their hair, the feel of their bosoms against his arm, of the way their thighs pressed into him. Perhaps it was because what happened between him, Yugito, and Mei, or maybe it was just because several days had passed since the summit, but Naruto was, well, kinda horny. By the way, Naruto, Yugao began, and Naruto stiffened at the feel of her delicate hand passing over his crotch. Was she doing that on purpose? I've really missed you. I was so busy with my Anbu work and you with your missions that we haven't had much time together. You're being unusually bold, Naruto commented. I'm feeling unusually hot as well. Yugao leaned in to whisper in his ear. There's a fire burning inside of me that only you can quench. That was the breaking point for Naruto, who had already been feeling pretty bothered himself. He tackled Yugao onto the couch, which meant that everyone else sitting with them also went down. None of them complained, however, and squeals and moans of delight and ecstasy soon filled the Namikaze estate. Naruto stirred and opened his eyes. Moonlight shone in through a window to his right, but it was not enough to light up the area around him. Even so, he recognized the familiar furnishings, the dresser to his right, the nightstand to his left, and the closet less than a meter away. The familiar feel of the bed on his back also helped him realize where he was. This is my room. After giving in to Yugo's not-so-subtle advances, the five of them, him, Koyuki, Konan, Yugito, and Yugao, took their actions to his bedroom. What had followed was an orgy of incredible passion. Even now Naruto could taste their essence on his tongue, could feel their lips around his cock, and the breasts against his hand. It took him several seconds, but Naruto soon realized the reason he still felt these sensations. Koyuki was lying on top of him. His still erect dick was buried inside of her, which explained the feeling of lips around him. Her warm insides were tight but soft, a velvet vice that lovingly wrapped around him, milking him of his essence. She wasn't the only reason he felt this way. Yugao and Yugito were on either side of him, holding his hands to their chests. He felt their soft nipples against his palm. Naruto was tempted to fondle their breasts some, since this was the perfect opportunity, but he held back. There was no way he could disrupt their slumber, not with how peaceful they looked while sleeping. Naruto closed his eyes, about to try and get some more sleep as well. Tomorrow would be a busy day. They needed to begin transporting the Kumo refugees, and he would probably be one of the people in charge of helping, since he had a closer relationship with the people of Kumo than anyone else in Konoha. Yugito would also be helping. That was just another reason to aid them. "Good morning, Naruto," a voice said before he could go to sleep. Blue eyes and a smiling face swam into his vision. Koyuki Kazuhana looked at him with a sleepy, half-lidded smile that was somehow more seductive than her normal smile. Naruto would have chalked it up to his own delusional mind. However, Koyuki chose that moment to move around, which caused them both to moan with pleasure. "So, this is the reason Konan likes wake up in this position." Koyuki moaned again as she shifted, causing him to slide in and out of her. "I definitely like her style. I could get used to waking up like this." "Yuki?" Naruto mumbled. "Did I wake you?" Koyuki sighed as she moved again, caressing him with her inner walls. "I've been awake for a while. Is something on your mind?" Placing her head back on his chest, Koyuki hummed. "I'm going to be leaving tomorrow. Since the meeting is over and our plans have been made, I will have to return to the land of spring and begin preparations to receive the refugees." Nodding, Naruto said, "That's only natural. I'm going to miss you." Warmth suffused his heart, as did a gentle ache. It was a familiar feeling. He knew that, due to their circumstances, he and the women who had carved out a life with him and each other could not always remain together. Duty kept them apart. Everyone had accepted this, but that didn't necessarily mean they had to like it. "Tomorrow," Naruto began, "before you leave, why don't you and I spend some time alone?" "Can we really?" asked Koyuki, looking back at him, her eyes shining like a pair of snowflakes glistening in the morning sun. "Yes, it'll be a date just between you and me." Koyuki didn't say anything more. She leaned up and placed a passionate kiss against his mouth. Naruto didn't stop her when she pushed her tongue into his mouth, and indeed, he pushed back, hooking his tongue with hers as she rocked her hips back and forth, sending a delicious friction through them both. As they made love, neither of them noticed the eyes that were watching them from up close. The next day, Naruto and Koyuki left the sanctity of their bed, which was large enough to hold 7 people, got dressed, and left the Namikaze estate together. This day planned to be a busy one. To that end, their plan was to eat breakfast at a nice restaurant, just the two of them, and then maybe do a small bit of shopping before they had to work. Naruto thought it was only fair, since Yugito, Konan, and Yugao would be staying with him. "Where should we go?" asked Koyuki as they walked arm in arm down one of Konoha's many streets. "There's a small restaurant that serves great traditional breakfasts," Naruto said. "It's a family restaurant owned by the Akamichi clan." The restaurant in question was called Aki Gohan's. As he and Koyuki came upon the small building, with its lintel posts, ornate paper walls, and slanted roof, Naruto couldn't help but wonder how this building, out of all the other ones, remained standing. It looked so flimsy. He looked at the building left of Aki Gohan's, and then at the one on the right. Both were naught but piles of rubble. He shook his head. They entered the small restaurant and were greeted by the hostess, a slightly older woman who wore white makeup and dark red lipstick. "Good morning, Namikaze-sama, Kazuhana Koyuki Dono. We're honored to have you in our humble restaurant. Thank you for the warm reception," Koyuki said with a disarming smile. "Of course. Please, come right this way." The hostess gestured for them to follow her. Unlike most restaurants, Aki Gohan's was completely traditional. There were no booths, and the tables where people sat down to eat were low tables, meaning they were supposed to sit in seizo whilst eating. The table that he and Koyuki were shown to was a small one located in the restaurant's center. There were only a few other people present, and everyone stared as they sat down. Naruto assumed that was the purpose of putting them here. They wanted to present him and Koyuki, a well-known actress, daimyo and the Namikaze clan head, as if to say that 2 people of high standing ate at their restaurant. There were only a few other people aside from them. A small family of 4, 2 older gentlemen, and a young woman wearing a Konoha headband. After the shock of seeing him and Koyuki eating in such a casual restaurant wore off, the people returned to their meals, though the 2 children belonging to the family continued staring. "Please wait here for one moment," the woman said. "Our waiter will come to take your orders." "Thank you," Naruto said. "Take your time," Koyuki added. "We're in no hurry." Just then, a chime sounded, and 3 people wearing brown cloaks entered the restaurant. The woman noticed them. She graced him and Koyuki with one last smile before heading over to the front. Naruto could hear her greeting of, "Welcome to Aki Gohan's," from where he sat. "It's going to be tough," Koyuki said suddenly. When he looked at her, she elucidated her words by saying, "Being away from you, I mean. I've become so used to having you constantly by my side these past few weeks that not seeing you every day will be hard." The people in large brown cloaks walked past their table. Naruto frowned at them, but he put the trio out of his mind and took Koyuki's hands within his own. "I don't really like it either, but you know, so long as you carry my kunai, you can call me to your side anytime." He paused. A wry smile appeared on his lips. "Unless I'm otherwise preoccupied with something else. Also, do you remember how to use your chakra?" "Yes." Koyuki nodded. "I remember everything you taught me." "Good. In the event that you are in danger, be sure to apply chakra to that seal on the bottom of the kunai's handle." "I know." A waiter came to take their orders. Meals at Aki Gohan's were specialized. There was only one real meal, a traditional breakfast with white rice, miso soup, and fermented soybeans. Customers were allowed to choose their main dish, which could either be grilled fish, rolled omelet, chicken, or tofu. While Naruto chose the grilled fish, Koyuki chose the tofu. "I'll be back with your orders shortly," the waiter said before wandering off to take more orders. Naruto and Koyuki allowed themselves to relax. They spoke of inconsequential issues such as what movie Koyuki was working on, gossip about her fellow actors and actresses, and what kind of seals Naruto was making. It was pleasant, being able to talk about such simple matters. Naruto had been dealing with one crisis after another for so long that he had almost forgotten what it was like to speak about things that had nothing to do with death, war, or politics. He wished they could have stayed like this forever. Sadly, the world waited for no one. Their meals came several minutes later, and he and Koyuki ate in relative silence. They left soon after, as did the trio in cloaked individuals who had gotten their food only a short while after he and Koyuki had. "We have a little bit of time left," Koyuki said. "What should we do?" Naruto thought about it for a moment. They could go shopping, but that seemed so cliched. They also had different taste in stores. Naruto liked shopping for ninja goods, while Koyuki liked clothing, which meant that unless they both wanted to be bored, they would have to do something else. "Why don't I take you to one of my secret spots?" he suggested. "One of your secret spots?" Koyuki parroted. "You have something like that?" "Of course. The place I want to show you holds particular importance to me." "In that case, I will gladly go with you," she said before pausing again. "By the way, what should we do about our tagalongs?" "We'll let them tag along. It's not like they're hurting anyone." Naruto pulled Koyuki into an embrace and grinned. "Now, let's go." Smiling at each other, Naruto and Koyuki disappeared within a swirl of leaves. Konan, Yugito, and Yugao watched as Naruto and Koyuki disappeared within a shunshin. Since ninja disappearing in this manner wasn't rare in Konoha, no one batted an eyelash, though a few people did look surprised by who had pulled the disappearing act. While several people began talking about the Namikaze heir, the trio of cloaked and not so subtly hiding their identities ninja put their heads together. Naruto disappeared, Konan stated the obvious. He also mentioned a secret spot, Yugito added. Yugao, being the most knowledgeable about all things Naruto, patiently explained. When Naruto was younger, he was often bullied by the other children, so he tended to go off on his own a lot. During his explorations of the village, he found several places that became the spots he would visit whenever he was feeling depressed. Everyone fell silent for a moment. It was easy to forget that Naruto didn't have the best past. He wasn't like Yugito, who had been revered thanks to Kurabi's efforts. Naruto had needed to climb his way up from the bottom, on hands and knees, scraping up any and every victory he could. Only Yugao, who had been his Chunin watcher and only 12 years old at the time, Naruto had been 9, truly understood what he had gone through. "Do you know which secret spot he might have headed to?" asked Konan. Yugao nodded. If Naruto is going to show someone important to him one of his secret spots, then it can only be the spot up on the Hokage monument. When Naruto and Koyuki reappeared, it was not in a crowded street or even on a rooftop. Their feet touched upon heavy granite. Beside them were several spiky protrusions that stuck up from the rock. They were long and smooth, these spikes, which meant they weren't natural, but rather, man-made. As Koyuki looked around, Naruto took her hand and tugged it to show her the view. Take a look, Yuki. Oh, wow. It was always a pleasant sight to see Koyuki breathless. Her eyes were lit up in wonderment, sparkling like gemstones of the highest quality. The delighted smile that played on her lips enhanced her lustrous features as she stared out at Konoha from one of the highest points in the village. Where are we? On top of my old man's head. FWEH? As Koyuki stared at him like he had just told her a really bad joke, Naruto chuckled. We're on top of the Hokage monument. To be more precise, we are standing on the Yondaime Hokage's head. He rapped his knuckles against the nearest spike. These spikes you see are his hair. Oh. Koyuki blinked, seemingly unable to form words properly. Naruto tugged Koyuki to him. She squealed in surprise when he pulled her to the ground, but all Naruto did was sit with his back against his father's hair, while spreading his legs and letting Koyuki rest in between them. With her back to his chest, Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist and let his chin rest on her shoulder. When I was younger, I used to get depressed a lot, Naruto said. This was my favorite spot, where I would come after something bad happened. Of course, I didn't know the Yondaime was my old man back then. However, he was the shinobi I looked up to the most, so I guess this was my way of reminding myself about what I was striving for whenever my situation looked dire. I see. Koyuki leaned back, relaxing into his embrace. I never really knew much about your past, though you've shared a bit of it with me before. Hey, it looks like I learned something interesting about my fiancé again. By the way, yes, I know. Naruto sighed before, in a louder voice, shouting, are you three going to stand over there in the bushes all day? Get over here and sit down. A moment of silence was followed by a soft rustling, which was followed once again by three familiar figures in brown cloaks walking out of the bushes. All three of them were covered in twigs and leaves. They wore hoods that hid their faces, but even so, it was impossible to not know who they were. Do you three like spying so much that you had to follow us like that? Asked Naruto. How did you know we were following you? Asked the woman on the left as she pulled her hood down, revealing the long blonde hair of Yugito. Please, Koyuki said, you three were way too conspicuous. Brown cloaks with hoods? Maybe if it was just one or two people, but when all three of you appeared, Naruto and I had already guessed who you were. The other two hoods were pulled back. Yugito, Yugao, and Konan all blushed at being seen through so easily. It was almost sad, really. They were ninja, so they technically should have specialized in stealth. Then again, it wasn't like they were trying all that hard not to be spotted. Chuckling, Naruto patted the spot beside him. Since you three are here, why don't you join us? We have at least an hour before everyone needs to get back to their duties. The three kunoichi didn't even hesitate, and Naruto, suddenly trapped in the middle of four beautiful women, wondered if this sort of position made him a Naruto sandwich. Probably, but he couldn't complain. It was time. The refugees were being boarded onto the zeppelins that would take them to one of three destinations: sand, mist, or spring. They were being loaded based on their preferences. Since they were being forced to move yet again, Naruto had come up with the idea that they should be allowed to choose where they wanted to live. Samui and Yugito were overseeing the boarding process. So, you're leaving too, Konan? Yes. I figured I could be more useful by becoming Koyuki's bodyguard than staying here. Naruto stood with Koyuki and Konan, who faced him side by side. It had been a surprise when Konan told them that she wanted to go with Koyuki. At the same time, Naruto couldn't fault the logic. Out of all of them, Koyuki was by far the weakest link. As the only one with no ninja training, she was the most vulnerable, and though she had an entire army at her beck and call, they wouldn't be able to win against an S-ranked ninja. It'll be nice to have a woman as my bodyguard. Koyuki, with a coy smile on her face, wrapped her arms around Konan's left arm. Plus, since it's Konan, it means I get to have someone with me 24/7. Yes, I suppose that's true, Naruto agreed, though he was sure a part of the reason Koyuki wanted Konan with her was so she could have someone to sleep with. She was rather cuddly. We're going to miss you, Konan said. And I'll miss both of you. Since it would be a while since they saw each other again, Naruto made sure that the kisses he gave Koyuki and Konan were longer than normal. Sadly, his kiss with Koyuki was interrupted when the daimyo to the land of spring pinched his butt. He glared at her, but all she did was smile and wave before she and Konan boarded the zeppelin. Yugito walked up to Naruto as the zeppelin ascended. It, along with the other 4 currently docked in Konoha, ascended into the sky and began moving through the air. He and his fellow Jinchuriki watched side by side as the Zeppelins became smaller and smaller, until they were nothing more than tiny dots in the distance. It looks like things will settle down now that Konan and Koyuki aren't here, Yugito said. Yeah, Naruto said, reaching out and grabbing Yugito's hand. It's just you, me, and Yugao now. It was going to be strange not having Koyuki and Konan around anymore. They had been such an intricate part of his life for the past few weeks, and now that they were gone, it felt like a small hole had opened inside of him. Of course, it wasn't painful. They would see each other again. However, he was going to miss them. At least there's one good thing to come from all this. Naruto turned to look at Yugito. What's that? Grinning like a cat that had finally caught a canary, Yugito said. With only Yugao and I here. It means I can have you all to myself whenever Yugao is on a mission. As always, Yugito's logic was infallible. Because of her position as the leader of the Kumo refugees in Konoha, Yugito needed to stay with her people. Lodgings had been set up for her. They were temporary. Just like how Konoha planned to build housing units inside of the village for Kumo's displaced people, Yugito would eventually move in with him once everyone was fully integrated. For now, however, it was just him and Yugao. It's been a long time since it was just the two of us, hasn't it? Asked Yugao from where she sat at the dining room table. She wasn't in her Anbu armor. Instead, she wore a pair of lacy red panties and one of his orange t-shirts. Naruto thought the way the shirt stretched across her bust flattered her figure well. Naruto was in the kitchen. A pan sat on the stove in front of him, and the sizzling sounds of chicken being cooked in oil filled the air. He still wasn't much of a cook, but he could at least cook the basics well, thanks in no small part to Jiraiya, who had been a stickler for healthy eating during their training. The dish he made was seared in oil, a simple but delicious meal, especially since he had added lemon rinds to the chicken. He had also prepared a salad. Well, his clone had prepared the salad, but it amounted to the same thing. When the food was finished cooking, he set the chicken onto 2 plates, grabbed the bowls containing the salad, and wandered into the dining room. Here we are, he said as he set down Yugo's plate and salad bowl in front of her. 1 lemon-seared chicken with a side salad. Thank you for cooking this, Yugao said as Naruto sat across from her. It's no trouble. Naruto grinned. I'm happy to cook for you. Yugo's blushing smile was simply adorable. He really didn't understand how a fully grown woman could blush and act so demure, especially one who was capable of slaughtering an entire squadron of Chunin-level ninja by herself. It was one of life's great mysteries. As they were eating and chatting, something soft brushed up against Naruto's leg. He frowned, looked under the table, and, not spotting anything other than Yugo's feet set firmly against the tiled floor, looked back up and began talking again. It was while he was telling Yugao about the finer points of ceiling that he felt something brush against him once more. The feeling of soft skin against his calf made him pause. He looked under the table again. Again, there was nothing but Yugo's feet and legs. Is something wrong, Naruto? Asked Yugao. No. Naruto looked back up. Nothing is wrong. Yugao smiled with an innocence that he now realized was feigned. He frowned. If that was how she wanted to play it, then 2 could play at this game. Channeling chakra to the soles of his feet, Naruto felt the vibrations running through the ground. He was aware of when Yugao lifted her foot. He also let his sensitivity to shifts in the air, a result of having wind and lightning-natured affinities, tell him when her foot was close. He raised his foot and met hers before she could stroke his leg again. Yugao blinked. Something wrong, Yugao? Naruto asked, smiling. Yugao frowned at him as she moved her foot back, and then came in at a different angle. He blocked her again. No. Yugao returned his smile. She tried again, this time using her other foot. Naruto blocked it. Nothing's wrong. Really? You're looking a little peeved. Naruto blocked another foot attack, then another and another. Yugao kept trying to come in from different angles to no avail. Naruto blocked her at every opportunity. Yet still she continued, even while she spoke. Not at all. I was just thinking about how strong you've become. Is that so? I'm glad you think so highly of me. He and Yugao kept up their war underneath the table, competitive grins spreading across their faces. Naruto thought he was doing pretty well at deflecting her feet. However, just as he was beginning to feel confident, something zapped him and both his legs became paralyzed. What the? How is that? asked Yugao, who, now that she had Naruto at her mercy, placed her feet against his legs and began moving them up and down. I just used some minor lightning chakra to immobilize you. Naruto clicked his tongue. You do know that I can just use lightning chakra to fix this, right? Can you? Asked Yugao. Her feet moved up further. I know you're powerful, but do you have the kind of fine-tuned control needed to properly negate my paralysis technique? Naruto knew how to undo her paralysis. She was using lightning chakra to disrupt the communication signals that were sent from the brain to his legs. All he had to do was regulate the flow of his chakra to disrupt hers. It was a simple matter. Sadly, when Naruto tried to regulate lightning chakra through his body, he was disrupted by Yugao zapping him again. Her feet also moved higher. They were now resting against his knees. Naruto tried again, but she once more disrupted his ability to regulate lightning chakra through his body, even as she spread his legs apart. Come on, she goaded, her voice teasing. Let's see you disrupt my technique. Naruto would have scowled at her, but before the thought could really take hold, Yugao had placed one of her feet against his crotch. He stiffened under her touch as she gently rubbed her toes against him. The act was strangely stimulating. All the blood in his body quickly flowed to a single point, causing him to swell. Does that feel good? Asked Yugao as she ran the sole of her foot along his now erect member. It does. Naruto took a shaky breath. Why? If you're asking me why it feels good, I'm afraid I can't answer that. Yugao nimbly caught his zipper between her toes, and the sound of his pants being unzipped echoed from underneath the table. I just know that there are some men who like this kind of thing. Even men who don't like this can fall prey to such acts since it's so different. Have you? Yugao shook her head. No, I haven't, but I have friends in the Anbu who have done stuff like this to seduce targets. Oh. Naruto's vision grew slightly hazy when Yugo's feet slipped into his boxers. Her warm soles pressed against his engorged member felt oddly arousing, and he groaned when she ran her feet from the bottom all the way to the tip, which she then rubbing with her toes. It seems this works better on you than it does other people, Yugao commented. That's not. Naruto paused as cold air hit his crotch before it was engulfed by warmth. It's just because you're the one doing it. So, you're saying I'm special? Yugao asked for clarification as she stimulated him with both of her feet, rubbing them up and down his entire length. Naruto nodded. He couldn't say anything more than that, as the sensation from her warm feet running along his erection had driven out his ability to speak. Her actions sent shivers through his groin. He was tempted to buck his hips against her feet to increase this feeling. Every second that passed made his mind feel even more hazy, made his body feel even hotter. With one final groan, Naruto slumped against the table as he released everything he had onto Yugo's feet. That was oddly satisfying, Yugao murmured as she retracted her feet. I've never done that before, but I've wanted to try it out. Recovering from her strangely erotic actions, Naruto looked up and grinned. I'm glad I could help, but now that you've done this, I believe that means it's my turn to return the favor. Yugao didn't get a chance to inquire about his meaning before he slipped underneath the table. He could see that he had really unloaded a lot on Yugao. Her feet and ankles were covered in a white, sticky substance. Naruto ignored that for a moment as he crawled over to Yugao, placed his hands on her legs, and slowly spread her thighs apart. The first thing Naruto did was place a kiss on Yugo's knee. He used it as a starting point to create a trail of kisses, moving from her knee to her inner thigh. Yugo's legs were muscular, with not an ounce of fat on them, so it was easy to make out which parts of her were more sensitive. Every time he kissed a spot that was sensitive, her muscles would quiver and she would release a soft moan. Naruto, further. Naruto did as she asked, moving further and further in. He would occasionally pause when she reacted strongly, but it was only to suck on that particular spot. By the time he reached her panties, they were already quite damp, and the fabric was getting caught between her folds. It seems you're already quite wet. Don't say that. It's embarrassing. Hey, after everything you've done to me, you have the guts to call this embarrassing. Naruto grinned even though he knew she couldn't see it. You're so cute. Lifting her legs, Naruto placed Yugo's thighs on his shoulders. This allowed him to pull her forward. He then leaned in, taking in Yugo's scent before he placed his mouth over her panty-covered crotch. Nnnggg. On. Two delicate hands covered in calluses grabbed onto his head. Naruto moved deeper into Yugao, licking her through her clothing and rubbing against her with his nose. He could taste the tanginess of her as it mixed with the flavor of lace. Her juices were beginning to flow. Deciding to help her along, he added a small bit of lightning chakra onto his tongue. The results were immediate and impressive. Yugao cried out, her loud voice echoing across the room. Her love juices suddenly flowed out of her enough to completely soak through her panties and splash against her thighs. Naruto didn't let a single drop escape him. He licked her thighs, even as she slumped in her seat. Naruto came out from underneath the table to find Yugao slumped forward, her head resting against the table, eyes glassy and cheeks flushed. She had barely missed face planting into her food. He grinned as he moved next to her. Reaching out, he first moved her plate out of the way, and then placed his hands underneath her armpits and lifted her up. Yugao blinked as he pushed her chair away and laid her face forward on the table. Naruto, what are you? Just relax, Naruto said as he pulled her panties down her slender legs. I'm going to make you feel good. Yugao moaned as Naruto filled her. He started off with a slow, steady pace, before mixing it up with short bursts of speed. Yugao tried to move her hips, but with how weak she was at that moment, she couldn't do much more than wiggle her bum. Faster, she murmured. Faster it is. Naruto placed his hands on either side of her hips and increased his speed. Yugao cried out. Her back arched off the table. Naruto used this chance. He leaned forward, placed one hand on the table, and used the other to wrap around her waist. Now with her back against his chest, Naruto was free to tease her some more by nibbling on her ear, much to Yugo's delight. Fuck, Naruto. Yo, you've gotten a lot better, on. I aim, too. Please. Naruto grunted between thrusts. The hand that was wrapped around Yugo's waist slipped underneath her shirt and cupped her left breast. Yugo's pleasure-filled moans grew louder as he teased her nipple. This act, combined with her ear in his mouth and his increasingly heavy thrusts, was too much. Letting out a final cry, Yugao grew impossibly tight as she came. Engulfed with such warm, wet tightness, Naruto was unable to hold on any longer and also released his load inside of her. Yugao would have slumped forward again, but Naruto kept her flush against his back as he sat down in the chair that Yugao had been eating at. She leaned back against him. Her breathing was heavy, and since she wasn't wearing a bra, Naruto could see the way her bosoms bounced as she tried to regain her breath. I love you, Yugao, Naruto said suddenly. Still breathing as though she had run a marathon, Yugao turned her head and kissed him on the cheek. I love you too, Naruto. There was a moment's pause before. Naruto, yes? Can we continue this in the bedroom? It's been so long since I've had you to myself. Grinning, Naruto scooped Yugao into his arms as he stood up. Of course we can. You don't think I'm going to be satisfied with just this, do you? Who do you think I am? Yugao smiled as he carried her up to his room. You're Konoha's #1 knuckle-headed ninja. Damn straight. Yugao woke up in the middle of the night. Moonlight from the window partially illuminated the bed that she and Naruto were lying on. She was snuggled within his arm, warm, content, with her head on his broad shoulder. She wanted to stay there forever. For some reason, she didn't. She stood up, made her way over to the dresser, and pulled a kunai from a hidden compartment from underneath her underwear drawer. Kunai in hand, Yugao crawled onto the bed and straddled Naruto's waist. She didn't question why she was doing this, because what she was doing seemed so natural. That was why she raised the kunai above her head without complaint, preparing to plunge the kunai into his throat. Naruto's eyes opened seconds before she could. His hand shot out and snatched her wrist before it could take that final plunge. Without preamble, he flipped her onto her back, and, using his superior strength, knocked the kunai out of Yugo's hand before pinning her to the bed. What are you doing, Yugao? She didn't answer him with words. Kicking him in the stomach, she forced Naruto to let go of her and slid out from underneath him. Her kunai had fallen to the floor. She lunged for it, but Naruto was too fast. He kicked the kunai further away and tried to place her in a submission hold. Yugao was having none of it. She slipped away from him with her superior agility, spun around, and threw a heel kick into his crossed arms. Her foot shook as Naruto went skidding across the floor. She didn't wait for him to recover. Launching herself forward, she began a coordinated assault, throwing a combination of powerful kicks and punches that many others would have been hard-pressed to slip through. Yugao, why are you doing this? Naruto asked as he backed away, weaving between her attacks. Why was she doing this? That was a good question. She didn't really know why she was doing this. Wasn't it just something that she had to do? She needed to do this, even if she didn't know why. She wished she had a sword. This would have been a lot easier if she did. However, her sword was not with her. Yugao had not thought about it at the time, since she and Naruto were having sex and the idea just never crossed her mind. That was probably a mistake on her part. Naruto didn't attack back, despite how she had him on the ropes. He backed away, constantly retreating to give himself more room, though he had to know that he was being backed into a corner. Yugao kept up the pressure. 1, 2, 1, 2, kick. She moved in accordance with her Enbu training. Naruto admirably blocked or dodged all of her attacks. However, he was unable to keep it up for long, as she had finally backed him against the wall. This was her chance. Yugao attacked with all of her speed and might. She needed to end this before Naruto could turn the situation around. Right as she was about to make contact with Naruto, he vanished before her eyes. Shocked, Yugao didn't even have the time to so much as blink before something pricked the back of her neck and darkness engulfed her. Yugito woke up with a start, jumping into a sitting position as though someone had shocked her body with a lightning jutsu. She looked around. Nothing was out of place. Her plain room with its single dresser, nightstand, and bed looked the same as it did when she had gone to sleep. She also couldn't feel any killing intent, which meant that no forthcoming attack had woken her from slumber. So, then, what had? Knock, knock, knock. Reaching underneath her pillow, Yugito grabbed the kunai that she always hid there. She stood up and slowly walked to the front door. Pausing for a second, Yugito cracked the door open to see who was on the other side. She was shocked. Naruto? What are you doing here? I'm sorry for coming so late, but something just happened and I couldn't think of who else I could turn to, Naruto said. Can I come in? Yes, please come in. Thank you. Yugito stepped aside and opened the door for Naruto. She blinked when she realized that he was carrying Yugao in his arms. The woman's legs swung back and forth, her feet poking out of the blanket he had draped over her. Yugito caught a whiff of the air as they passed. The smell of sex was strong on them both. Is there anywhere I can set her? He asked. The bed, Yugito replied, absently pointing toward the only bed there. Her house, like all of the Kumo refugee houses, was just a single-story building with the bare minimum furnishings. There was no kitchen, just a small bathroom with no shower. It didn't even have carpet, just wood tiles. Naruto walked over to the bed and set Yugao down. Yugito stood behind him. She watched curiously for a moment, and then decided to sat her curiosity. What's going on? I'm not sure, Naruto said. Yugao just tried to kill me. I knocked her unconscious, but I didn't know what to do so I brought her here. Yugao tried to kill you? Yugito needed a moment to let that sink in. Yugao had been Naruto's bodyguard ever since he was little. She had protected him from danger more than anyone else. One could even say that she was the reason he hadn't been killed when he was younger. What's more, they were now in a relationship. For her to try and assassinate him. Why would she try to kill you? That makes no sense, she said out loud. I know. Naruto gave her a mirthless smile. Kyuubi says he senses foreign chakra inside of her that's a close match for an Uchiha. I can only guess that Danzo is the one behind this. I know he has a Sharingan implanted into his eye, but I'm still not sure how he could cast such a powerful genjutsu over Yugao. What do you plan on doing? Asked Yugito. I'm going to visit Tsunade. She should be able to help me confront Danzo and get this situation resolved. Can I ask you to look after Yugao while I'm gone? Yugito didn't even need to think twice. Of course. Yugao is a friend and part of our family. You can count on me. Thank you. Naruto offered her a smile before disappearing within a Hiraishin. With nothing better to do, Yugito sat down on the bed and, putting a hand on Yugo's head, began to tenderly run her hands through the woman's hair. Yet even as she sat there, a chill ran down her spine. She didn't know why, but her stomach had twisted itself into knots. She could only hope that Naruto would stay safe. The first place Naruto went to was the Hokage Tower. Tsunade often pulled all-nighters, so she would usually sleep on the couch in the Hokage's office. In fact, from what he knew, she rarely ever went home, probably because there was nothing waiting for her at home. When arrived, Tsunade was indeed present, just as he had suspected. No one else seemed to be around, but Naruto could detect several chakra signatures. They were well hidden, so he couldn't tell where they were or how many. He assumed they were her Anbu guards. "Granny," Naruto said as he walked into the room. "We have a problem." Tsunade looked up from her paperwork. Upon seeing Naruto, she straightened up and nodded. "You're right, we do have a problem." She snapped her fingers and three things happened. The door closed, several Anbu appeared out of thin air, and all of them pointed their weapons at Naruto. "Namikaze Naruto, you are under arrest for betraying Konoha." "What?" Gazing at all of the people around him, at the Anbu in their masks and dark cloaks, and at Tsunade who still sat behind her desk, Naruto realized that his suspicion that Danzo was somehow controlling Yugao was likely more accurate than he had realized. He didn't know how. However, if he had a powerful Sharingan, then controlling a ninja, or even several ninja, was possible. That said, he never expected Tsunade to fall under Danzo's control. "Is this some kind of joke?" asked Naruto. "Why would I joke about something like this?" Tsunade answered his question with one of her own. Naruto could have argued with her. He could have tried to make her see reason, could have told her that she was being controlled. He didn't. There was no point. If Tsunade was being controlled to the point where she would arrest him, then it wouldn't matter what he said to her, she wouldn't listen. In which case, "Sorry, Granny, but I can't let you arrest me until I've taken care of a pesky weed." Without waiting for a reply, Naruto immediately Hiraishined back home. The Hokage's office disappeared, and he was suddenly standing in the room located deep beneath his estate. The gray walls with numerous bookshelves pressed against them, the tables that had scrolls spread out across them, all of it was familiar. It had been a surprisingly long time since he had come down here. Sitting down at a table, Naruto crossed his arms, and leaned back in his chair, losing his mind to thought. Danzo was somehow controlling people, at least, he assumed it was Danzo. He had no proof, but only a powerful Sharingan could control someone to this extent, and the only person with a Sharingan in Konoha was Danzo. Of course, it could have been Madara, who had the ability to warp anywhere. However, Naruto didn't think that was the case. That man had his own issues to deal with. Plus, Naruto had dealt him a harsh blow by killing Sasuke. He likely couldn't afford to come to Konoha right now, and even if he did, Naruto didn't think he had the ability to control someone like this. Either way, Naruto needed to gather allies who weren't under Danzo's control. The first person he could think of was Jiraiya. Unlike Tsunade, Jiraiya had no reason to meet with Danzo. Focusing on the Hiraishin kunai that he knew Jiraiya always carried, Naruto channeled his chakra and instantly appeared at the location with the seal. Naruto looked around the room. It was small, about the size of a luxury suite hotel room. He only realized it was a hotel room when he caught sight of the king-sized bed and saw two people lying on it. One of them was Jiraiya, whose spiky white hair was easy to recognize. The other was a woman that he didn't know. Neither of them were wearing clothes. Wrinkling his nose, Naruto walked up to the foot of the bed and stared at his perverted teacher. "Are you awake?" He got no response. "Fine then. Tsunade is being controlled by Danzo." Jiraiya's eyes snapped open, and he sat up. The expression that he wore was not the kind that one normally saw on the old toad hermit's face. It was deathly serious, a grave demeanor carved from stone. "I see that got your attention. I hope you're lying, brat." "Why would I lie about this? Tsunade's not the only person who's being controlled. Yugao just tried to kill me, and I'm sure there are a lot of other people who've been subjected to Danzo's mind control." Jiraiya sighed and rubbed his head. He stood up, revealing that he was, indeed, completely in the buff. Then he walked over to the chair where his clothing was folded in a surprisingly neat pile. "All right, let me get dressed and we can go. I take it you have a plan?" "Sort of," Naruto said as Jiraiya put on his pants. "I want to see Guy and Kakashi. They're the only ones we can trust right now, since I doubt either of them have met with Danzo. Kakashi also has a Sharingan, which should negate the effect of Danzo's genjutsu." "Right." Jiraiya put on his shirt, grabbed his scroll, and slung it over his back. "In that case, you get Kakashi while I get Guy. We'll then meet back up at your place." "Sounds good." Naruto didn't know where Maida Guy lived, but he knew where Kakashi lived, having been there several times when he was a genin. The only issue he had was getting there. Kakashi did not have one of his Hiraishin kunai, a serious oversight on his part. That meant he needed to get there through stealth. The Anbu were out looking for him. As he moved through the streets, he caught sight of several masked ninja in cloaks jumping across rooftops. They were just the distraction. The real threat wouldn't be the ones on the roof, but the ninja hiding in back alleys and shops. Yugao had once told him that it was an old Anbu tactic. Naruto watched as 4 Anbu leapt from one rooftop to another, and then turned his attention toward the street. He reached out, channeling wind chakra through the street and shops. The wind acted as a sonar. Like a spider who could feel when something had become tangled within its threads, Naruto could see people and objects within his mind, regardless of how much they tried to hide. There were 3 Anbu on this street. One of them was in the store on his left, another was in an alley across the street, and the last one was hiding underneath a camouflage net 2 meters to his right. This way was too dangerous. Naruto backtracked. It took backtracking several times to reach Kakashi's house, which was just a simple one-story building that looked the same as every other house. He walked closer to the front door and then paused. A ninja was already standing in front of the door, speaking with Kakashi, who looked like he was barely awake. Namikaze Naruto is wanted for questioning, the ninja was saying. Is that so? Asked Kakashi. May I ask what he's done? He's wanted because we suspect him of betraying Konoha. Well, now, that's a pretty strong accusation. As the other ninja spoke, Naruto stepped out of the alley, making eye contact with Kakashi. When he was sure he had the man's attention, he tapped his right temple. Kakashi nodded once, and then opened his closed eye. I apologize, but I don't know where Naruto is. Perhaps you would be better served questioning someone else, Kakashi said. Yes, I'll do that. Naruto waited several seconds after the ninja walked off before heading over to Kakashi's. His sensei stepped aside and allowed Naruto to walk in, then closed and locked the door behind him. Leaning against the doorframe, Kakashi eyed Naruto. I'm guessing something has happened? Naruto nodded. Danzo is controlling the ninja of Konoha with the Sharingan in his right eye, though I have no idea how. He's even managed to place Tsunade and Yugao under his control. I can see how that would be a problem, Kakashi said, closing his eyes. Have you already spoken with Jiraiya? Yes. He's going to pick up Maida Guy. We're meeting back at my place. Kakashi nodded and moved away from the wall. That sounds like as good a plan as any. Let's go. Right. Naruto placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, and together, they disappeared within a Hiraishin. Guy and Jiraiya arrived at the Namikaze estate half an hour after Kakashi and Naruto. Since they were the only ones Naruto knew who weren't potentially under Danzo's influence, they did not bother trying to find anyone else. The risks were too great. Instead, they all sat around Naruto's table in his Fuinjutsu study and discussed the problem. It's getting really crazy out there, Jiraiya said. His arms were crossed, and though his expression seemed light-hearted, Naruto knew that he must have been frustrated. After all, even now, he was still in love with Tsunade. There are shinobi everywhere, and all of them are searching for you. Guy and I were stopped several times by shinobi asking if we knew where you were. I'm kind of surprised they didn't try breaking into here. I've created several powerful seals that have enveloped this estate in a barrier, Naruto told him. The only reason you, Guy, and Kakashi made it through is because I let you through. Anyone else will be instantly repelled. It was a barrier seal known as the Rokuten Tagata Fuin, or the Six Heavens Pointed Seal. It created a chakra barrier by using 6 points as anchors. To destroy it required intense knowledge of Fuinjutsu. It couldn't just be destroyed outright. There were security seals put in place. So, the only way they could get inside was if they had someone whose knowledge in seals was equal to that of Jiraiya. And no one was better at sealing than Jiraiya. Except for Naruto, of course. This situation is most unyouthful, Guy said with crossed arms. If everyone is being controlled, then it means even my beloved Lee is, oh, Lee. Your sensei has failed you. Everyone watched Guy as he cried inconsolably, though they only stared at him for a few more seconds before turning back to each other. They could deal with Guy's antics later. Right now, they had far more important things to worry about. We need to find Danzo, Jiraiya said at last. That's the only way we'll be able to get everyone back to normal. Genjutsu induced via the Sharingan could be dispelled in 2 ways. The first way was the natural way, either by causing pain or by using the dispelling technique. The second way was by killing the caster and using Fuinjutsu to reverse the Genjutsu's effects. If Danzo truly was controlling these people via the Sharingan embedded into his left eye, then just killing him wouldn't be enough to dispel it. Fortunately, Naruto was already thinking up a seal that would work. There was just one problem. Do any of you know where he is? Kakashi and Guy shook their heads, indicating that neither of them knew where he was. On the other hand, Jiraiya stroked his chin as though deep in thought and hummed. I've never been able to locate his base, Jiraiya began, but I have my theories about that. Do you have a map of Konoha? Yeah, hold on a second while I get it. Naruto stood up and went over to a desk sitting on the corner. After rummaging around through one of the drawers, he pulled out a scroll, which he took back to the table. Laying the scroll on the table and unfurling it revealed that it was a large map of Konoha. This isn't bad, Jiraiya remarked, though the cartography is slightly off. Anyway, beneath Konoha there are a series of underground bunkers. Unseal a brush and some ink, Jiraiya quickly circled several areas of Konoha. These bunkers were created by the Nidaime Hokage in the event that Konoha was ever invaded. They were supposed to protect the civilians while giving the shinobi ambush points from which to attack from. But that changed once old man Sarutobi made those bunkers inside of the Hokage monument, right? Naruto said. Right. Jiraiya nodded. I had always assumed the root forces were located in one of these bunkers, but I could never find them. He paused. However, what if I was thinking too small? What if Danzo expanded and connected all of the subterranean bunkers together? Root is a small force consisting of no more than 200 ninja. They could easily move from one bunker to the next and we would never catch wind of it. At least, that's my theory. It made a certain amount of sense, and if that was the case, it would certainly explain how Root had existed for so long. However, there was one thing that bothered him. Jiraiya's explanation seemed incomplete. If they combined every bunker together, then it would be a lot easier for us to explore as well, Kakashi pointed out, coming to the same conclusion that Naruto had. I think some of the bunkers are still separated. If they are, then it would mean that we would have to explore them one at a time. That would give Danzo and his root ninja plenty of time to leave their current location, especially if they have a means of alerting them to intruders. Then we'd have to search the bunkers individually, Guy said. No, Naruto shook his head. I'll send some clones, have them search each bunker, and place several Hiraishin seals inside. Once that's done, Kakashi and I will go there and take all of the root Anbu, along with Danzo, out. And Guy and I will create a distraction for the regular ninja, Jiraiya added. We'll make sure the people who were trapped by Danzo's genjutsu don't bother you. While I certainly don't mind going with you, wouldn't it be better if Jiraiya went instead? Asked Kakashi. Shaking his head once more, Naruto said, no. Jiraiya is strong, and he has a lot of experience, but he doesn't have a Sharingan. Tsunade and Jiraiya are both cage-level ninja, yet even Tsunade has been ensnared. That means his jutsu, whatever is so powerful that not even a cage can withstand it. That's why I need you to come with me. Your Sharingan is probably the only thing that can counteract Danzo's jutsu. That makes sense, Kakashi said. I can see you thought this through. What kind of distraction should Lord Jiraiya and I perform? Asked Guy. You two are going to cause a ruckus and force everyone's attention onto you, Naruto said. It doesn't matter what method you choose, so long as you can guarantee none of our regular forces will follow us. Yosh, Guy saluted. Just leave this to Lord Jiraiya and I. We will definitely provide an adequate distraction, and if we cannot, then I shall run around Konoha on my hands for 10 days without rest. I'm sure, Naruto said, a trickle of sweat trailing down his face. Naruto sent out several shadow clones, had them all henge into Anbu, and then made them go to each of the underground bunkers. While they did that, Jiraiya and Guy went off on their own. Their plan was to split up and cause a ruckus. Naruto didn't know what that ruckus was, but since it seemed like they had a plan, he decided not to question them. It didn't take his clones long to discover the root hideout. He was an expert at stealth. That was the reason he'd been able to evade all of the Anbu attempting to capture him up to this point. It looks like Danzo has several seals set up to ensure he's not discovered, and to alert him in the event that he does somehow manage to get discovered. Crafty. However, the seals are basic. So long as someone knows what to look for, something like that will never work. Naruto didn't discount the idea that there were other seals hidden there that he missed. Even so, he was positive that wasn't the case. Hiding seals within seals, hiding seals underneath illusions. These were techniques only masters of Jiraiya and his caliber could do. There was no one else like that in Konoha. In all likelihood, there was no one who could do that outside of him and Jiraiya in the entire elemental nations. This place is pretty decrepit, isn't it? Kakashi asked as he and Naruto descended down a flight of metal stairs. Their footsteps were silent. It looks like these bunkers are in disrepair, Naruto said. They probably never fixed them since there wasn't much point, and Root can't afford to spend money on something so frivolous. Kakashi nodded. By the way, this technique of yours is quite ingenious. I never thought to send chakra into my feet to act as a cushion. My ears are better than most, and even I can't hear our footsteps. It was something I learned when I was younger, Naruto said. How do you think I kept evading Chunin and Jonin after my pranks for all these years? Good point. They reached the bottom and looked around. Naruto sent chakra into his eyes, enhancing his ability to see in the dark. The room they stood in was pretty large, with towering pillars disappearing into the ceiling, and several passages that were too dark for even him to see through. Their footsteps remained soft, unheard as they slowly walked toward one of the passages. There was no more talking after this point. Not only would words be useless, but they might be heard. Naruto and Kakashi moved along the walls. Since he had better eyesight than Kakashi, along with the ability to spot seals, he was in the lead. Meanwhile, Kakashi, with the better sense of smell, stuck close behind him. As they continued on, a small pit sank into his stomach. He couldn't explain why, but he felt like they were being led into a trap. It was probably paranoia. Danzo was a cunning old fox, yet even so, Naruto didn't believe he could have predicted that they would go straight for his jugular. Then again, I can't leave out that possibility. Kakashi, Naruto whispered, could you please stick to the shadows from here on out? I'll bring all of their attention onto me. If something happens, I'd like you to attack while remaining hidden. All right, good luck. Naruto felt Kakashi's presence disappear behind him. A shiver ran down his back. He had never thought about it before, but Kakashi was the ninja who had become an Jonin-level Anbu at the age of 9. This talent, which he had cultivated through years of hard-earned experience, was something that Naruto still lacked. He took a deep breath. Now wasn't the time to think about that. Knowing that Root probably had at least one sensor, Naruto knew that he would need to act quickly. Once his presence was known, there was a chance Danzo would try to escape. He couldn't let that happen. Activating the seal on his stomach, Naruto felt Kurama's chakra rush through him like an electric current, fueling his own power and covering him in a magnificent golden aura. Naruto still wasn't used to this power, which he had acquired after defeating Kurama in single combat, but it was the best ability to accomplish his goals. He didn't waste a second after that. He burst into a sprint that caused everything to blur past him. He was like a streak of lightning darting between clouds. Several Root ninja appeared out of hidden lateral passages, but Naruto didn't waste time with them. He cut them down like wheat before a scythe. His wind blades sliced through their flesh before they even had time to register what had happened. With his chakra cloak activated, Naruto could sense the negative intent of others. There was a lot of killing intent all around him, which meant that Root really had been waiting for him. That was fine. Naruto blew past everyone, traveling deeper and deeper, to the place where he felt only a few presences. Danzo would be there. He's moving. I know that. He'll get away if you don't hurry up. Shut up and let me concentrate. Annoyed at Kurama for his big-ass mouth or not, Naruto knew that the fox was right. If he didn't reach Danzo soon, the man would probably escape, which meant he couldn't afford to move in a linear path. He needed to think outside of the box. If Danzo is below me, then all I need to do is go down. Here we go. Grinning, Naruto formed a Rasengan in his left hand, added wind chakra, and then slammed his hand into the ground. Futon. Rasengan. Motherfucker. The ground beneath him exploded into 1,000 shards, and Namikaze Naruto dropped like a boulder tossed into a lake. Jiraiya split off from Guy, who said that he was going to cause a ruckus and keep the regular ninja off Naruto's back. He didn't know what Guy had planned. Knowing the eccentric Junin as he did, it was either going to be brilliantly stupid or just plain brilliant. In either event, since Guy was dealing with the rank and file, Jiraiya had decided to go after the big guns. In other words, he was going after Tsunade. Upon reaching the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya scaled the walls with chakra. The window was already open despite how chilly it was outside. He had no trouble hopping onto the window sill and peering into the room. It didn't take long to find Tsunade. She was lying face down on the couch, several bottles of sake scattered around her. One of her legs had fallen off the couch along with an arm, but the other leg was resting against the armrest. Jiraiya couldn't see her face. All he saw outside of her legs was her plump ass. Her ass is just as amazing as I remembered. On any other occasion, Jiraiya would have used this moment to pretend like he was going to sneak a peek. He didn't do that. Instead, he climbed down from the window sill and walked over to Tsunade. Cute little snores issued from her lips. Her face was turned away from the headrest, so he could see her closed eyes, small nose, and pink lips. Flushed cheeks let him know that she was drunk. Not that he needed confirmation, given the amount of sake bottles scattered around the floor. Crouching down, Jiraiya reached out and placed his hand on Tsunade's head. He ran his fingers through her hair and said, "Hey, Tsunade. You awake?" Tsunade groaned. Stirring, she opened her eyes and fluttered them several times. "Jiraiya, what are you? I came to check up on you. It looks like you've gotten yourself drunk while on the job," Jiraiya teased. "What kind of example are you trying to set for your ninja?" "Oh, shut up, Jiraiya," Tsunade said with a groan as she sat up. She held a hand to her head and closed her eyes as though trying to block off a migraine. "So, what did you want? Come here to make fun of my drinking habits? You know I'd never do that," Jiraiya said. The grin he wore soon left, replaced by a somber expression. "Is it true that you've placed a warrant out for Naruto's arrest?" "That's right." Tsunade glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. "I know that he's your pupil, but Naruto has betrayed Konoha. My hands are tied. What has he done?" Tsunade sighed as though exhausted and said, "While all of us were at the summit, the inmates at Konoha's correctional facility escaped and attacked the village. We've learned from eyewitness accounts that the people attacking were able to transform into strange beasts. I studied one of the cadavers, Jiraiya. The transformation is created using a variation of the Ten no Juin. The Ten no Juin was the cursed seal created by Orochimaru. It wasn't a complex seal. In fact, recreating the seal was very easy. Only the fact that activating the seal required injecting a unique form of nature chakra found only in certain humans made it impossible to entirely recreate. That said, creating a variation that didn't rely on the unique chakra was certainly possible. Everything now made sense to Jiraiya. Tsunade had been fooled into thinking that Naruto was the person who created this seal, which also meant she believed that Naruto was the person responsible for helping the prisoners break out. Of course, the genjutsu that she had been placed under made it impossible for her to believe otherwise. Thanks to that, it was doubtful that she even questioned her own actions right now. We suspect that Naruto has been planning this for some time, Tsunade continued. Even for a skilled seal master like him, creating this seal couldn't have been easy. He had probably been planning to use the prisoners in an attempt to take over Konoha, or maybe even destroy it, while we were all at the summit. Do you really believe that, Tsunade? I don't want to believe it, but what other choice do I have? There's too much evidence against him for me to believe otherwise. Jiraiya nearly bit his lip. This was definitely the result of a genjutsu, and a powerful one at that. Tsunade had always expressed her belief in Naruto. She would always say that he was the kind of person you couldn't help but want to believe in. For Jiraiya, this meant that even if there was evidence against Naruto, strong evidence that could hardly be refuted, Tsunade would never believe it even if Naruto confessed to her. Right now all she had was conjecture. Even so, she still believed that Naruto was responsible for the prison break. Just as he was about to probe her for information, a powerful explosion rocked the whole of Konoha. Following this, a massive shockwave of power rippled through the village. While it was different from back then, Jiraiya easily recognized this chakra signature. That's the Kyuubi. Tsunade stood up. She went over to her desk, grabbed her cloak, and put it on. Sorry, Jiraiya, I'd love to talk more, but it looks like I need to subdue Naruto. But Jiraiya wouldn't have that. He appeared before Tsunade, blocking her way. I'm sorry, Tsunade, but the only way you're getting to Naruto is if you go through me. You would stand in my way? Tsunade asked through narrowed eyes. I would when you're not thinking straight, Jiraiya answered. Tsunade grimaced, as though experienced discomfort, but then she shifted into a stance and hardened her face. I don't want to hurt you, Jiraiya. However, if you don't move out of the way, I'm going to force you out of the way. Realizing that words alone would not get through to her, Jiraiya also set himself in a fighting stance. Then come and force me out of the way, because I'm not letting you get past me when you're in this state. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade's face hardened into that of granite. She peeled her lips back, revealing grit teeth, as though frustrated by Jiraiya's sudden and incomprehensible actions. Fine. Tsunade threw a punch at him that literally caused the air to explode in front of his face. His hair was blown back by a fierce gust of wind. Jiraiya knew better than to let her hit him. He was strong, but physically, she was much stronger. He evaded, leaping backwards as he went through a number of one-handed hand seals. Ranja Shigami no Jutsu. His hair grew longer and hardened. It whipped around his head as though it had a mind of its own and traveled straight for Tsunade, who didn't even bother to dodge. She reared her fist back and punched it, tried to punch it. The hair avoided her attack and wrapped around her arm. Tsunade didn't let that bother her. She yanked her arm back, which caused Jiraiya to be lifted off his feet. As he sailed over to her, she slammed her fist into his face. He disappeared and a log replaced him. Do you really think something like a simple replacement will work on me, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked as she turned around and threw another punch. She didn't hit anything. However, the air in front of her exploded with power. Like an extension of her fist, a fierce bullet of compressed air struck the wall. Jiraiya, who had been hiding there, was forced to move out of the way. You're going to make the Hokage Tower collapse if you keep fighting like that, Jiraiya commented. The only thing that's going to collapse here is you, Tsunade said before she attacked him again. Jiraiya did his best to dodge, but it was difficult. Tsunade's punches rent the air. Her kicks had enough power that a single tap could demolish a person's face. It took everything he had to stay ahead of the game. I hope you hurry up and defeat Danzo soon, Jiraiya thought with gritted teeth. I'm not sure how long I can keep this up. Danzo grimaced as he moved swiftly down the hall, as swiftly as he could, at any rate. He should have known that using Kotoa Matsukami so much was a bad idea. It was a technique that could only be used once a day, and it took a lot of chakra. He had used it twice in the past week, once to control several dozen Junin and clan heads, and then recently to put Tsunade under his control. The first one had pushed him to the brink, but casting it on Tsunade had essentially depleted his reserves and forced him to rest. Now he was beginning to regret that. Explosions rang out from above, the ceiling overhead cracked, and dirt rained down on his head. A massive source of chakra was above him. The Kyuubi. Even if the malevolence was gone, Danzo would recognize that chakra source anywhere. Naruto was coming for him. I don't think I'll be able to escape in time. Reaching into his kimono, Danzo pulled out a box of chakra pills and ate several. His reserves were already about half full, so the pills boosted them back to normal. He had been trying to avoid using them, since chakra pills took their toll on the user's body, but it sounded like he didn't have a choice anymore. More cracks appeared in the ceiling. Large chunks of concrete fell down, denting the stone floor. Then, just as Danzo wondered if the ceiling would collapse, the area in front of him exploded as a figure crashed straight through the ceiling like a falling meteor. Naruto was before him, crouched down low with one hand on the ground, blocking Danzo from moving forward. The blonde shinobi stood up. His orange and black haori rustled as he drew his father's famous tri-pronged kunai. I'm glad I caught up with you, Naruto said. Now then, Danzo, you've become a serious problem, so it's time for you to die. Danzo knew there was no escape now. He had miscalculated Naruto's strength, and also how far the man would go when pushed into a corner. Knowing this, that battle was inevitable, he unsheathed his wakizashi from his cane and faced Naruto. It is not me who will die today, Danzo said. What I'm doing is for the good of Konoha, and I still have a lot to do. You are hindering my plans to make Konoha great again, to make it feared, and for that, I will kill you. Naruto clicked his tongue. It seems talking isn't going to get through to you. Fine, then. Let's have our fists do the talking. HMPH. Your brash and impulsive attitude is going to get you killed. We'll see about that. Danzo went through a series of hand seals and took a deep breath. Futon. Shinkua. Spinning around, Danzo released the breath that he had been holding. The air around him shimmered as a large blade of wind spread outward. The walls, ceiling, and ground was sliced straight through from wind blade. However, Namikaze Naruto was not. He raised his hand and sliced it downward, creating an even stronger wind blade that cut through Danzo's like it was made of paper. Futon. K's Shaisen. After completing several more hand seals, Danzo waved his hand and created multiple wind blades. Each blade of wind slammed into the other, combining to create a giant wind blade, which slammed into the one that Naruto had created. The two attacks exploded. Air burst out like a paper bomb detonating, creating a shockwave that shook the walls and made both Naruto and Danzo skid backwards. Naruto was the first one to recover. He stopped moving backward by applying chakra to his feet. Then he went through a few hand seals of his own. Ranten. Sutomakata. Making a slashing motion with his left hand, Naruto sent a massive beam of compressed light at Danzo. The beam, a condensed combination of wind, water, and lightning, streaked through the air. The ground was slashed apart. The walls were cut. The air shrieked, howling as if it was being burned by the powerful jutsu. Dans remained calm and went through several hand seals. Futon. Shinkujin. After performing the necessary hand seals, Danzo channeled chakra through his mouth and blew on his wakizashi. A greenish aura emitted from the blade as it was encased in wind chakra. Sliding his feet apart, Danzo entered a wide stance and, waiting until the storm jutsu was just about to hit him, sliced straight through it. The storm jutsu split in half. The two sides moved in opposite directions, cutting through the wall some more and causing the bunker to shake again. So, this is Namikaze Naruto's power. It was such a waste that power like this had gone to someone like Naruto. This boy was just like Hiraishin, just like Minato. Naive. He couldn't see that Konoha was becoming weak. He didn't understand that in order to protect the village, they needed to be strong, that they needed to destroy their enemies. He would rather get along with everyone and risk being stabbed in the back. It was sickening. Leaping backward, Danzo went through another round of hand seals. Futon. Shinku Renpa. Danzo molded chakra in his chest, inhaled, and then spat out several sharp vacuum blades at Naruto. As he expected, none of them hit. Naruto avoided all of them by zigzagging across the ground as he ran forward. A kunai flew into Danzo's vision. It nearly gouged his eye out, but Danzo leaned backward and avoided it. Of course, it was a Hiraishin kunai. Knowing this, Danzo spun around to intercept Naruto's next attack. Naruto never appeared. HRRKKK. A sharp pain jabbed Danzo in the back as a hand burst through his chest. Blood dripped from the hand, which was coated in wind chakra. Turning his head, Danzo looked behind him, into the blue eyes of his opponent. I don't always need to use Hiraishin for those kunai to be useful, Naruto said. So it would seem. This battle is over, Danzo. No, this battle is far from over. Danzo molded his chakra again, but this time all of it went into his right arm. The skin around one of the several Sharingans that he had implanted there closed, and Danzo vanished like a ghost, only to reappear several feet away. It was, in fact, the same place where he had been standing at the start of this fight. Naruto frowned. That's an interesting ninjutsu. Izanagi is one of the most powerful jutsu in my arsenal, Danzo informed him. With it, I can blur the lines between reality and illusion. It allows me to control my own existence. This jutsu can revert even death. A jutsu like that must have a limit, though, Naruto analyzed. I bet you can only use it a certain amount of times, which means I just need to keep on killing you. In this limited space, there isn't much that you can do, Danzo taunted. You can't use your more powerful ninjutsu, unless you want to bury yourself in here with me. What's more, destroying this bunker would cause the village above us to collapse. You'd kill thousands of innocent people. I don't need powerful jutsu to kill you. Naruto scoffed as he sped through a series of hand seals. Don't get too full of yourself. Hayaten. Isasupia. Just as the name suggested, a large spear of ice appeared in front of Naruto, gleaming brightly in the low lightning. Another burst of chakra sent the spear flying. Danzo dodged it, of course. It wasn't like the spear was hard to avoid. Yet the moment Danzo moved to the left, Naruto appeared right in front of him, and drilled him in the chest with a Rasengan. Danzo screamed as the jutsu ground into his chest, creating a large cavity, blood shooting everywhere. And then Danzo disappeared. He reappeared in the same spot that he had been standing on at the start of this battle. Naruto went through more hand seals. Ranten. Arashi no Tatsumaki. Chakra gathered in Naruto's hand. Lightning coruscated across his arm. Visible blue tendrils that trailed over his skin and gathered around his fist. A swirling distortion of condensed wind caused the lightning to turn a greenish yellow, and then water gathered, shifting the color once more to a bright white. He launched a straight jab at Danzo. A bright beam of energy flew from his fist. Futon. Shinku Renpa. Several more vacuum blades flew from Danzo's mouth, striking the beam of chakra dead on. Naruto's attack was clearly stronger. However, it was also unstable because so many different types of chakra were combined into it. When the blades struck the beam detonated with the force of a tempest. The unleashed shockwave caused the entire hallway they were standing in to collapse. The walls crumbled, the ceiling cracked, and several dozen tons of rubble came down on their heads. Danzo survived with Izanagi. Just as he was dying, he used the jutsu again. This time, he reappeared on top of the rubble. Staring at the destruction caused by Naruto's technique, Danzo soon pulled off the bandages around his arm. 3 of the 6 eyes were closed. I can only use Izanagi 3 more times. He wasn't so foolish as to believe that Naruto was dead. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki was a powerful ninja. An attack of this level wouldn't kill him. That meant Naruto was either waiting until Danzo let his guard down to strike, or he was unconscious. As if to prove his point, the ground underneath his feet exploded, and Naruto burst out. Danzo leapt into the air before a Rasengan could pulverize his legs. He did several hand seals, inhaled, and then released the air of molded chakra. Futon. Shinkujin. Once his blade was properly coated in wind chakra again, Danzo slashed at the incoming wind blades from Naruto. Each blade was cut apart. This didn't stop Naruto, who had already leapt from the ground and was coming toward him. Eat this. Futon. Rasengan. Danzo tried to block the wind-enhanced Rasengan, but the difference in power was simply too great. Naruto's Rasengan, created by rotating his chakra in hundreds of directions and enhanced by the cutting power of wind, sliced through Danzo's wakizashi. It then cut into his chest. He disappeared and reappeared, once again, on top of the rubble. The 4th eye closed. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto appeared from above, 2 of them. One of them had a Rasengan hovering over their hand, while the other fed it with chakra. The Rasengan expanded. It soon became the same shape as a beach ball. Then it grew twice that size. 3 times that size. As the clone helping feed it chakra dispelled, Naruto thrust out his fist and fell toward Danzo like an avenging angel. Udoma Rasengan. Danzo leapt back as Naruto slammed into the ground. The mountain of rubble exploded, fragments flying everywhere. Danzo coated a kunai with wind chakra and cut through the debris that tried to pummel him. He continued to move backwards to gain some distance. Hayaten. Isasupia. Urk. He was speared from behind. Danzo looked down at the ice spear jutting from his chest. Then he fell backwards with a thump, his eyes growing glassy. He disappeared again. The 5th eye closed. I see how your jutsu works now, Naruto said as he stared at the newly reincarnated Danzo. That Izanagi technique is just a powerful genjutsu that allows you to change reality to suit your whims. However, it requires you to sacrifice one of your eyes. You only have 2 left now. As expected of a Namikaze. Your ability to analyze my jutsu is remarkable. He went through several more hand seals. However, do not think that I'll be beaten just because you know how my jutsu works. You're the one who's underestimating me, Naruto said from behind Danzo, who barely had a second to respond before sword composed entirely of wind pierced his heart. He disappeared and reappeared again. The 6th eye closed. You might be cunning, but I'm a lot more powerful than you are. You can't defeat me. It's when someone is confident enough to say something so stupid that they lose, Danzo said. Despite this, he knew that he was in a bad situation. All of his eyes except Shisui's had been destroyed, he was running low on chakra, and Naruto still seemed to have plenty of power left. He was at a complete disadvantage. What happened to all my ninja? Surely even Naruto could not have killed them all. That was a question that he would not get an answer to. Naruto created another blade of wind chakra and sent it flying toward him. Danzo cut it in half with his wind-coated kunai. He then sent a vacuum blade at Naruto, but it was avoided when Naruto suddenly disappeared and reappeared directly in front of him. There was a Rasengan in his hand. Did you really think I was going to let this fight continue for any longer? This is the end, Danzo. Rasengan. Danzo knew that he didn't have time to dodge. He could have used Shisui's Sharingan for the Izanagi, but that would have made him even more powerless. He would have lost no matter what. This boy was simply too powerful. Danzo sighed as the jutsu struck him. Since he had clearly lost, Danzo, in perhaps his only act of compassion, deactivated the Koto Amatsuki that he had cast on the ninja of this village. Perhaps this boy truly could protect Konoha. He hoped so. The mind-controlling genjutsu seemed to dispel itself with Danzo's death. Naruto didn't know how that worked, since he had been under the impression that more work would be required, but the people who had been under its influence returned to normal. That said, Tsunade hadn't been pleased when she came to and discovered the mess that had been made of her office. Naruto heard that Jiraiya had received a severe beating for his part in that. After apologizing to him, Tsunade dropped the charges. They had been made under false pretenses anyway. It wasn't like that mattered in the end. The real problem was Yugao. She had been avoiding him since the genjutsu was dispelled. Whenever he searched for her, she wouldn't be anywhere. Naruto had even asked Tsunade, but the Hokage merely told him that Yugao had accepted a mission and wouldn't be coming back for some time. He was sure that the mission had been taken as an excuse to not be near him. Naruto sat on the Hokage monument, in the same spot that he always did, and looked at the village far beneath him. The many buildings interspersed with trees that swayed and rocked created a peaceful atmosphere. From so high up, Naruto could catch a glimpse of the people, not small enough to be considered specks, as they went about their business. Children played in the streets. Mothers watched them. Some old men were sitting around a table playing shogi. Naruto observed all this and sighed. The village had become relatively peaceful again, but that peace was a lie. War was on the horizon. Pain had created an army from the displeased minor villages who wanted to climb in power. To top it off, Murata Uchiha was out there somewhere. Naruto didn't know if they were working together anymore. Tsunade had told him that Madara had even tried to convince them to work with him to kill Pain. Things are moving in a way that I can't even begin to predict. Naruto had always been the type of person who liked to go with the flow. If he thought too hard, it would just give him a headache. After training with Jiraiya, he had learned the benefit of thinking several moves in advance, but at heart, he preferred relying on his intuition and instincts. This new situation, while it didn't suit him, he felt like it would be easier to deal with than what he'd dealt with so far. I thought I would find you up here, Yugito said as she leapt down from the ledge above him. Hey, Yugi, Naruto greeted as she sat down beside him, hands going behind her as she leaned back. Something up? Yugito shook her head. Not really. I just wanted to see you. You weren't at your house, so I figured you would be here. You know me too well. Naruto turned back to the scene of Konoha. However, a warm hand landed on his, slightly rough and with calluses from using kunai. Yugito's hand was probably not what a regular man would consider feminine, but he'd never given two squats about that. I heard Yugo's gone on a mission, Yugito said. Naruto's shoulders involuntarily slumped. Yeah? She felt pretty awful about what happened, you know, about how she tried to kill you. I could imagine. What are you going to do? Asked Yugito. What am I going to do? Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked at her. The moment she gets back, I'm going to ambush her, take her back home, and screw her brains out until she realizes that I never once blamed her for what happened. Yugito snorted and blushed at the same time. She covered her face with a hand, as though doing so would mask the redness of her cheeks. He thought he heard giggling but couldn't be sure. That sounds like something you would do. Yugito scooted closer so she could lean her head against his shoulder. As Naruto wrapped an arm around her to keep them both stable, he wondered what the coming months would have in store for him. It was probably going to suck. And that concludes part 8 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Namikaze's return, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to the Engulfing Silence, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.